Estella opens the suitcase. Her fingertips brush over the white lace garments. Is this all there is? Two maids pass by carrying baskets. They speak in hushed voices. I heard she's being sent to the imperial capital as a hostage. I heard that emperor is a complete tyrant. What if she never comes back? A cold glint flickers in Estella's purple eyes. As the first princess of the Blaze Kingdom, this is my fate. Hela pushes the door open and enters. Her blonde hair shimmers in the light. It's almost time for you to leave, sister. Are your bags packed? Hela giggles, covering her mouth. Her eyes are full of mockery. Oh, wait. It's not like you have much to pack anyway. Right, Estella picks up the suitcase. Someone is certainly in a hurry to get rid of me. Hela speaks up. How could you say that? I'm going to miss you already. Estella looks at her. Since you have nothing else to say, please leave. Hela spreads her hands. Her tone is laced with fake apology. I really wanted to help. But as the future queen, I had to come and see you off personally. You understand what I mean, don't you? A look of disgust crosses Estella's face. How annoying. Estella Blaze, the cursed princess. When she was born, a prophet issued a warning to the king of Blaze. A crow cawed 12 times. This princess, who took her mother's life at birth, must not be allowed to live, or the Blaze Kingdom will fall. The king ignored the prophecy, but the rumors had already spread far and wide. Mobs ran through the streets, screaming in protest. Since then, Estella has been imprisoned deep within the palace. She has never taken a single step outside the castle in her life. The carriage driver lifts the heavy suitcase. He confirms, "Is this all of your luggage?" Estella gives a soft reply. Let's go. If finally left this castle, only to walk straight toward death. Once Estella knelt before the throne. She pleaded with her father to send an envoy to the Aspen Empire. The King of Blaze slammed his hand on the desk. Shut up, our Blaze Kingdom will never reach out to those barbarians. Estella looked. Many nations have already surrendered to the Aspen Empire. Please think twice. The King of Blaze pointed toward the door. That is none of your concern. Get back to your room. And stay out of sight. Candlelight flickers in the dim palace hall. A guard stumbles into the grand hall. Your Majesty, the Aspen Empire's army is attacking. What? Estella lets out a sigh. See, I tried to warn him. A knock sounds at the door. She turns her head. An attendant's voice comes from outside. A letter has arrived from the Aspen Empire. His Majesty the King has ordered me to deliver it to you. Estella opens the envelope. The Blaze royal family must send a child to the Aspen Empire to swear loyalty to the Emperor. I knew my father would hold out until the end, but in the end he would still surrender. And I am destined to be the one sent away. Everything was proceeding exactly as expected. Estella fingered the lace at her neck, her expression calm and composed. Because this world is actually a novel I once read. 3 years ago I lost my job. I was drowning myself in alcohol and sorrow. I had planned to resign anyway. That corrupt and unjust place wasn't somewhere I could stay for another second. A wine bottle rolled away, and my body collapsed heavily onto the floor. After losing consciousness, I opened my eyes again, only to find myself in this place. Estella sat up in the grand, ornate bed, looking around at the unfamiliar furnishings. Where am I? At first, I thought it was just a dream. Why haven't I woken up yet? No matter how many times I tried to go back to sleep, I could never escape this dreamscape. That was until I heard that name. The maid leaned over, her face full of concern. Princess Estella, are you feeling unwell? I fell into utter despair. I am Estella. This has to be a dream. Of all the characters, I had to reincarnate as this one. This is a melee-oriented high fantasy novel, where the protagonist unifies the entire Tariq Winter, a cold-blooded, ruthless tyrant. The cruel emperor of the empire, Estella, was unrequitedly in love with him, yet she was executed on charges of treason. I'm just an insignificant supporting character. In the entire book, there are only 4 lines describing me. If I don't change the plot, I will eventually die at Winter's hands. My only way out is to find the treasure hidden deep within the Aspen Imperial Palace, the time traveler's hourglass. That artifact can turn back time. I must secure an escape route for myself, just in case. The carriage came to a halt. An attendant whispered a reminder from outside the door. Your Highness, we have arrived. Estella stepped down from the carriage in her high heels. To move freely within the palace, I must first get on Emperor Winter's good side. As soon as I get the hourglass, I'm fleeing this place immediately. Nobles sat on both sides of the long table, whispers rising and falling throughout the hall. They really sent that cursed princess here. The Blaze royalty has abandoned even their own flesh and blood. What if her curse is contagious? Estella pressed her hand to her temple, weariness showing between her brows. Curse this, curse that, if truly heard enough of it. The chamberlain announced loudly.
His Imperial Majesty has arrived.
Estella snapped her back straight, her pupils trembling slightly. Is this the protagonist of the novel? Tariq strode into the hall, his military boots hitting the stone floor, with heavy dull thuds. His short silver hair was neat and sharp, and his deep blue eyes held a bone-chilling coldness. A red sash draped across his crisp military uniform. Estella held her breath. He is absolutely flawless. Rosalia's eyes were filled with infatuation. It is a great honor to meet your majesty.
Tariq's lip curled slightly.
Into a contemptuous sneer. It seems you haven't heard yet that your father tried to kill me with poison. If you knew that, you wouldn't be sitting here uttering such pleasantries. Rosalia shrank her shoulders, her face turning deathly pale. Tech pushed back, standing up to pay his respects. Son of Aspen, I am Prince Tech of the Durand Kingdom. Estella watched him.
Tech Durand.
I remember him. In the original plot, he was the first hostage to die. Tariq leaned back against his chair, resting her chin on one hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Ah, yes. I have a very strong impression of the Durand Kingdom. Tech smiles broadly, spreading his hands. It is only natural that you remember us. After all, we are quite prestigious. Tariq abruptly interrupts. You had the audacity to swear fealty to me first, only to turn around and form alliances with other kingdoms behind my back. You were trying to bury me alive, weren't you? Tech clenches his fists, pressing a hand to his lips. Cold sweat trickles down his cheek. Your Majesty, it wasn't like that at all. Tariq's smile fades. Since I have invited you to my court, it is only right that I show some hospitality. Tech bows deeply, his voice trembling. I am eternally grateful. Your Majesty is truly most merciful. Tariq raises his wine glass, the corners of his mouth curving upward. In that case, please, enjoy this feast to your heart's content. The long table is laden with delicacies. The aroma of lobster and roasted meats fills the air. The nobles pick up their cutlery one after another. Sounds of admiration rise from the crowd. The cuisine of the North truly lives up to its reputation. Every single dish is delicious. Estella grips her knife and fork. Her fingertips tremble slightly. Her stomach is doing somersaults. She can't swallow a single bite. Am I really the only one worried here? The plot of the novel's first chapter is about to begin. Tariq watches everyone eating. His eyes are cold as ice. It gratifies me to see you all enjoying yourselves. I am truly pleased. However, no such occasion is complete without fine wine.
Tech chimes in immediately.
With a sycophantic smile. Your Majesty is right. Fine wine is the very soul of a banquet. Estella glares at his back. You absolute moron. A deep red liquid is poured into the glasses. It has an eerie shimmer under the lights. That wine is poisoned. You idiot. Tariq stands up, raising his glass in a toast. Let us all drink together. Estella stares intently at the wine in her glass. Her breath hitches. According to the original plot of the novel, death is about to descend. Winter gives the hostages poisoned wine, then uses the antidote to force their loyalty. That was the despicable method used in the original story. I could refuse to drink it, but others will die if I don't act. I have to win Winter's favor. I can't just sit back and watch.
Tech raises his glass.
Bringing it to his lips, Estella suddenly stands up, letting out a gasp.
Wait, something seems wrong with the smell of this wine.
It might have gone bad. Why don't we drink something else instead? Estella grips the stem of her glass tightly. Please, just play along with me.
Tech bursts into a fit of laughter.
Looking at her mockingly. Your Majesty, this cursed princess must have truly lost her mind. Estella closes her eyes. Her heart is racing with anxiety. You fool! You're about to lose your life. This wine really does smell strange.
Tech clicks his tongue in disgust.
It seems the curse has taken away your sense of smell as well. Princess, are you trying to insult the wine personally gifted by His Majesty?
Tech raises his glass.
To prove my loyalty to your Majesty, I shall finish this in one gulp. Winter watches him coldly. His deep blue eyes show no emotion. The glass slips and hits the floor, shattering into glistening fragments.
Tech suddenly clutches his throat.
Coughing violently, dark red blood gushes from his mouth, splattering across the pristine white tablecloth. Something's happened to Prince Tech. Someone please help him. Could the wine really have gone bad? Tariq looked down at the chaotic banquet hall with an expressionless face. A bunch of fools. Did you really think I wanted to share a friendly drink when I know every single one of you wants me dead? Tariq walked up to the twitching Tech. His voice was deep and ice-cold. The wine wasn't swapped.
It's poison.
Poison! Estella suddenly lunged forward. She reached out and firmly covered Tariq's mouth. Rosalia covered her mouth in horror. A collective gasp echoed from the surrounding nobles. The great hall fell into a deathly silence. Estella's pupils shook violently. Cold sweat trickled down her temples. What on earth am I doing? Tariq's gaze instantly turned sinister. He grabbed her wrist with a backhand grip. His fingers tightened like iron pincers. He abruptly pulled her toward him. Estella lost her balance. She was forced to lean forward against his chest. She pressed her hands against his shoulders. Tariq lowered his voice. His tone carried a dangerous edge. Princess Estella, what exactly are you doing? This wasn't part of the plan. Estella's pupils trembled. She stared at the silver-haired man inches away from her. If I make one wrong move, I'll die a worse death than in the novel. Tariq kept his grip on her wrist. His strength was terrifying. You've got quite the nerve. Not only did you interrupt me, but you even dared to cover my mouth. Estella's throat moved slightly. She swallowed hard with difficulty. She forced herself to calm down. She leaned close to the man's ear. Her breath brushed against his cheek. I know you poisoned the wine. She kept her voice low. Yet her tone was exceptionally firm. But I suggest you don't reveal that to everyone. This is for the sake of your future. A flash of coldness flickered in Tariq's eyes.
He turned his head to stare at her.
His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Estella didn't flinch. She continued whispering in his ear. For now, please give Prince Tech the medical treatment he deserves. The long table was a mess. The nobles were whispering among themselves. Faint murmurs echoed through the hall. Is that cursed princess looking for a death wish? How dare she treat His Majesty like that? Tariq scanned the room. His voice was bone. Everyone, get out! Rosalia's body gave a violent jolt. Terror washed over the nobles' faces. They all scrambled to leave their seats. Tariq pointed at the collapsed Tech. Hand him over to the doctors. Estella let out a long sigh of relief. She placed a hand gently over her heart. Thank goodness he understood what I meant. I really thought I was a goner just now. Suddenly, a hand landed on her shoulder. Estella jumped in shock. She whirled around. Why, yes, Your Majesty. Her shoulders were shaking. She began incoherently begging for mercy. I'm sorry, please, anything but the death penalty. Tariq tilted his head slightly. What nonsense are you babbling about? Estella froze in place. Her expression was blank. Tariq took a step closer. Since you had the audacity to order me around just now, you should at least give me a reasonable explanation. Tariq reached out and pressed the door lock. The click of metal was sharp and jarring. Estella's back went stiff. Why are you locking the door? Tariq turned around. The palace is full of eavesdropping rats. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. Tell me, how did you know the wine was poisoned? Estella lowered her eyes. She avoided his piercing gaze. I've read of books since I was a child. Tariq let out a soft snort. Books? Reading was the only thing I could do. That's how I know. The smell and texture of alcohol change once it's been poisoned. A bitter smile played on Estella's lips. The truth is, I read about this in the original novel. But I can never say that out loud. Tariq scrutinized her. The coldness in his eyes thawed slightly. I always thought that descendants of nobility were all shallow fools. It seems you are an exception. Estella's fingertips trembled slightly. I know why you gathered the hostages tonight. It's because they haven't sworn their loyalty to you yet. But poisoning them will only provide an excuse for rebellion. In the original plot, this move did indeed infuriate the kings of various nations. It led them to join forces and plot Tariq's assassination. Tariq stepped forward.
His leather boots made a dull thud against the floor.
Then let me ask you a question. Estella instinctively backed away. Her back hit the cold wall. Tariq leaned in close, looming over her. You are also one of the hostages? You should hate me just as much as the others do. So why are you helping me? Estella clutched the fabric at her chest. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. This tyrant who knows nothing of love, he resonates with me. There's a reason I liked this novel in my past life. Because I never received any love from my parents growing up either. Estella lowered her gaze, hiding the loneliness in her eyes. Because we are the same. When I was 5 years old, my parents divorced. Neither of them wanted me. I was terrified of being abandoned. I tried so hard to be the perfect, obedient daughter, thinking that would make everything better. I had such high hopes. But why did they still leave me behind? Then Grandma walked into my life. She reached out her hands to me. My dear, she gave me the love I never got from my parents. She filled all the empty spaces. Has Tariq ever had someone like that in his life? He only had a half-brother who despised him, and parents who watched him with cold indifference. His whole life has been spent in a defensive crouch, like a beast covered in thorns. Tariq was all alone, repeatedly thrown into brutal battlefields. Blood splattered across his silver hair and armor. Estella stood on the terrace, watching the man's retreating figure. I venture to think that we are somewhat alike. Tariq turned his head. Alike, yes. I've been labeled as cursed since the day I was born, living every day in isolation. I always thought I was completely alone in this world. As far as I know, Your Majesty fought alone on the battlefield for nearly 10 years. That is why I feel this way. She gave a slight, respectful bow. And that is why I meddled in your business. Tariq remained silent. A flicker of emotion stirred in his eyes. That is all in the past. I have no lingering attachment to the past. He turned around.
His gaze landed on Estella's face.
I happen to be looking for someone to handle a matter for me. I think you are a perfect fit. Estella froze. What? Tariq turned his face away. His tone left no room for argument. This is not a request. It is an order. Work for me. Estella. Princess Estella touched her chest. Her pupils trembled with shock. Tariq stood by the window with his hands behind his back. His silhouette looked cold and sharp in the candlelight. I assume you have made all the necessary preparations. Viduardo bowed his head in respect. Yes, Your Majesty. However, Tariq tilted his head slightly. His eyes were freezing. Is there a problem? Viduardo's brow furrowed. He looked troubled. Forgive my bluntness, but why entrust such an important task to a complete stranger? Especially when this princess is one of the hostages. Tariq turned around. His gaze was piercing. You believe the princess is incapable of the job? Viduardo looks conflicted. It's not exactly that. I'm just not sure if she can be trusted. There are even rumors that she is cursed. He knits his brows.
His eyes are filled with concern.
I'm worried this will bring trouble to your majesty later on. The corner of Tariq's mouth curls into a slight arc. He lets out a soft chuckle. Then let us wait and see.
He crosses his arms.
His gaze is deep and inscrutable. She said she was imprisoned for 20 years. Let's see just how capable she really is. Is she acting to manipulate me? Or does she truly have the audacity to pity me? We shall see. The door lock clicks sharply. Estella whips around. Her long hair sways with the movement. Her pupils suddenly contract. Her breath hitches. What is going on? Could it be Estella grasps the doorknob? She turns it with force. The sound of metal clashing echoes through the hallway. The door doesn't budge. She raises her hand. She pounds heavily on the wooden door panel. Dull thuds ring out one after another. There is still no response. Estella lowers her head. Her forehead rests against the cold. Since they assigned me a maid, it seems this isn't a total imprisonment. A faint rustling sound comes from behind her. She hunches her shoulders abruptly. She spins around quickly. Who's there? A red-haired maid stands in the corner. Her hands are awkwardly folded in front of her. Greetings. Your Highness, the maid keeps her head down. Her voice is as faint as a mosquito's buzz. My name is Lyra. From today on, I will be serving as your assistant. Your Highness. Estella breathes a sigh of relief. So that's it. You gave me quite a fright just now. It's nice to meet you. Lyra, Estella watches her closely. Why is she trembling so violently? She turns around. She looks at herself in the mirror. She falls into deep thought. Estella gazes at her reflection in the mirror. Is she afraid of me? She leans over to pick up some firewood. She tosses it into the fireplace. Lyra, for making you get locked in a place like this because of me? Lyra looks up abruptly. Her expression is frantic. No, I'm fine. I'm a maid. So it's all right. She walks quickly toward the fireplace. She reaches out, wanting to take the firewood. Please let me handle that. That is my job. Estella avoids the other woman's hand. She continues arranging the wood. It's fine. Back when I lived in the kingdom, I did this sort of thing countless times. Lyra stands frozen in place. Her pupils tremble. You actually start the fire yourself. Estella watches the rising flames. After all, as you know, I am that notorious cursed princess. In the past, those maids always kept their distance from me. I suppose they were also afraid of my curse. You're afraid of me too, aren't you? Lyra remains silent. She just stands there blankly. A hint of a smile appears at the corners of Estella's mouth. Her gaze softens. From now on, we'll be spending a long time together. I hope you aren't too... Lyra stands frozen. Her pupils dilate slightly. Whispers come from the end of the hallway. I heard Lyra was assigned to that cursed princess. That princess must be violent and eccentric. She's doomed. There's no way she'll make it back alive. Lyra lowers her eyes. She is completely different from the rumors. He leaned forward, closing the distance between himself and Estella. Your Highness, I don't believe those rumors. The things they say about the curse, I don't believe a word of it. Lyra's expression was resolute. That's only because they don't know you at all. I will stay by your side. And I'll do everything in my power to assist you. Please trust me. A hint of a smile flickered in Estella's eyes. Really, thank you for saying that. The birds chirped crisply in the air. Estella stood in the courtyard. She took a look around. It's actually not as bad here during the day as I imagined. Last night, it looked like a haunted house. She looked up at the towering iron fence. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm locked up. The sound of Lyra's hurried footsteps approached. She ran up, panting for breath. Your Highness, an Imperial Knight just delivered this. Estella turned around. It's already here. She took the heavy cloth bag from her. I can only contact the outside world through Lyra. I even need permission just to step foot outside this annex myself. Estella crossed her arms. Her brow furrowed slightly. This is so unfair. Still, It's better than not being able to go out at all. Lyra stared curiously at the bag. May I ask what's inside? Estella untied the knot, revealing the brown granules within. They are very important seeds. Lyra looked puzzled. Important seeds? Estella gazed at the seeds in her palm. Her eyes were determined. Sooner or later, these things are going to make us rich. There was another reason why this novel fascinated me. Even though it's a fantasy story, it contains a vast amount of information regarding pharmaceuticals. Many of the formulas are actually practical in the real world. Back then, I was a pharmaceutical researcher. Every time I read a description about medicine, I'd always get excited. Maybe I can give this a try. I'm going to use everything I know and start a pharmaceutical business right here. Estella clenched her fist. A fighting spirit burned in her eyes. Lyra stood by her side. She looked completely bewildered. Your Highness, what's going on? Lyra stopped in her tracks. Her expression turned solemn. Oh, there's one more thing.
His Majesty has summoned you to his private chambers tonight.
Estella snapped her head around. Her pupils contracted. What, his private chambers? Night shrouded the imperial palace. Estella walked up the stone steps. Her skirt swept across the floor, making a faint rustling sound. Why of all places does it have to be his bedroom? She stopped in front of the heavy doors. Her heart began to race. Could it be Tariq leaning in close, lifting her chin with his fingertip? Work for me, princess. Estella's breath hitched. Her eyes trembled with shock. Your Majesty, that's impossible. A man like Tariq is much better at committing lockage-room murders than he is at flirting. Estella shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those horrific mental images. She walked quickly down the long corridor. Her ears were filled with unpleasant whispers. I heard Princess Estella was locked in the annex yesterday. His Majesty must be worried about her curse, too. That place is a total dump. It looks like it's about to collapse. Why is she even showing her face here? She's going to infect us with her curse. Estella clenched her fists. Anger flared in her expression. These people. If only they knew that I was the one who saved their lives. Two noble women leaned against the terrace railing, swirling wine in their glasses. Their eyes were full of disdain. Did you see the way she was clinging to His Majesty yesterday? How pathetic. She clearly doesn't know her place. One of them turned her head, fixing her gaze nearby. She's coming this way. We should give her a proper warning. On the maid carrying the water bucket. A sinister curve formed on her lips. Shall we give her a little reminder? To make her realize, the heavy bucket was suddenly tipped over. Cold water came pouring down. Estella turned her head sharply. The blonde woman tilted the wooden bucket, a mocking sneer on her face. Oops, my hand slipped. The water cascaded down like a torrential rain. Estella squeezed her eyes shut, hunching her shoulders as she braced for the impact. The expected chill never came. She slowly opened her eyes. Her vision was blocked by a broad, black back. Tariq stood in front of her, shielding her, letting the water splash onto his magnificent cloak. Estella looked up at him, her expression filled with shock. Your Majesty. Tariq turned his head slightly, his eyes cold as ice. It seems you have quite a few enemies. The woman on the terrace turned deathly pale, her body trembling violently. Why, Your Majesty? This is all just a misunderstanding. Tariq turned around, his gaze piercing like a sharp blade toward the balcony. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not, the fact remains that you threw water on me. He spoke in a grim tone. It seems you need to be reminded to recognize your place. Tariq stared straight ahead, his voice devoid of any warmth. Viduardo, take these two away. The two women collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen with despair. Tariq said chillingly, throw them into the water. Viduardo bowed his head to accept the order. At your command, Your Majesty. Estella looked hesitant. Your Majesty, there's no need to take it this far. Tariq turned his head, his gaze freezing. They splashed dirty water on me. This is the punishment they deserve. He stared at her face,
his voice dripping with sarcasm.
Don't tell me. You think I'm doing this for you? Estella's cheeks flushed red, her pupils trembling slightly. No, of course not. Your Majesty. Tariq retracted his gaze and strode forward. Good. Estella watched his retreating back, gritting her teeth. What an absolute jerk. Whatever gratitude I felt just now is completely gone. The night grew deeper. The lights in the bedchamber were dim. She sat alone on the edge of the bed, hands folded over her knees. How can changing clothes take this long? Drowsiness washed over her. Estella's eyelids grew heavy, and her head began to nod as she dozed off. A soft click came from the door. Tariq pushed the door open and entered, watching the swaying figure. To dare doze off in my bedchamber. You've got some nerve? Estella snapped her eyes open, her pupils dilating in surprise. Her eyes met a bare chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson instantly, and her breathing became shallow and fast. She instinctively clutched the collar of her dress. Why, Your Majesty? Tariq stood. Before her, his short silver hair slightly messy. He wore only a white silk robe, which was wide open at the collar, revealing the defined contours of his muscles. Estella jumped to her feet, clutching her hands tightly to her chest. Your Majesty, why aren't you wearing clothes? Tariq looked down to adjust his robe, his expression showing confusion. Because I just finished bathing. Estella turned her head away, her face burning red. Still, you should have put something on before coming out. Tariq leaned in closer, locking his gaze onto her eyes. Do I need to remind you? Just who it was. You forced me to take that sudden cold shower. Estella was left speechless. Although she was grateful for the earlier rescue, she now had absolutely no idea where to look. Tariq sat back on the sofa. He crossed his arms over his chest. His expression was cold and stern. What is he doing? Estella stood frozen in place. She was completely at a loss. Tariq turned his head. His eyes were filled with a chilling frost. Who gave you permission to sit down? Estella let out a startled cry. She immediately backed away. She bowed. I am terribly sorry. Your Majesty. Tariq rested his chin on his fingertips. His gaze remained. I summoned you because of an important mission. Estella held her breath. Her pupils trembled slightly. An important mission? Tariq leaned against the back of the chair. His robe hung loosely off his shoulders. As you know, I gathered hostages from various countries, because there are simply too many traitors. He lowered his gaze. His tone was flat. Among those hostages, someone is surely trying to take my life. Estella's expression grew solemn. In the original plot, he really did suffer countless assassination attempts. Tariq looked her straight in the eyes. Therefore, I've decided to entrust this matter to you. Spy on those hostages. Estella took half a step forward. Her voice sounded a bit hesitant. Spy on those princes and princesses? Tariq nodded slightly. The captain of the Imperial Guard will designate targets for you. You only need to watch them and report back on who the real threats are. Estella knit her brows tightly. How did I end up in this situation? The Tyrant has actually become my boss. A vision of the future flashed through her mind. She saw herself holding a notebook, reporting to Tariq. As you wish, Your Majesty. Estella's expression was complicated. One works for a salary, but this is literally trading my life for money? Tariq leaned back on the sofa. He tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. As compensation, I will pay you 4,000 gold coins per month. Estella's head snapped up. Her pupils shook. 4,000 gold coins. Countless gold coins danced in her mind. She instantly straightened her back. They often say working together improves relationships. It really is a good opportunity to earn his trust. Estella's expression shifted slightly. The only risk is that if I mess up, I'll lose my life. Tariq watched her back. His tone was calm. How about 10,000 gold coins? Estella spun around. Her eyes were determined. Deal. Night shrouded the greenhouse. She curled up in a corner. She whispered, Good night, my babies. Estella squatted in the dirt. Her hands toyed with the soil. 10,000 gold coins a month. I'm going to be rich soon. She looked down at the seedlings. The corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. Once these plants bloom and I turn them into medicine, I might even become wealthier than Tariq. Vijardo appeared silently behind her. His tone was flat. What's so funny? Estella jumped in shock. Her pupils quivered from the scare. What, our Lord Vijardo? Sir, she pointed at the dirt on the ground. Her expression was panicked. I was just looking at these things. Vijardo looked down. His eyes showed no emotion. You mean this filthy dirt? Estella puffed out her chest. Her gaze became steady. Dirt isn't filthy at all. Vijardo frowned slightly. Why do you think that? Estella brushed the dust off her hands. It will get your hands and clothes dirty. Besides, people throw all sorts of harmful things into the soil. His tone grew gentle. Isn't it the humans who throw those things away? Who are actually the dirty ones? The earth purifies everything for us without asking for anything in return. I only need to sow the seeds, and it does the rest of the work. A light flickered in his eyes. Watching plants grow and bear fruit, I find it absolutely miraculous. Vijardo remained silent for a long time, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. I see. If my words just now offended you, I apologize. Estella brushed away the remaining residue on her hands. It's fine. I know you didn't mean any harm. So what did you need me for? A drop of cold sweat formed on Vijardo's temple as he remembered the purpose of his visit. Regarding that, please follow me. He turned and walked toward the end of the long corridor, his steps steady. Estella followed closely behind. Where are we going? Vijardo pushed open a heavy wooden door. We're here. Estella scanned her gaze landing in the center. What's the deal with that pink sofa? It looks completely out of place. Vijardo stopped in front of a bookshelf, his expression serious. Before I relay your mission, there is one thing I must tell you. Estella stopped in her tracks. What is it? Vijardo stared directly into her eyes. His Majesty doesn't seem to view you as an enemy. That is likely why he trusts you, enough to entrust such an important mission to you. Vijardo turned around and flipped through a register in his hand. But as the captain of the Imperial Guard, I believe it is necessary to suspect everyone. That includes you. Estella felt a sudden chill. Vijardo, Ramos is a man of absolute loyalty. Even if there were a pit of fire ahead, as long as his master ordered it, he would jump in without hesitation. He is incredibly talented. If I can get him on my side, it would be purely beneficial. Vijardo sat at the table,
his fingertips tapping the paper.
This is the information on the first target. He pushed a file to the center of the table. The name Tech Duran was written on the cover. Estella stared at the name. Hayes, the one who fainted at the banquet, right? Vijardo nodded slightly. Exactly, Prince Tech of the Durand Kingdom. The image of that pale-faced man flashed through Estella's mind. Indeed, how could I forget? She reached out and pressed her hand on the file. May I take a quick look? Vijardo gestured with his hand. You may, but you cannot take it out of this room. Estella looked bewildered. Wait, you want me to read and memorize everything right now? Vijardo folded his hands, his expression solemn. You only need a general understanding of their backgrounds.
He lowered his gaze,
his voice deep. You should be well aware that His Majesty's enemies are countless. I'm afraid they far exceed your imagination. Tariq's mother was a lowly concubine. This birth made his existence a stain on his father's reputation. The old emperor exiled him to the fully expecting him to die in the wilderness. Yet Tariq returned as a victorious hero, covered in blood, sword in hand, having crawled out of piles of corpses time and time after again. When news came that Tariq had conquered all the northern kingdoms, the old emperor died suddenly, unable to handle the pressure. The empire has been unified for too short a time. Those defeated nations will not easily pledge their loyalty. Vijardo's expression remained stern. The real challenge His Majesty faces isn't the obstacles in front of him. It's the fact that there is no one behind him he can trust. Estella nods slightly. It's not just other kingdoms. Even the nobles of this empire look down on him because of his birth. They are secretly plotting betrayals. Viduardo watches her intently. You are much smarter than you look. It seems you already fully understand the situation. A flicker of irritation flashes in Estella's eyes. Is he implying that I look like an idiot? Since that's the case, if you discover any suspicious signs, you must report them immediately. Viduardo's gaze turns cold. The moment we find someone plotting a rebellion, we will completely eradicate them. Estella's heart tightens. This guy thinks exactly like Tariq. Since I'm not allowed to leave my room without permission, how am I supposed to monitor him? Viduardo hands over a document. When you need to track him, we will be responsible for your escort. Estella takes the paper. So they really don't want me acting alone. Viduardo walks toward the door. My subordinates will take you back. Estella stands up to follow. Fine. Hurried footsteps echo through the hallway.
Tap, tap.
Estella whips around. She looks panicked. What was that sound? Is it an ambush? Viduardo instantly steps across. He blocks her path. Stay behind me. He grips the hilt of his sword tightly. His knuckles turn white from the force. His eyes are locked on the corner. The footsteps grow louder. Tap, tap, tap. A tiny figure suddenly pops out. Daisy opens her arms wide. A bright smile radiates from her face. Daddy, Daisy runs over with small, quick steps. Daddy, Viduardo looks down at his daughter. Daisy, I told you to wait quietly. Estella stands behind them, watching Daisy. She is clutching her father's hand tightly. Daddy, are you mad at me? I only ran over because I missed you so much. Viduardo bends down. He looks his daughter in the eye. I'm not angry. I just didn't want you to trip and get hurt like last time. Really, of course. Estella observes silently.
Daisy Ramos.
Viduardo's only child. And his only weakness. Daisy lets out a brilliant smile, falling into an embrace that feels like a bed of flowers. Furthermore, she is the key person. The key to winning over Viduardo lies with this child. Daisy points a finger. She curiously sizes up the beautiful lady in front of her. Who is she? Viduardo squats beside his daughter. He looks slightly awkward. She is my guest. Daisy's eyes widen. She leans in, marveling. Wow. You look just like a fairy. Right, Daddy. Viduardo quickly covers his daughter's mouth. Cold sweat breaks out on his forehead. My deepest apologies. Your Highness. Daisy struggles in her father's arms. She lets out a muffled protest. She's not a princess. She's a fairy. Estella lets out a soft laugh. It's all right. Hello there. Daisy breaks free from the restraint. She waves her little hand vigorously. Fairy lady. Hello. Viduardo wipes the sweat from his brow. He corrects her helplessly. She's not a fairy. She is Her Highness the Princess. Daisy clasps her hands together. Her expression is serious. The book Daddy read yesterday said, fairies come in 7 different colors. Daisy gestures excitedly. Out of the 7 fairies, the dark blue fairy is the most beautiful. Estella leaned down to listen. Viduardo watched his daughter. A hint of softness flickered in his eyes. Estella took Daisy's hand. That sounds very interesting. I'd love to read that book too. Daisy looked up with excitement. Really, you can borrow mine. She turned to look at her father. Daddy, can I lend my book to the fairy lady? Suddenly, Daisy began to cough violently. Her small body curled up abruptly. Cough, cough. Viduardo's face paled instantly. He reached out to support his daughter's shoulders. Daisy, her coughing grew more intense. Blood splattered onto the back of her hand. Viduardo's eyes widened in sheer terror. Estella's pupils contracted. These symptoms. She lunged forward. She reached out for Daisy. Viduardo swung his arm to block her. He let out a roar. What are you doing? Move. Estella countered by grabbing his wrist. Stop shouting, you're scaring the child. Viduardo's expression stiffened. Do you even know what you're doing? Estella pushed him aside. She picked Daisy up and placed her on the sofa. Daisy, sit down first. Daisy collapsed onto the cushions. Her body shook from the violent coughing fits. Estella cupped her face and looked into her eyes.
Daisy.
It's all right. She held the child's cold, small hands. Now, take a deep breath through your nose. Don't use your mouth. Follow me. Imagine you're smelling a flower. Inhale. Good. She gripped those trembling hands tightly. Now exhale like a cool little donkey sighing. Daisy mimicked her and let out a breath. Her tense shoulders gradually relaxed. Viguardo stood there in shock. What are you doing? Estella raised her index finger to her lips. Daisy let out a long sigh. Thanks to the fairy lady, I feel much better now. She leaned closer to Estella. She whispered a question in her ear. Did you cast a magic spell on me? Estella let out a soft chuckle. Can you keep a secret? If you can, I'll give you a present. Daisy's eyes sparkled. Really, are you going to give me fairy?
Estella gave a mysterious wink.
I can't tell you yet.
It's a secret.
Promise me your lips are sealed? Okay, Daisy nodded vigorously. No problem. Viguardo took his daughter's hand. I will return to see you as soon as possible. Please return safely. Daisy waved her hand frantically. Goodbye, fairy lady. Estella smiled in response. Goodbye. Daisy leaned in to whisper to her father. I promise to keep the secret. Viguardo, the stone-hearted man.
His only weakness was Daisy.
Ramos. Estella pushed open the heavy doors. Her fingertips brushed against the cold wood grain. However, Daisy's fate was already sealed. Fire consumed the building in an instant. Thick smoke billowed into the sky. Viguardo roared in despair before the sea of flames. Viguardo clutched a body in his arms. Daisy's eyes were tightly shut. Her face was deathly pale. She died in that fire. Tariq was all alone. No family. No friends. The rebels could find no weakness in him. So they aimed for Viguardo's Achilles heel instead. They set the mansion ablaze. Daisy became a sacrifice in that conspiracy. She died in suffocating agony. Unable to breathe. Unable to call for help. To save Daisy, there are only two paths to choose from. First is to cure her asthma. Among those seeds I planted is a medicinal herb that can cure asthma once and for all. The second path is to prevent that accident from happening. I must smoke out the real culprit and the mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. To achieve this, I need to become friends with Daisy first. White flowers bloom upon the branches, and sunlight pierces through the emerald leaves. Daisy comes running over, clutching a picture book. Fairy lady, I brought the book. Viguardo follows close behind. Daisy, you promised to be on your best behavior. If I want to get close to Tariq, I have to win Viguardo over to my side. Estella has a faint smile on her lips. I can find ways to entertain myself. I even brought a friend. Her name is Lyra. She can play the harp. That isn't the only reason, though. I just hope that this little girl and her father can stay together and be happy for a little while longer. Estella looks at the maid beside her. Lyra, could you accompany Daisy and play for a bit? Lyra bows politely. As you wish, Your Highness. Miss Daisy, shall we go? Daisy takes Lyra's hand and skips joyfully toward the stairs. I want to braid my hair. Please make me look just like a fairy. Viguardo sits at the round table, looking somewhat ill at ease. My apologies, I intended to come alone. Estella picks up her teacup and takes a small sip. It's quite all right, thanks to Daisy. Even this gloomy place feels brighter. Viguardo bows his head slightly. Thank you for your understanding. He clears his throat, his gaze falling on the tea swirling in his cup. May I ask about what happened earlier? Estella sets down her teacup, her fingertip lightly brushing the tabletop. Of course, Estella lowers her eyelashes. Since you have been monitoring me all this time, you should know very well that I have never stepped foot outside the castle. Viguardo responds in a low voice. Indeed, during those days confined in the castle, I could only pass the time by immersing myself in various studies. Among them, I developed a deep interest in medicine. Perhaps because I've read every medical book I could find, I was able to handle the situation just now. Viduardo looks thoughtful. I see. Estella's expression remains calm. After all, I have many enemies. I had to learn how to diagnose and treat myself. Viduardo watches her in silence, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. Estella looks up. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Viduardo straightens his back. Ah, yes. Tonight, I will provide you with the schedule for meeting your target.
Tyrant.
The candlelight flickers. Several nobles are gathered around a chessboard. Has everyone decided on the tribute they will present? One noble toys with a chess piece. His Majesty already possesses everything. It truly is a difficult decision. Dice tumble across the table. Prince Tech. What about you? Tech smiles, spreading his hands. I have already made my choice. In fact, I've requested my kingdom to expedite the delivery. Tech's face suddenly turns deathly pale, and cold sweat trickles down his cheek. You don't look well? Are you all right? His eyes tremble, and his breathing becomes labored. Of course, thanks to His Majesty finding me medicine, and personally assigning a highly capable doctor, I feel better now than ever before. Tech suddenly covers his mouth and nose, coughing violently. Blood splatters onto the back of his hand, a jarring shade of crimson. The surrounding nobles look on with disgust and pull back one after another. Goodness, it's getting late. I should be going. So, am I these bastards? How dare they avoid me, like I'm the plague? He slammed his fist heavily onto the table. It let out a dull thud. Damn it, this is all that woman's fault. Estella, everyone has abandoned you. What a shame. I was actually looking forward to a game of dice.
Tech snapped his head up.
Princess, that is absolute nonsense. What could an isolated girl possibly know? These dice. He began coughing violently again. Curse it, why won't it stop? Estella approached slowly. A mocking smile hung on her lips. Don't tell me. You're actually afraid of losing to me. Tech's pupils quivered. What did you say? Estella looked down at him. Right now you look like a frightened little mouse. Tech let out a cold laugh. You certainly act confident. Do you have the skills to match that confidence? Then let me be the judge of that. Estella's gaze was icy. That's the best news I've heard all day. The dice fell onto the board. They made a crisp, clattering sound. What are you betting? Tech spread his hands. Oh, we're going to gamble. Sorry, I forgot you don't have any stakes at all. After all, the Blaze Kingdom never sends you any supplies. Estella's expression remained calm. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I happen to have something suitable to offer. She reached into her clothes. Between her fingertips, she pulled out a test tube. A pale green liquid sloshed inside the glass. Tech's pupils constricted suddenly. His face instantly stiffened. The corners of Estella's mouth curled up. A cold, all-knowing look filled her eyes. I'm guessing your illness isn't fully cured yet. Am I right? Estella stepped slowly toward the round table. She looked down at the restless man. I don't think you have time to waste hanging around here. She held the test tube between her fingers. The pale green liquid emitted a faint glow. Don't you need this?
Tech suddenly clenched his fists.
His knuckles turned white from the force. I don't care about that thing at all. Estella lowered her eyelids. Her expression was indifferent. So, instead of your life, you value your pride more.
Tech gritted his teeth.
A dull, low growl escaped his throat. His eyes were full of hostility. Estella leaned forward, supporting herself on the table. Stop wasting time. Let's begin. Tech stared at the woman in front of him. You seem very confident. Does a pampered princess really know how to throw dice? Estella looked him straight in the eyes. Less talk, more action. I'll show you right now. Estella gave a casual toss. The dice tumbled across the table. They stopped on 2 identical numbers. Tech's pupils shook. A double on the first throw. Estella threw again. The dice arched through the air. They landed steadily on the table. Doubles again. You're cheating. Estella's expression was nonchalant. What you're seeing is just the refined technique of a veteran player. Tech collapsed onto the table. He pressed his hands tightly against his forehead. His face was deathly pale. What did you do to the dice? How could you possibly roll the same number 3 times in a row? Estella crossed. We're using the same pair of dice. You know that perfectly well. She let out a soft chuckle. It's just that our skill levels are on entirely different planes. Tech gnashed his teeth. His expression was terrifyingly dark. Vigiardo bowed to report to the man behind the desk. The princess has made contact with the target. Tariq stopped his pen. Just now? Yes, Your Majesty. Vigiardo maintained a respectful posture. Once he submits the report, I will relay it to you immediately. Tariq lets out a short cough, his gaze falling upon the official documents. I will hear the report from her directly. Vigiardo snaps his head up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Directly. Tariq does not look up. His tone brooked no argument. Yes, Your Majesty. The quill pen scratches across the paper, leaving behind dense trails of ink. So, what do you think? Vigiardo's body freezes, cold sweat sliding down his cheek. As he stands rooted to the spot, Vigiardo lowers his eyes. I have doubts about her credibility. If it were before, I would never have changed my mind so easily. Estella's figure flashes through his mind. How she had gently held Daisy's hand, shielded the child tightly amidst the chaos, and even pulled the young girl into her arms regardless of her own safety. But this time, for some reason, I need more time to gather information. The tip of the pen in Tariq's hand pauses, leaving a heavy ink blot on the paper. It seems you've had a change of heart. Vigiardo remains silent for a moment, his expression turning solemn. I simply believe we should take a more cautious approach, especially where your safety is concerned. Your Majesty, Tariq stares at Vigiardo, the corner of his mouth curving slightly, as he lets out a faint laugh. Have the princess report to me immediately after the contact ends. As you command, Your Majesty. Vigiardo bows his head. Why is he laughing? Estella stands in the middle of the long gallery, raising her arm to take a long stretch. It had been a while since Shed moved her joints like this. Time to go home. Nearby nobles whisper among themselves. Is that Princess Estella? Why is she here in the main city? The heavy doors are pushed open. Estella stops her movements and looks at the 2 imperial guards approaching. Your Highness, please allow us to escort you back to the annex. I will escort her personally. Vigiardo strides forward, the solace of his boots striking the floor. With a dull thud, the imperial guards cry out in surprise. Sea Captain. Estella halts her steps. Vigiardo. The 2 walk through the dense shadows of the trees, leaves rustling in the breeze. Excuse me, please wait. Estella looks around, the evening wind brushing against her skirt. Where exactly are we? This is the complete opposite direction of the annex. Vigiardo stops under the shade of a tree.
His Majesty ordered
that we avoid crowded areas where there are too many eyes. Estella's brows knit slightly as she scans the silent woodland.
His Majesty's orders?
She snaps her head around, staring at the man beside her, her pupils trembling slightly. Estella looks around. The other figures have already vanished. Where did he go? It is pitch black all around, and she can see nothing. A sharp snap of a breaking branch comes from the bush. Who's there? Estella reflexively grabs a wooden stick and holds it out in front of her. Is it an assassin, Tariq? That bastard. Did he really send an assassin to kill me? Her fingertips tremble violently from the force of her grip. Heavy footsteps approach. Estella lets out a scream, swinging the stick in a forceful sweep. Get away from me, you filthy assassin. Estella's foot slips, her body losing its balance as she falls backward. No. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the impact. Suddenly, a hand clamped firmly around his wrist, yanking his entire body into a broad chest. His hood slipped back in the wind. Tariq had caught him. Their cloaks fluttered and danced among the flowers. Still shaken, Estella stood there trembling, both hands pressed against the other man's chest.
He looked up, his gaze crashing into those icy eyes.
Tariq looked down at him, a hint of displeasure showing between his brows. Just what do you think you're doing? It seems you have absolutely no talent for combat. Estella froze in place. So was Tariq.
His heart hammered violently against his ribs.
Wait, why am I feeling relieved? He's the most dangerous person here. And yet I actually find him charming. Tariq stared down at him. How much longer do you plan on standing there like that? Estella snapped back to his senses, frantically stumbling backward. He lowered his head in a deep, formal bow. I am terribly sorry. Your Majesty, I'll disappear at once. He began walking away with stiff, uncoordinated movements, his back rigid with tension. Tariq watched him go. That's the wrong direction. Estella stopped dead in his tracks.
He turned around, his face flushing with embarrassment.
Quite right. The moonlight is lovely tonight, isn't it? There is no moon tonight. It was definitely there just a second ago. Anyway, it'll be going now. Tariq called out to him. Hold on, report your status first. Estella blinked. Report here, this was the complete opposite direction of the annex. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the silent woodland. Estella cleared his throat and straightened his back. Very well. I can report that I've already made contact with the target. I have gathered all the necessary information. Tariq turned toward him. You've uncovered everything after just one meeting? Estella's expression remained calm. Yes, Your Majesty. I managed to get the truth out of him through that dice game. Tariq scrutinized him. I assume you won that game then? Estella gave a short nod. I did, Tariq looked away. You may lack combat talent, but you're quite useful when it comes to these petty. Estella looked down and adjusted the hem of his clothes, his fingers nervously fiddling with the fabric. Estella let out a forced cough. I was just caught off guard earlier. Actually, I'm quite the fighter. No, that's not important. His expression turned sharp. I have confirmed Tech's malicious intent. Tariq tilted his head. Malice, Estella looked him straight in the eye. I only needed to ask Tech Duran one question. From reading the novel, I already possessed most of the intelligence. He was simply the final piece of the puzzle. The scene shifted back to the gambling table. Estella looked down at the man opposite him.
Tell me.
What is the tribute you plan to present to His Majesty? Tech's face was pale. Why ask that? What does it have to do with you? Estella stared at the dice. Because we're in the same boat. I'd like to use it as a reference.
Tech clicked his tongue.
His eyes darting around. I intend to offer an elixir of immortality passed down through my family for generations. An elixir of immortality? What absolute nonsense. What the Durand family actually passed down was a potent spirit. This liquor was sealed away because of its terrifying power. Its true effect was to accelerate growth. In other words, it forced the body to age. Drinking a small amount would cause a year or two of aging. However, if consumed in large quantities, it would calculate the drinker's remaining lifespan and claim their life instantly. Estella glared at Tech. That was no miraculous medicine. Instead, it was a deadly poison contained in a magnificent bottle. Tech's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As long as you drink this, you will gain eternal life. Estella's eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. Lies. All of it is an absolute lie.
He wants Tariq dead.
In the original plot, after Tech was poisoned by Tariq, the king of Durand attempted to assassinate Tariq with a potent liquor. Because I prevented Tech's death, this role seems to have shifted onto Tech himself. Although the details have changed, the main storyline is still running on track. Estella staring directly at Tariq. Your Majesty, I have a request. Sunlight pierced through the high windows of the great hall, illuminating the intricate chandeliers and vaulted ceiling. The Master of Ceremonies' voice echoed through the empty hall. We shall now begin. Please come forward in order to present your tributes. Envoys carrying scrolls and porcelain vases filed in along the red carpet. Armored guards stood solemnly on both sides. Those who bring useless items had better be prepared. A man flinched violently, his fingertips gripping the wooden box tightly. Cold sweat slid down his temples. Estella moved through the crowd and walked to the center of the hall. Your Majesty, if you would allow it, I would like to be the first to present my tribute. A commotion broke out among the crowd. It's the Princess of Blaze. Isn't that thing a bit too small for a tribute? Whispers rose and fell one after another. From that cursed princess, what else could one expect? It's surely more useless junk. Estella ignored the talk, holding an exquisite small gold box in both hands. With a steady pace, please allow me to present my tribute. Tariq leaned back on his throne, resting his chin on one hand, with a trace of a playful smile on his lips. To be the first to stand forth, your courage is truly commendable. Princess, you look quite confident. Tariq looked down from above. Open it. Estella applied pressure with her fingertips and lifted the top lid of the box. The latch popped open. This is the balm of life. She held it up with both hands. Fittingly, this is a secret recipe from the Blaze Kingdom. I guarantee its efficacy. Tariq tapped the armrest. Of the throne, specifically, what are its effects? Confidence shone in Estella's eyes. Good question. Its effects range from joint pain, muscle aches, and back pain to rhinitis. It's hard to find an ailment it cannot treat. In short, this is a panacea. The nobles below showed looks of shock. How could such a thing possibly exist? Estella remained composed. It is right. She recalled those nights, spent alone pruning herbs, watching over and stirring the boiling iron pot. Sweat had soaked her back during the late-night labor, all to create this single box of balm. A noble envoy shook his fist. If such a miraculous medicine really existed, why have we never heard of it before? A mocking smile hung on Estella's lips, and a hint of chilliness flickered in her eyes. Do you truly think I should present to His Majesty the kind of mediocre trash that can be found anywhere? The skeptic was rendered speechless, letting out a muffled grunt. Viduardo stepped forward. I will perform a preliminary inspection. Just as Viduardo was about to move, Estella stared at him. Viduardo, you actually left me all alone in the forest yesterday. She complained in a low voice, her brow furrowed. Viduardo flinched violently, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. Tariq raised his hand and pressed it against Viduardo's chest. Don't bother? Your Majesty? Viduardo's expression was hesitant. Tariq's gaze was ice cold. Only if you were insane would he ever dream of killing me? But, Your Majesty. Viduardo took half a step back. Tariq stared straight ahead. What is the name of this ointment? Estella lifted her head. It is called Lion's Balm, named after the House of Blaze. Because we are the Lions of the West. Tariq extended his right hand. His fingertips were covered in fine, small scars. Apply it for me. Estella froze in place. Her pupils trembled slightly. What did you say? Tariq maintained his posture with his chin resting on his hand.
His gaze was lowered.
Apply the medicine for me. Estella walked quickly up the steps. Why can't he apply it himself? What a troublesome man. She dipped her fingertip into the ointment. She took hold of that large palm and applied it carefully over the scarred skin. Why are there so many scars on his hand? His hand was unexpectedly thick and warm. Estella held her breath. A blush crept across her cheeks. Estella shook her head violently. She cleared the stray thoughts from her mind. What am I thinking? She gave a light cough to hide her embarrassment. How does it feel? Tariq withdrew his palm. Very refreshing. Next. Estella let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I passed the test. Heavy footsteps shook the floor. The chandelier in the hall swayed. Is there an earthquake? Tech braced himself against a nearby pillar. His face was pale. A massive white trunk reached into the hall. Its skin shimmered under the light. It let out a thunderous trumpet. Tech pointed at the giant beast behind him. This creature is called a mammoth. It is a symbol of glory. It truly is an extraordinary being. Tariq let out a cold snort. His gaze grew even colder. Who do you think will be responsible for feeding it and cleaning up its waste? Tariq waved his right hand. Get it out of here. The mammoth let out a long cry. It was forcibly dragged from the hall by the guards. Tariq leaned back against his chair. Next, an envoy slapped his metal armor. This is a full set of unbreakable armor, forged from adamantite. Next, another man held up a heavy double-edged axe. This axe can absorb blood, crafted from obsidian. Next, Tariq's tone grew increasingly impatient. Next. Count Durand gripped the glass bottle in his hand. It is finally my turn. He stepped onto the red carpet. His leather shoes clicked against the floor, making a crisp echo. Estella stood to the side, watching the man's back. Count Durand stopped before the throne. He bowed slightly. The tribute I offer to your majesty is... Count Durand held up the glass bottle. The liquid sloshed inside, reflecting a golden light. The water of life. Tariq lowered his eyelid. A flamboyant name. Drinking it prolongs one's life. Count Durand's expression was certain. Yes, simply by drinking it, all wounds on the body will heal instantly. If that is not considered a new life, then what is? Wounds heal naturally over time. If you accelerate the body's aging, wounds will indeed heal faster. Tariq's tone was flat. Give me a demonstration. Count Durand, bowing slightly. At your command, your majesty. The side effect is that it will also cost you your life within a few days. The golden liquid is poured out, refracting a dazzling light. Whispers break out among the crowd. It's beautiful. Do you think it really works as Tech says? There are so many people selling fake medicine these days. Tech rolls up his sleeve, revealing a pale arm. What is he doing?
His gaze suddenly becomes sharp.
He pulls a short blade from his robe. The blade slices through the air. That's a dagger. Drop your weapon. The Imperial Guards draw their swords, pointing their tips directly at Tech. Tech suddenly swings the knife, plunging the sharp blade into his own arm. Blood splatters onto the floor. Screams tear through the hall. Everyone, please remain calm. He remains unfazed. You are about to witness the true healing power of this elixir. Tech tilts his head back, his throat bobbing violently, as he drinks the golden liquid in one gulp. Tariq narrows his eyes, watching the scene coldly. Heavens, look at that! No way. A chorus of gasps erupts from the crowd. White smoke rises from the wound on Tech's arm. The bleeding stops instantly. The flesh crawls and knits together toward the center. In an instant, only a faint reddish mark remains. The bleeding has stopped. The wound is healing. Tariq rests a fingertip against his jaw, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. Interesting. Tech sets down the glass, his face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty, would you care to witness this miracle? The moment this divine remedy heals your noble wounds. Tech drops to one knee, holding the glass up with both hands. Please, Your Majesty, have a taste. Tariq looks down at the liquid in the cup. Very well, since it is such a precious drink. He turns his head slightly, his gaze landing on the woman beside him. Let the Princess of Blaze drink it first. Estella's pupils tremble slightly. What? The hall fills with noisy speculation. What is His Majesty saying? He's going to waste such a precious potion. Tariq speaks in a steady tone. It is common knowledge that the one who saved Prince Tech's life was none other than the Princess of Blaze. A faint ghost of a smile plays on his lips. Letting her take the first sip. Surely none of you have any objections. Tech bows his head. That is perfectly reasonable. Your Majesty, in fact, I have been looking for an opportunity to thank the Princess of Blaze for saving my life. A sinister curve forms on his lips. Who would have thought things would go so perfectly? Finally, I can have my revenge on that woman. Estella takes the glass. Her fingertips give it a light swirl, making the golden liquid sway in the cup. She looks down at the man kneeling before her.
Tech looks up.
His eyes full of mockery. Let's see how much longer you can act so smug. Estella suddenly tilts the glass. The golden liquid pours out, drenching the top of Tech's head with precision. The viscous potion flows down through his hair, splashing onto his forehead and collar. Tech freezes in place, his pupils shrinking in absolute shock. Estella remains expressionless, looking down at him from her height. Estella parts her lips slightly. Oops, Tech snaps to his feet. Liquid drips down his cheeks. What on earth do you think you're doing? You have no idea. What a precious thing you've just wasted. Estella lets the glass slip from her fingers. The empty cup wobbles. My hand slipped. Look at that. Terrified shouts erupt from the large crowd. Viduardo knits his brows, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Your Majesty, that is Prince Tex.
Clumps of Tech's hair drift down.
Piling up on the cold floor. Estella raises her wine glass. Didn't you say this was an elixir of life? If that's the case, shouldn't it make you grow more hair instead? A broken snarl escapes Tech's throat, his teeth clenched tight. You lowly witch. Tech lunges forward with all his might, his body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. The red spots on his scalp twist with rage, as he dives straight for Estella. His eyes are bloodshot, and he suddenly pulls a short blade with a reverse grip. A cold glint carves an arc through the air. I'll drag you to hell with me. Estella's pupils contract. She freezes in place. Estella shuts her eyes tight, letting out a muffled groan. The clash of metal shatters the air, and sparks explode before her eyes. Viduardo's eyes widen in shock. Cold sweat slides down his temples, and he can't squeeze out a single word. The onlookers draw back in a flurry, their faces deathly pale. Your Majesty, Estella opens her eyes, her pupils trembling with shock, as she witnesses the sudden turn of events. A cold blade is pressed against Tech's throat. Tariq holds a longsword, looking down disdainfully at the man collapsed on the ground. You have a lot of nerve. Tech falls back on his haunches, propping himself up with his hands behind him. His body stops moving, trembling uncontrollably. We, Your Majesty, Tariq's gaze is icy. You've truly gone mad. Look closely, Princess. The very people you went through so much trouble to save will only bring you trouble. Tariq's expression hardens, his voice completely flat. You should have let me kill them all from the start. The hall falls into a deathly silence. Servants carrying planks and crates freeze where they stand. Tech is pinned down against the red carpet, the back of his head hitting the floor, with a dull thud. My hair. Don't touch my hair. Estella lightly touches her chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. That was close. I probably would have been killed just now. She raises her hand to touch a red mark on her cheek, her eyes following his retreating figure. Tariq holds the longsword, standing in the center of the hall. Viduardo steps forward quickly, bowing his head for instructions. Your Majesty, how should we handle this man? Tariq's eyes are cold. Make him disappear from my sight forever. As you command, Your Majesty. Tech is forcibly dragged away by the guards, his legs kicking wildly against the floor. Let me go, don't touch my hair. A guard scowls. Calm down. You don't even have any hair left to grab. Tariq shears his longsword, producing a crisp metallic click. I'm tired, everyone, dismissed. Estella drags her heavy feet through the whispering crowd. I'm exhausted too. Tariq suddenly speaks, halting her in her tracks. Stay, Princess. Estella's body stiffens. She stops where she is. Estella lets out a couple of dry laughs. I'm also tired. Could you let me leave first? After all, I almost lost my life just now. Viduardo takes a heavy step forward, blocking her path. This is His Majesty's order? Estella clenches her teeth. This guy just won't leave me alone. Tariq crosses his arms over his chest, his gaze sharp as a blade. You owe me an explanation. How did you foresee all of this? Estella lowers her eyes, her thoughts drifting back to that night. The dinner table was laden with a feast. Tech was feasting like there was no tomorrow. The toxins have already spread throughout his entire body. He doesn't have much longer to live. A dying man has nothing left to lose. Hell, try to drag you down to hell with him. Tariq stood under the shadow of the trees, his back turned toward her. You think Head actually dared to do that? Estella looked up, fixing her gaze on him. That is why I'm requesting your majesty to let me inspect the tribute tech brought first. Tariq turned around, a slight frown creasing his brow. What good would that? We don't even know what it is. Estella's eyes were resolute. It doesn't matter what it is, because it is bound to be something extremely dangerous. Estella stopped in her tracks and turned slightly to face Tariq. As I said before, we cannot ignore what tech has displayed. This did indeed put a stop to it. Everyone present witnessed it with their own eyes, including myself. Estella lowered her gaze, her fingertips lightly brushing against her lips. If I told him the truth, He'd definitely think you've gone mad. In the original novel's plot, an attendant accidentally knocked over that glass of wine. The liquid splashed onto a fruit platter, and the fruit rotted and withered instantly. She cleared her throat, avoiding Tariq's gaze. I don't know. My hand just slipped, that's all. Who could have guessed that so-called elixir would have such side effects? Tariq's brow furrowed slightly as he stared intensely at the woman before him. What? Estella's heart began to race. He doesn't believe a word I'm saying. Tariq took a step forward, his voice dropping to a low rumble. If I hadn't stopped him just now, he would have killed you outright. Estella lifted her head, their eyes meeting. As long as your majesty is safe and sound, that is my primary concern. Tariq looked down at her, his gaze filled with scrutiny. So you value my life so highly, yet you treat your own as if it's worth nothing? Estella lowered her eyes, folding her hands in front of her. Since I came here as a hostage, doesn't my life belong to your majesty anyway? Tariq remained silent for a moment, then closed his eyes. Very well. He suddenly reached out and gripped the back of her head, pulling her entire body against his chest. Estella crashed into his embrace, her pupils dilating in shock. Her breath hitched instantly. Tariq leaned down close to her ear, his tone cold and commanding. From now on, whenever you intend to throw your life away, you must obtain my permission. He raised his hand, directly gripping her chin, to force her to look him in the eye. You said it yourself. Your life belongs to me. Tariq stood amidst the blooming flowers, a faint, elusive smile playing on his lips, his eyes deep and unreadable. Birdsong broke through the early morning silence. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling across the rumpled bedsheets. Estella stared blankly ahead. She hadn't slept at all last night. She lay back on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling. Not only did I almost lose my life, but someone actually told me I'm his woman. Though those weren't his exact words. I'm worried about how the situation will unfold. But since I finally have a whole day off, I have to make the most of it. Developing an antidote for Daisy, tending to the seedlings, experimenting with Tech's potion, reading, there's just too much to do. Estella stood in front of the carriage, looking at the wooden crates piled high. Viduardo. Hayes helped me get a lot of key materials lately. The maid looked puzzled. What are all these? Your Highness, Estella turned around. I can finally start my research. The most important thing right now is this. It's the banned drug tech left behind. Fortunately, Tariq allowed me to take it, so I can continue my experiments. She stood before the lab bench. She dripped the potion into a test tube. Utilizing the growth-accelerating properties of this prohibited substance, I am developing a new drug that can make plants grow rapidly. Estella held her breath. She tilted the test tube. The transparent liquid flowed toward the seedling. Grow quickly now. Little Sprout, she pressed her hands together. She closed her eyes tight in prayer. Then she peeked through a crack in her eyelids to observe. An emerald green tender stalk suddenly burst from the soil. The leaves unfurled. Success? Estella let out a low chuckle. Her shoulders trembled with excitement. Urgent knocking came from outside the door. Lyra, the maid, stood at the entrance. Your Highness? Estella whipped her head around. Her eyes were bloodshot. A strange smile hung on her lips. Lyra pushed the door open and entered. She recoiled in horror after seeing the state of the room. Your Highness, what on earth are you doing? You look terrifying. Estella set down the test tube. She scratched her hair awkwardly. I'm just a little sleep-deprived. What happened? Lyra calmed her breathing. She pointed toward the door.
It's Lord Viduardo.
Hayes here. Estella knit her brows. Of all times, he had to come when I'm at my busiest. She threw on a pale purple robe. She tightened the collar. She walked quickly toward the door. Estella stopped in her tracks. She stared at his back. What brings you here, Lord Viduardo? What's going on? Why does he look so dejected? Viduardo kept his head hung low. His hands were tightly clenched in front of him. His voice was raspy. Your Highness, Estella's heart tightened. It's like Hayes lost his soul. Estella handed over the folded paper. Her fingertips held the edge of the paper cicada. Is this for me? Thank you for keeping your promise. Daisy took the origami. Her eyes sparkled with light. Estella leaned down close. This is our little secret. If you can keep it well, I will give you a gift. Do you remember our agreement from last time? Daisy gripped the paper cicada tightly. Cheers echoed through the room. Thank you. This is wonderful. Estella watched Daisy. The herbs were growing wildly under the influence of the potion. Medical research is progressing rapidly. But the real danger doesn't lie here. It's that fire caused by the rebels. Viduardo roared amidst the raging flames. His arms were wrapped tightly around the girl in his embrace. To prevent all of that, I must never let Daisy be alone. Estella looked serious. She held her index finger to her lips. Listen carefully, Daisy. Take what I'm about to say to heart. Daisy stopped what she was doing. She looked up at what was ahead. As night fell, the dining room was brightly lit. Daisy sat alone at the massive dining table. Viduardo sat opposite her. A lavish spread of dishes sat between them. Daisy took a deep breath. She gripped the silver spoon in her hand. The fairy lady taught me what to do. She dipped her spoon into the thick soup. She stirred it gently. Viduardo set down his knife and fork. He watched the girl across from him. Daisy, you don't seem to have much of an appetite. Is something wrong? Daisy lowered her eyes. She let out a heavy sigh. Nothing. Phase 1, the sighing operation, begin. Cold sweat broke out on Viduardo's forehead. Your sigh is so heavy it's practically piercing through the floor. Daisy plotted secretly in her mind. Is it already working this fast? Viduardo's expression was solemn. I heard you've been leaving leftovers lately. Even if you don't have something on your mind, you shouldn't do that. Daisy put down her spoon. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Because eating alone makes the food taste bad. Viduardo froze in place. The food on his fork hung suspended in midair. He fell into silence. Viduardo finally put the food into his mouth. Since Daddy is busy during lunchtime, didn't you promise to be a good girl and eat by yourself? Daisy clutched the necklace on her chest. I never promised such a thing. This move isn't working. Time for the next plan. She kept stirring the thick soup in her bowl with her spoon. Metal clanked against the porcelain bowl, making a sharp sound. Viduardo set down his utensils. His gaze became sharp. Daisy, stop playing with your food. Eat properly. Other children are never picky about their food. Daisy snapped her head up. Am I not your only daughter? I've heard your friends say that. But Daddy, you don't have any friends at all. The fork in Viduardo's hand slipped. It hit the plate, letting out a loud clang. What nonsense are you talking about? Lord Kane and Lord, they are all my friends. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly, masking his embarrassment. Daisy lowered her head. Her voice carried a hint of a sob. Then, am I the only one who doesn't have any? Viduardo leaned forward. Doesn't have what? Daisy slammed her hands on the table and stood up. Propped up by her arms, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Friends, why don't I have any friends? Phase 2, the only I have no friends operation, is officially launched. Viduardo pressed his hand to his forehead. He let out a long sigh. When you grow up, you'll make friends. First, you have to stay healthy. Build up your strength, so you can play with your friends. Daisy turned her head away. Her face was full of displeasure. Daddy always says the same thing. Estella rested her chin in her hand. Usually phase 2 should have worked by now. Just in case, there's one last move. Daisy suddenly pushed her chair back. She rushed toward the door. She slammed the door shut with all her might, creating a loud bang. Slam the door and yell, "I hate you, Daddy." Operation. Vigiardo froze in his seat. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Daisy, Estella sat at the table, taking a small sip of tea. So, you want to host a tea party for Daisy? Vigiardo set down his teacup. He looked exhausted. Yes, a slight smile touched Estella's lips. Everything was going exactly as planned. Vigiardo's face was pale. He looked utterly dejected. Daisy actually said she hates me. Estella set down her cup. In that case, why don't you host a tea party yourself? Are there any difficulties? Vigiardo looked at the desserts on the table. Tea parties usually require cakes and biscuits, right? If only ever fed Daisy healthy food. I'm worried those sweets won't suit the guest tastes. Estella tapped the rim of her cup. If that's the case, leave it to... Vigiardo snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. Do you have a good solution? Estella maintained a calm expression. Of course, Vigiardo clasped his hands together,
his face full of admiration.
As expected of your highness. You truly are an amazing person. Ever since that incident with Prince Tech.
I've realized it.
Would you be interested in joining the Imperial Guard? Estella turned her face away, avoiding that burning gaze. That won't be necessary. And please don't look at me like that. It makes me very uncomfortable. She set down her teacup, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. However, this isn't free. I have a request of my own. Vigiardo froze. A request? Estella's smile deepened. Surely you didn't think this was a pro bono service. There is nothing in this world more expensive than something free. Estella set her teacup down, the bottom of the cup clinking softly against the saucer. I will carefully consider what that wish will be before I tell you. Vigiardo stood up and bowed. Then, if you'll excuse me. All right. Vigiardo gripped the doorknob, then suddenly paused. Oh. Did you receive the items I asked you to find? Estella replied. I did, thanks to you. The experiments are progressing smoothly. Estella turned her head, her gaze calm. I believe very soon, I'll be able to give you a positive report regarding Daisy's treatment. Vigiardo stood rooted to the spot, then gave a deep, formal bow. Tears shimmered in his eyes. Thank you so much.
Estella watched his retreating back.
He really is a good father. He turned and pushed open the heavy wooden door, disappearing into the light and shadow. Tariq sat alone at his desk, leafing through documents. The tip of his pen glided across the paper, making a faint scratching sound. Vigiardo stood to the side, his body stiff. Tariq's brow was furrowed, a vein in his temple throbbing slightly. You're distracting me. Vigiardo flinched violently. Tariq didn't even look up, his voice cold. Get out, Vigiardo apologized repeatedly, bowing as he backed away. Tariq set down his quill and cleared his throat. I heard you are hosting a tea party for your daughter. Vigiardo stopped in his tracks, looking shocked. How does your majesty know about that? Tariq leaned back in his chair. The entire palace is buzzing with the news. Vigiardo looked panicked and immediately gave a deep bow. I am terribly sorry. I will deal with it immediately. Quiet. Tariq tapped his fingers on the desk. Look, I can overlook the fact that you held a gathering without permission. But before that, shouldn't you give me something? Vigiardo stood there stunned, cold sweat trickling down his sideburns. What? He lowered his head to avoid that icy stare. As the captain of the Imperial Guard, to think I kept something from His Majesty, and even went so far as to invite the children of high-ranking nobles who might become descendants of our enemies. No wonder His Majesty is furious. I am unworthy of continuing in this position. Vigiardo dropped to both knees and presented his sword with both hands. All this time, It has been my honor to serve you. A vein in Tarek's forehead throbbed violently. Just what kind of person do you take me for?
He snatched the sword away
And tossed it aside, resulting in a sharp metallic clang. Tariq took a deep breath. The invitation, Viduardo looked up blankly.
Tariq reached out his hand.
His eyes darting to the side, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. Give me the invitation. Viduardo froze on the spot. His face was filled with disbelief. What did you say? The carriage slowly came to a halt. We're here. Lyra poked her head out. She looked at the building before her in awe. Your Highness, this mansion is magnificent. Estella stepped down from the carriage. Indeed, she lightly touched the brim of her hat, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Lyra, you go on ahead and get things ready. Lyra nodded and she grabbed the luggage and walked quickly toward the mansion. Estella paused by the flower beds. I have one more place to go. I need to check something, to see if my wish was actually heard. Estella stopped walking. She pulled down the brim of her hat. Shadows cast over her eyes. A heavy vibration came from up ahead. A massive shadow loomed over her. A giant elephant raised its trunk. It let out a deafening trumpet. Estella stood there quietly. She looked up at the massive creature. Have you been doing well? The giant elephant ceased its intimidation. Its body shrank. A small, pure white elephant. It sat obediently among the flowers. It let out a soft, clear chirp. A week ago, Viduardo was walking in the lead. Estella followed closely behind him. The two stopped in front of a massive iron cage. A white elephant was trapped inside a narrow enclosure. Viduardo stopped. Although I brought him here at your request, Princess, Estella let out a soft sigh. Has this child been locked in such a cramped place this whole time? The white elephant rubbed its trunk against the iron bars. It let out a low, dull moan. Viduardo looked helpless. We couldn't exactly let him run wild in the imperial palace. Estella reached out to touch the cold iron bars. Does His Majesty have no intention of looking after him? Viduardo shook his head. I don't think Hayes considered such a thing at all. Estella withdrew her hand. Her gaze turned cold. That cold-blooded man. As expected, he has no mercy for this child. She turned around. She looked at Viduardo. Then what about Prince Chamaran? Does he not want to send him back to his homeland? Viduardo looked troubled. No, I asked him about it at the very beginning. Tech gripped his wine glass tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force. Do you know how His Majesty treated me? He recalled the man's icy words. This useless burden. Throw it away or kill it. Do as you please. The white elephant curled up in the corner of the iron cage. Heavy iron chains were locked around its ankles. Its skin was covered in scars. Its eyes were... Viduardo looked at the giant beast in the cage. He let out a sigh. So in the end we had no choice. We had to lock him up. Estella stared at the white elephant. Her eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. How incredibly irresponsible. To bring him back here, without being able to take responsibility. She turned to look at Viduardo. So, what do you think should be done with him? Viduardo avoided her gaze. He has no use here. Yet the amount of feed he consumes is staggering. We haven't known what to do with him. He paused for a moment. His expression was somewhat hesitant. Moreover, there is a noble who wants the ivory. Estella's voice suddenly rose in volume. Absolutely not. She took a step forward. She blocked the front of the iron cage. He was forced to leave his family to come here. He has already endured so much pain. Estella's brow furrowed. Her voice trembled. And they actually want to skin him? This sort of thing can never be allowed. The white elephant hid behind the iron bars. Its body trembled slightly, letting out a faint, pitiful whimper. Viduardo rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. So does the princess have a good idea? Estella turned her face toward him, a faint smile on her lips. The promise I made before. I'm asking to cash it in now. The white elephant raised its long trunk, letting out a cheerful trumpet. Estella reached out to stroke the tip of its trunk. I'm glad to see you're doing well here. Daisy came running over, lifting the hem of her skirt, calling out loudly to the princess. Viduardo followed closely behind and bowed respectfully. Estella knelt down. Daisy, have you been doing well lately? Daisy nodded vigorously and answered loudly. Yes, she leaned in curiously to observe. But princess, why are you wearing such a tight hat? Estella froze for a moment, a drop of cold sweat forming on her temple. Estella pulled the brim of her hat lower. It's because I don't want to get a tan. Daisy tilted her head. Aging, is that something you can eat? Estella thought to herself, actually, it's just that someone doesn't want me to be here. Daisy ran toward the white elephant, waving cheerfully. George, have you been doing well lately? Estella looked at Viduardo. Even though it was only temporary, Daisy had already developed an affection for it. Daisy hugged the elephant's trunk tightly, pressing her cheek against the rough skin. I love George the most. Viduardo looked troubled. But we don't have a holy cloak here, and its size is simply too massive. Estella spoke decisively. I don't plan on letting them stay for long anyway. Viduardo's expression became serious. Is that so? Estella turned her head. I won't let that kind of thing happen. So I'll leave him in your care today. Viduardo bowed. I will go and make the preparations. Daisy suddenly stopped moving, her back stiffening. Estella sensed something was wrong. Daisy, what's the matter? Daisy pointed at the white elephant's back, her voice trembling. Why does George have so many scars on him? Estella looked down at the white elephant. Its skin was covered in crisscrossing red welts. Before this child came to the empire, it must have been whipped countless times. A whip arched through the air, falling heavily onto the elephant's back, tearing the flesh open. Those people used discipline as an excuse to vent their violence at will. Estella lowered her gaze, her expression sorrowful. It seems this child met some bad friends before, and was being bullied the whole time. Daisy gently stroked the trunk, her eyes welling with tears. That's so cruel. I can't believe those friends bullied him. Estella leaned over, looking directly into Daisy's eyes. So, starting from now, Daisy needs to become his true best friend. Daisy nodded firmly and replied loudly, I will take very good care of George. The white elephant raised its trunk, letting out a joyful cry. Estella was a bit curious. By the way, why call him George? Daisy opened her arms, explaining as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Mr. Giant Elephant. The abbreviation is George. The white elephant froze in place. Daisy clapped her hands and laughed. It looks like George likes the name too. Hayes swinging his trunk so happily. Estella raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that how it is? The white elephant screamed internally, but I'm not a mister at all. Daisy gently stroked the elephant's trunk. George, from now on, I'll stay by your side forever. All right, Estella took Daisy's hand. A gentle smile played on her lips. I hope this will be a happy ending. Daisy, it's time to get ready for the banquet. Let's go. Daisy waved goodbye reluctantly. Okay, goodbye, George. Estella took a deep breath. Now I need to give it my all as well. The banquet hall was bustling with people. The attendants were whispering to one another. Is that the rumored Princess of Blaze? I heard she saved His Majesty recently. But I find it hard to believe. She looks so gloomy. Lyra stopped in her tracks. Her gaze was ice cold. Excuse me. I can hear every single word you're saying. So please keep your voices down. Understood, Lyra was fuming internally. How dare they talk about the princess like that? Estella turned around sharply. The knife in her hand flashed like silver light. Time is running out. Let's get started immediately. She skillfully sliced through the ingredients. Her movements were efficient and neat. There was an undeniable decisiveness in her eyes. The chef held the recipe sheet. His expression was somewhat hesitant. Princess, are you sure? Is it really okay just to follow this? I've never seen this kind of dish before. Estella looked him straight in the eye. As long as you measure the grams precisely, you can create any dish. A spark flashed in the chef's eyes. He nodded vigorously. Understood. Thank you very much for your guidance. Estella turned back. In the world of cooking, measurement is everything.
Now,
Let's begin making those delicious, healthy, and sweet desserts. In the world I used to live in, there were thousands of recipes for healthy living. No sugar, no butter. Although making them isn't difficult, the banquet is imminent. I must speed up. Steam filled the kitchen. The cooks bent over, panting for breath. Sweat trickled down their cheeks. Estella raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. It's finally finished. She looked at the exquisite final products. Did we, a bunch of amateurs, really pull this off? The three-tiered dessert stands glowed brilliantly. They were filled with crystal-clear jellies and mousses. The cooks looked on in amazement. I can't believe it, that these perfect desserts came from our hands. Estella spread her arms. She showed the results on the long table to everyone. These are all healthy desserts. Please, everyone, you must try them yourselves. A young attendant rubbed his hands together nervously. Can we really eat something so precious? Estella's tone was composed. If we don't taste them first, how can we serve them to our distinguished guests? There's plenty of food. Please help yourselves. The attendant swallowed hard. He picked up a piece of reddish fruit and put it in his mouth. A pure sweetness instantly exploded on his tongue. It was as if he could hear heavenly bells ringing in his ears. The cooks held their cheeks. Their eyes were filled with pure bliss. It's so delicious. It tastes like a gift from the angels. Estella gave a satisfied smile. Good, let's start setting up the venue. Sunlight flooded the flower-filled garden. Daisy twirled gracefully among the blossoms, carrying a dessert stand. Hello, everyone. My name is Daisy Ramos. She bowed to the guests. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Thank you all so much for taking the time to attend this gathering today. The young children sat around the circular table. They stared curiously at the exquisite desserts. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Daisy bowed. Please, everyone, enjoy yourself. Estella hid a smile behind her folding fan. Her eyes were filled with pure adoration. Daisy is just too adorable. She's practically heart-melting. The guests sat around the circular tables, nodding in greeting to Daisy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Daisy. Although these compliments sounded sincere enough, they had clearly gathered here for another purpose, because there was someone else here they were far more interested in. Viduardo clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. My daughter is the cutest child in the entire world. The surrounding nobles stole glances at him, trying to leave a good impression on Tariq's right-hand man. These children, most of them come from the prestigious families mentioned in the original novel. I believe they will become good friends for Daisy. Estella hid behind her folding fan, scanning the entire venue. Hello, sorry I'm late. The children let out a collective gasp of wonder, staring at the exquisite desserts on the table. They're so cute! Count Snake's eldest son stepped forward. I am Boris. Boris Snake dropped to one knee, took Daisy's hand, and kissed the back of it. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Daisy. Why is that child here? If he is present, then that means... Estella hid behind her fan, looking past the crowd, to lock onto two figures in the distance. Count Snake bowed deeply to Viduardo. Captain of the Imperial Guard, my apologies for only greeting you now. Viduardo straightened his back, looking down at the man with an expressionless face. Viduardo looked down at the man. Thank you very much for coming. The culprit who caused the fire and killed Daisy, Lord Snake.
he is the prime suspect, Count.
Snake. In the original novel, he was the character that frustrated me the most. As a key witness to the fire that killed Daisy, many innocent lives were lost because of this snake-like man's testimony. The loops of the gallows hung silently, the wooden frames stained red with blood. That was the place where countless wronged souls vanished. Count Snake gazed at. She is a lovely daughter. Is she not, Captain? Viduardo kept his back straight, his tone flat. Thank you, Lord Snake. A smile played on Count Snake's lips. I never knew that the captain of the Imperial Guard was interested in social events. Vigiardo replied with a smile. I thought Daisy needed friends as well. This man, known as the Snake, refused to address Vigiardo as Lord. The reason lay in the difference in their origins. To someone of such lowly blood, Count Snake turned his head, a flash of contempt in his eyes. A tea party? You mean a tea party? Count Snake's lips curled into a smile. To a snake born of a noble house, Vigiardo was nothing more than a guard dog. He was merely a fallen noble desperately trying to reclaim his glory. Daisy spoke up. Before the tea gets cold, please help yourselves. The children gathered around the circular tables. I've never had snacks like these before. The color of this tea is so beautiful. It smells like fresh oranges. How was this made? It smells delicious. And it tastes even better. The noble women covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, surprise showing in their eyes. I can't believe it. My child actually ate so many treats. I'm curious to know what it tastes like as well. Estella stood to the side, a look of relief on her face. I'm glad it suits everyone's palate. A girl pointed to the 3-tiered dessert stand on the table. Who made such cute and delicious snacks? Daisy was just about to answer. It was the fairy lady. Oh, this is oil. The girl asked, did the fairy make this? Estella suddenly crossed her arms, shaking her head frantically, to signal no. Daisy, you absolutely cannot say it. Daisy blinked, looking confused. Ah, the fairy didn't make it. Her Highness the Princess made it. The table fell into a sudden dead silence. The guests turned deathly pale. The prince? That's impossible. Estella froze in place, her face ashen. It's all over. Daisy set down her teacup and pressed her hands against the table. I don't think so. But she reached out and picked up a pastry, her thumb brushing over the blueberry on top. The one who made this is Daisy, she said with a smile on her lips, staring at Daisy. A princess of the Blaze royal family could never make something like this. Right, Estella stood there stunned. Daisy gripped her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. That's right, that's how it is. Estella held her breath, her pupils trembling violently. Daisy puffed out her chest, her expression solemn. The cursed princes of Blaze. The princess made these for me with all her heart. A chorus of terrified gasps and sobs erupted from the table. The nobles turned pale, covering their mouths and noses. The nobles scrambled to their feet, knocking over the chairs behind them. What did you feed the children? Spit it out quickly. Spit it out right now. The children were so frightened they burst into loud tears. The scene descended into absolute chaos. Daisy was bewildered. Why is everyone acting like this? Am I going to die? Estella bit her lip. This is bad. Miss Daisy, did that cursed Princess of Blaze really make these for us? Daisy pointed at the desserts on the table, her face pale. I can't believe it. You actually poisoned the desserts. Daisy waved her hands frantically. No, there's no poison. I just wanted Her Highness to make such delicious treats. Daisy's eyes were cold as ice. That's right, desserts made by the cursed princess, and you actually let us eat them. Daisy gripped her skirt tightly, arguing loudly. That's not true. Her Highness isn't cursed at all. Daisy looked down, an eerie light flickering in her pupils. To avoid scaring the fragile Miss Daisy, it seems the adults have taught you many lies. With a mocking sneer, she leaned close to Daisy's face. Here is a piece of advice. This world is not some pure and beautiful fairy tale. Daisy snatched the cake from Daisy's hand and tossed it casually onto the ground. No, Her Highness made that specifically for me. Daisy watched helplessly as the cake fell. Daisy looked down coldly at the ruins. I can't believe you would eat such a thing so recklessly. You'll die if you eat that. Please, value your life. What an impudent little brat. Daisy turned to leave. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead. Now is not the time to be dazed. I have to get to Daisy's side. In your eyes, Tariq's voice rang out low and deep. Estella snapped her head up, her pupils shrinking instantly. Tariq bent down, reaching out to pick up the dirt-covered cake. Does this look like a ball? He straightened up, holding the ruined dessert between his fingers.
He stared coldly at Boris.
Your Majesty. Boris froze on the spot. His face turned pale instantly. Boris lowered his head and bowed. His body was trembling violently. It is an honor to meet you. Tariq looked down at him. Don't make me say the same thing twice. Are you blind? Boris was stunned. His pupils contracted with fear. Tariq held the broken cake up to his eyes. Does this precious food look like a ball to you? I am asking you a question. Boris's back went stiff. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Your Majesty, Count Snake stepped forward quickly. He pressed down on Boris's shoulder, forcing him to bow his head. My son is young and ignorant. He has disturbed your presence. I am deeply sorry. Tariq turned his head slightly.
His gaze was icy.
So he is your son? Count Snake looked. It's Snake. Your Majesty, Tariq turned around. Whether it's Snake or Steak, I don't care about your name at all. He was picking a fight on purpose. Viduardo stood to the side. He watched the Emperor's back. In the Count's household, is this how children are taught? Tariq pinched the broken muffin. His eyes were cold. Are you teaching him that it's okay to throw away precious food whenever he likes? Count Snake's mouth twitched. He lowered his head to avoid eye contact. I have only ever told them to be cautious. After all, there is a risk of poison being mixed in. Tariq took a step closer. His tone was grim. Are you saying this muffin is poisoned? Count Snake tilted his head slightly. He glanced into the distance. I cannot say there is absolutely no such possibility. After all, I have heard many terrible rumors. That snake-like bastard. Estella clenched her teeth. A vein throbbed at her temple. Tariq lowered his eyelids. Are you speaking about the rumors regarding the princess of the Blaze family? The bloody colors of the battlefield flashed through his mind. Have you not heard? How she saved my life amidst betrayal. Cold sweat dripped down Count Snake's face. That is... He suddenly clenched his fists. He bowed his head deeply. I am deeply sorry. Your Majesty, Tariq's tone was indifferent. The person you should be apologizing to is not me. Count Snake turned around. He bowed toward Estella. Princess of Blaze, I am very sorry. He pressed down on the back of Boris's head, forcing his son to bow and apologize with him. Viduardo walked over to Daisy. He leaned down and placed a hand on her shoulder. Daisy, are you all right? Daisy lowered her eyes. She nodded gently. Tariq turned his face. A mocking smile hung at the corner of his mouth. If you have the leisure to throw food around as you please. It seems I have already achieved national prosperity. The setting sun of the battlefield appeared in his mind. Fields littered with corpses. I once survived on the battlefield by eating grass. And yet you, in your luxurious castle, squander fine wine as if it were bathwater. Boris kept his head down. His voice was as quiet as a mosquito. I just wanted to be good friends. Daisy gripped her skirt. Her fingertips sank into the fabric. A friend who hurts my friend is a bad friend. Daisy puffed out her chest. She looked directly at Boris. Anyone who speaks ill of me is not my friend. Just a bad person. Boris froze in place. His pupils shook with shock. It felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. That's our Daisy for you. Viduardo held the banner high, waving it vigorously from behind. Estella pressed her hands to her heart, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Count Snake let out a roar of fury, his hands clenching into tight fists. How could I possibly stay calm? The woman beside him spoke in a low, soothing voice. Please try to compose yourself. A crimson glint flared in Count Snake's eyes as he ground his teeth together. Those people, they actually dared to humiliate me in front of the other families. The woman leaned close to his ear, a mocking smile playing on her lips. In that case, why don't you write a letter to my brother? Count Snake's expression shifted slightly. His lips slowly curled upward, into a sinister, cold smile. Now that's a marvelous idea. A full moon hung in the night sky. Daisy lay fast asleep in bed, clutching a little brown bear in her arms. Moonlight spilled across the duvet. Viduardo grasped the metal door handle and gently pressed it down. The door gave a faint click as it opened. He stepped out of the room and looked at Estella, who was waiting in the corridor. "How is Daisy?" Estella stood outside the door. "She just fell asleep. I'm so sorry for ruining the gathering." Weariness was etched in Viduardo's eyes. "Daisy doesn't want you to blame yourself." "Your Highness," Estella looked up. Did she really say that? A faint, gratified smile touched his lips. "Yes, without me even realizing it. My youngest daughter has grown up so much." Viduardo looked toward Estella. "It's all thanks to you. Your Highness, thank you for being willing to spend time with her." He bowed deeply in gratitude. "I hope you'll continue to be her friend. I also entrust Daisy's treatment to you." Estella gazed at the closed door. Daisy Viduardo spun around abruptly. "I didn't realize you were still here." Tariq's expression was cold and distant. "The carriage I was taking broke down. It seems ill have to trouble Princess Estella today." Estella looked at Viduardo. "When Daisy wakes up, can I take her for a walk in the city? Getting some fresh air will be good for her condition." Viduardo looked hesitant. "We would need to ask for His Majesty's permission first." "I'll allow it." Tariq stepped toward Estella, her pupils trembling slightly. "Your Majesty, what?" Estella froze in place. This was also sudden. "Absolutely not." A dead silence filled the carriage. Estella stared down at the hem of her skirt. "This is so incredibly awkward." She peeked up surreptitiously, toward the man sitting opposite her. Tariq had his eyes closed. His eyelashes were remarkably long. "Is he asleep?" Estella studied his profile. Why did he insist on taking my carriage, instead of grabbing something to eat over at Viduardo's? The flavor was quite good. Estella was stunned. "What did you say?" Tariq opened his eyes. "I ate that cake." Estella's eyes widened. "You didn't eat the piece that fell on the floor, did you?" Estella snapped her back straight. "Good heavens, Your Majesty, why on earth would you eat that? Don't you know the ground is covered in bacteria?" She gestured wildly with her hands. "There was so much other food, why? Would you pick something up off the floor to eat it?" Tariq's expression remained cold. "I've noticed you quite enjoy lecturing me, Princess. If simply eating something off the ground could kill me, I would have been dead a long time ago." Estella's brow furrowed. "I know you're physical, but that doesn't mean you should go out of your way to eat spoiled things." Tariq denied it. "No, that's very good food." Estella froze in place. Her breath hitched slightly. A flush rose to her cheeks. She was unable to offer a rebuttal. For some reason, even the cold air of Beijing felt pleasant today. She let out a soft cough, trying to mask her inner agitation. Her gaze drifted toward the distance. Sunlight spilled over the red tiles of the manor. A new day had arrived. "Now you have to drink this entire cup." Daisy picked up the water cup. She gulped down the medicine. A gurgling sound came from her throat. Estella picked up a red candy. She popped it into Daisy's mouth. "How do you feel?" "Do you like it?" Daisy broke into a smile. "Yes, it's delicious." Estella's eyes softened with tenderness. "As long as you take your medicine obediently, you'll get a candy. Has your coughing been better lately?" Daisy nodded vigorously. "I'm coughing much less. Even when I run, I don't get out of breath like I used to." Estella took her hand. "That's wonderful news. Shall we follow through on our promise and head into town for a stroll now?" Daisy squeezed her hand back tightly. "Okay, Princess." Estella put on her sun hat. Suddenly, her expression froze. How did things turn out like this? A massive white elephant stood in the middle of the street. It raised its trunk and let out a loud trumpeting sound. Terrified passers-by scattered in all directions. "What is that thing?" "A monster. A monster has appeared in the city." Daisy spread her arms wide, standing defiantly in front of the elephant. She argued loudly, "Hei's not a monster. Daisy pointed at the massive creature.
His name is George.
Look at his cute feet. They feel as soft as jelly. Estella remained silent. Passers-by stared with eyes wide in horror. Daisy, I can't even cover for you this time. She gently comforted. All right, let's say our goodbyes to George here. Daisy turned around. Why, can't George come shopping with us? Estella pulled the brim of her hat down. The streets ahead get narrower. George won't be able to fit. Daisy broke into a smile. That's okay. I'm just happy to go shopping with the princess. George, wait for me here a moment. Okay, the elephant raised its trunk. It let out a meditative sound of farewell. The market was bustling with noise. Stalls were piled high with fresh fruits and vegetables. Estella led Daisy into the crowd. Her gaze swept across the noisy streets. She had come here with the true purpose of investigating the market. Her eyes grew sharp. Especially in this area, there was a hidden black market. Drugs, gambling, human trafficking. This is the Black Street. The massive flow of capital here is unfathomable. Even the Imperial Palace finds it difficult to intervene. Count Heinrich is in league with the Black Street Network, and his brother is the head of the black market itself. Estella stopped in her tracks. She looked at the sign ahead. Daisy, we're here. Daisy turned her head, but her attention was drawn elsewhere. Princess Estella, look, there's a toy shop over there. We can't go there. Daisy stopped walking. Why not? Estella's expression was grave. Because that place is the entrance to the Black Street. Fierce flames consumed the house. Tongues of fire licked at the night sky. Daisy is dead. Estella pulled back her wandering thoughts. She looked at the girl beside her. We're here today to visit the dress shop. Let's go to the toy store next time. Daisy broke into a smile. All right, princess. The doorbell of the boutique chimed. Daisy changed into an orange-eyed puff-sleeve dress. She spun light-heartedly in front of the mirror. The hem of the skirt made a soft rustling sound. The shop assistant pressed her hands together. You look truly radiant. Just like a little fairy. Daisy's eyes lit up. Really, Estella, I'm going to try on another one. I'll be right back. Estella smiled and nodded. Okay. She really seems to love these clothes. The teacup clinked against the saucer, making a crisp sound. Please enjoy some black tea while you wait, Your Highness. Estella sat on the bench. She adjusted the brim of her hat. Thanks, but I'm not thirsty. She turned her head. Her gaze fell on the wall clock. The second hand ticked mechanically. Tick, tock. She's taking too long to change. Estella looked out the window. Isn't that Count Snake? And Boris? Count Snake had a sinister expression. He led Boris toward the end of the street. Why would those two go into the toy store? Estella suddenly gripped her skirt. Her knuckles turned white from the force. An ominous premonition surged in her heart. She strode quickly through the corridor. Her solace struck the floor, producing urgent thuds.
Clack, clack.
I confirmed the dates. It wasn't supposed to happen today. That fire accident shouldn't be happening today. Estella abruptly yanked open the curtain of the fitting room. The fabric swayed violently in the air. My lady, what's wrong? She looked around. Her eyes trembled with terror. Daisy, Daisy. Where is she? The fitting room was empty. Only a magnificent empty shell remained. The little miss said she was going to the restroom. Estella turned and stared at the shop assistant. I thought you went with her. The shop assistant looked completely confused. What are you talking about? I'd been right here serving you. A scream tore through the air, coming from deep within the street. Ah, screams ripped through the long street. Estella whipped her head around. Her pupils reflected the distant red glow. Fire! How can it be now? Heat waves rolled in. Tongues of fire instantly swallowed the roof of the toy store. Wood crackled in the blaze. Black smoke billowed into the sky. The entire building was engulfed in a sea of... A broken crossbeam crashed to the ground, scattering countless sparks. Estella's face was deathly pale. Daisy, a guard, looked at the man beside him. Captain, Are you sure you don't need to follow them? Viduardo stroked the elephant. They'll be fine. I trust the princess. Besides, someone needs to stay and take care of George. He lowered his eyes. Daisy treats the princess as a friend. I shouldn't get in the way. She won't leave me behind forever. Right. Viduardo stood in the middle of the street. He watched the elephant let out a low cry. The imperial guards behind him stood by. A guard suddenly turned around. He let out a sharp exclamation. Captain, Viduardo turned. His expression froze. Billowing black smoke rose in the distance. That was the direction Daisy was in. Flames instantly swallowed the distant roofs.
Thick smoke obscured the sky.
Viduardo's eyes were filled with horror. No, he suddenly lunged forward, leading the guards in a frantic dash toward the fire. His boots stomped heavily over the stone pavement. Leading the guards, he stumbled as he rushed forward. Miss Daisy. She's trapped inside. Viduardo's pupils shrank in shock. What, Miss Daisy? The moment they stepped into the building, the explosion happened. The statue collapsed, blocking the entrance. He was trapped in the heart of a sea of fire. Viduardo stared intently at the burning ruins. Someone intentionally caused this explosion. It was to trap Daisy in a death trap. Viduardo suddenly waved his hand, pointing forward. Assemble all nearby soldiers. Seal off this area. The moment the Imperial Guard arrives, have them take over immediately. Daisy curled up in the thick smoke, covering her nose and mouth, coughing violently. Tongues of fire licked the surrounding timber. A teddy bear rolled to her feet. He looked at the subordinates behind him. Evacuate the nearby civilians. Send the elderly and children to the shelters. Go now. The Imperial Guards took their orders and dispersed. The fire is too fierce. This water isn't nearly enough. He picked up a metal bucket and splashed the cold water toward the roaring ruins. The water evaporated instantly in the intense flames, letting out a piercing hiss. Damn it, the entrance is completely blocked. We have to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Viduardo wiped the water from his face and suddenly looked back at the figure moving away. Princess Blaze. Estella pulled down the brim of her hat and walked quickly away against the crowd. Her footsteps echoed urgently on the chaotic street. Is she going to abandon Daisy and run for her life? Not only did she fail to look after my daughter, but now she's actually running away. Viduardo clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. It was a mistake to trust you, Estella. He turned around and rushed once more toward that impassable sea of fire. The entrance was completely inaccessible. We can only wait for the cavalry. Get out of the way. A cold voice came from behind. Estella had returned, carrying a heavy wooden barrel. Water splashed onto her soaked skirt. Viduardo lifted a bucket, pouring the icy water over his own head. It drenched his uniform and hair. He grit his teeth, his eyes reflecting the scorching firelight. Captain, the Imperial Guards cried out. This is reckless. You can't possibly clear all the debris in this fire. Just wait a few more minutes. I said get out of the way. Viduardo's voice was frigid. Every single second, Daisy's life is slipping away. Viduardo strode toward the fire, his boots thudding heavily on the ground. Behind him, the Imperial Guards called out in low voices. A heat wave surged toward him. He turned his face to avoid the flying sparks. A sharp trumpeting suddenly pierced the air, deafening everyone. What is that? Some massive shadow was rolling toward them. Everyone move. The elephant's heavy steps shattered the floor tiles. Estella leaned forward, riding on the elephant's back, her long hair flying wildly in the wind. Lord Viduardo. Please move. Viduardo froze, letting the sparks land on his uniform. Princess Blaze. Estella gripped the reins, her gaze cold and determined. All right, George. Ready the water cannon. The elephant let out an earth-shaking cry. It curled its trunk high and aimed at the raging fire. A massive column of water erupted from the trunk. 50 liters of stored water poured out instantly, crashing into the flames like a waterfall. The tongues of fire were quickly extinguished by the water pressure. Thick smoke rose along with a piercing hiss. Charred timber splintered and flew apart. Estella steadied her balance and patted the elephant's back. Excellent. Next is the body slam. George the elephant lowered his head and charged, his massive body crashing into the charred wall. Debris went flying amidst a thunderous boom. Estella sat firmly on his back, commanding the giant beast to strike repeatedly. The rubble blocking the entrance finally collapsed, revealing a gap leading inside. Daisy was curled up in a corner by a table, her hands tightly covering her nose and mouth. Tears had left clean tracks on her suit-covered face. She looked toward the entrance in terror. Estella slid off the elephant's back, her skirt fluttering through the dust and haze. Passing through layers of white flowers, light, and shadows, she rushed toward the young child. Daisy looked up, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes. "Fairy lady, I knew you were a fairy." Estella leaned down and pulled the trembling child into a tight embrace. Daisy buried her head in the crook of Estella's neck, letting out small whimpers. "Fairy lady," Estella gently patted her back, her movements tender and restrained. "It's all right now. Everything is fine." Estella squeezed her fingers, holding Daisy's hand firmly. She stayed calm. She did exactly what I taught her to do. "I'm so proud of her." Wetting the towel and covering the nose and mouth to breathe. Those were the drills we practiced repeatedly. For a sudden fire. Hurried footsteps approached Daisy. Daisy looked up, her eyes welling with tears. "Papa," Vijordo rushed forward, pulling his young daughter into his arms. "I'm so glad you're safe." "Thank God you're all right, Daisy." This man, who wouldn't shed a single tear, even if he were stabbed, broke down so easily the moment he saw his daughter. Estella let go, her skirt swaying gently in the ashes. She silently backed away, giving the embracing father and daughter space. He is a father after all, just like every other father in this world. Estella turned around and walked toward the light at the ruins exit, her expression receding into the shadows. "I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Cry as much as you want, until the fear is gone." A full moon hung over the mansion. Light seeped through the window frames, illuminating the silent late night. Estella sat by the bed, reaching out to stroke Daisy's forehead. "It's all right, dear." She spoke in a soft tone. Daisy curled up under the blankets, letting out soft whimpers. Estella stood up and walked to the window, staring at the night scene through the glass. There's no telling how long the interrogation will last. Count Snake also attended the interrogation meeting. Unfortunately, he appeared only as a witness, not a suspect. Count Snake stood by the interrogation room window, a deep smile playing on his lips. His red eyes glinted with coldness. He adjusted the collar of his purple suit, looking perfectly composed. I did indeed see him with his son, loitering on the street in front of the toy store. Estella's brow furrowed slightly. He is definitely connected to that accident. If we act rashly without solid evidence, he will surely slip away like a snake. Estella's gaze became determined. I must find evidence while he has let his guard down. The door hinge gave a slight creak. Estella raised her index finger to her lips. She lowered her voice. She just fell asleep. Vijordo pulled back his step at the doorway, his gaze landing on the sleeping Daisy. It seems the interrogation will drag on for a while. Estella stood up and walked to the outer room. Did they catch the real? Vijordo lowered his head, slowly shaking it.
His Majesty has ordered.
Never stop the interrogation. Not until the culprit is found. What are the suspects saying? The witnesses' testimonies are surprisingly consistent. It's as if they were coordinated in advance. They all say that the young lady walked into the toy store alone. Estella stood up abruptly. That's impossible. It's an absolute lie. Someone definitely lured Daisy away. She stared directly into Vijordo's eyes. What does His Majesty think about this? Rather than searching one by one, he is more inclined to arrest everyone. And then, enough. Estella raised her hand to interrupt. I should have expected as much. There's nothing else to hear from him, except killing everyone. She let out a soft sigh. It seems our only choice is to ask Daisy directly. Viduardo clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Absolutely not. Viduardo slumped into a chair, burying his face in his hands. He let out a long sigh. In that case, we have no way of questioning her. Estella remained silent. The sound of turning gears echoed in her mind. I feel like you've missed something. Those testimonies are like gears that don't mesh. They are grinding against each other frantically. The witnesses said in unison. The young lady walked into the toy store alone. That's simply impossible. Daisy would never walk away alone for no reason. Estella's pupils contracted slightly, her gaze freezing on the empty air. Could it be she suddenly stood up, her skirt cutting an arc through the air? We must leave right now. Where to? Estella's lips curled upward, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. To go hunting, to drag the real culprit out. That old snake, Count Snake. The sound of chains echoed through the empty street. The store clerk, draped in a dark cloak, hurried across the stone pavement. He pushed open a heavy wooden door. He stopped in his tracks, looking around. After confirming no one was following, he let out a sigh of relief. A hand suddenly reached out from behind, covering his mouth and nose tightly with a white cloth. MPH, the clerk's pupils dilated. He struggled desperately, but his body was dragged into the dim room. Pressed down onto a wooden chair, ropes were quickly wound around his shoulders, binding him so he couldn't move. The hood was roughly pulled back. Estella looked up, meeting a pair of icy eyes. What exactly do you want? Estella threw back her cloak, her purple eyes staring straight ahead. I want to ask about the fire. The clerk slumped in the chair, his body trembling violently. You've already been interrogated. I told them everything I know. You once said that you let another employee take Daisy to the restroom. Is that right? Yes. That was everything. You must believe me. The clerk screamed in defense. Estella reached out and took off her hat, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Do you recognize me? The clerk's pupils shrunk. His teeth chattered, making a clicking sound. You're that cursed. That's right. I'm the cursed princess. Estella leaned in close. Now, do I still look like an ordinary customer to you? The clerk shook his head frantically.
His face is pale as paper.
Good. It seems we've finally reached an understanding. A curve formed at the corners of Estella's mouth. Viduardo and I were right in our initial hypothesis. Someone intentionally misled Daisy. We've been looking for the truth in the wrong direction. Who exactly took Daisy to the toy store? We've been staring at the wrong details. That's why the investigation fell into such chaos. Estella lowered her gaze. Let me ask this a different way. Don't let me down this time. She suddenly reached out and grabbed the clerk's collar. Her fingertips tightened their grip. Why? Why did you tell Daisy that the restroom was outside? All the witnesses said Daisy entered the shop alone. So everyone naturally assumed that there must have been an abductor guiding her from the shop. You ask why? Estella let go of her grip. Because your testimony stated that someone escorted her. But from the very beginning, there was no abductor at all. The restroom for the toy shop is clearly inside the store. Yet you intentionally directed her outside. While we were busy searching for a non-existent kidnapper, you took the opportunity to escape and destroy all the evidence. Didn't you know? It wasn't like that. I'm just a clerk. The man slumped into the chair. His voice trembled so much it was barely audible. Estella leaned close to his ear. Her voice was low, like a curse. If you don't tell the truth, it'll make you taste the wrath of the mammoth jelly. Terrified, the clerk collapsed to the floor. He began kowtowing frantically, begging for mercy. Please forgive me. Viduardo stood to the side, watching the scene. She really is terrifying. The palace was brilliantly lit. Officials knelt on the cold floor tiles, their bodies shaking with fear. I am worried about your Majesty's health. Perhaps we should end the interrogation for today and continue tomorrow. Tariq sat on his high throne, silver hair falling over his forehead. His cold eyes looked down at the men below. He remained silent for a long time. Since everyone is tired, the officials felt a wave of relief. Their tense shoulders relaxed. Finally, it's over. Dig a large pit in the ground. Tariq spoke slowly. His tone was flat, without a hint of emotion. Bury them all. What? Your Majesty! The officials snapped their heads up. Their eyes were filled with horror. Please have mercy. I am innocent. An official wailed while kneeling on the ground. Cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Count Snake walked down the steps. His leather boots thudded against the stone tiles, making a dull sound. The Emperor's will is the law of the Empire. The official reached out desperately, trying to grasp at a final straw. No, even you're like this. Lord Snake, please help me. Please reconsider your decision. Your Majesty. The pleas echoed through the hollow hall. Tariq remained completely unmoved. What a pity. I didn't manage to kill that little girl this time. A sinister glint flashed in Count Snake's eyes. As long as I'm not caught, there will be plenty of opportunities to get rid of her later. But first, I have to deal with Princess Estella. Then let it be done according to His Majesty's decree. Count Snake straightened his posture. He was just about to turn and leave. Wait, the doors were suddenly flung open. The heavy wooden doors slammed against the walls, with a deafening crash. Count Snake turned around in shock. His pupils contracted instantly. What? Estella was panting heavily, her long hair looking slightly disheveled. Viduardo rushed into the hall right behind her. Both were covered in the dust of their travels. What are you doing here? Princess, Tariq sat on his throne. His cold, sharp gaze swept toward the entrance. Your Majesty, Estella lifted her skirt and stepped into the hall under everyone's gaze. A determined light burned in her violet eyes. We have found the true culprit. The full moon hung over the tip of the spire. Tariq sat on his high throne, looking down at the center of the hall. You found the real culprit? Estella gave a slight bow. Yes, Your Majesty. The murderer is among them. Rather than wasting time identifying them one by one, it would be better to throw them all into a pit and execute them. Your Majesty, please discern the truth. Estella stared straight ahead. Do not let the innocent die in vain, because every life is precious. The officials beside her let out ragged, sharp breaths. Tariq rested his face on one hand. His silver hair masked the dark undercurrents in his eyes. He remained silent for a long time. You had better produce conclusive evidence. Princess Estella's gaze was unwavering. I promise you I will. First, I have brought back the first witness. The heavy wooden doors were pushed open, letting out a piercing creak. A shop assistant dressed in a purple dress entered the hall. She kept her head low, her hands restlessly folded in front of her. Count Snake's eyes gleamed with amusement. We have already interrogated her, haven't we? It seems Her Highness is being somewhat unreasonable. Public opinion still leaned toward Count Snake. He surely felt he could rest easy. Estella turned her head. A chill swept through her purple pupils. But if only just begun. The clerk's hands trembled, tightly clutching a yellowed scrap of paper. Well, it was like this. I received instructions on this note. Open it. Estella's voice was ice cold. The handwriting on the note was scrawled. Guide the girl named Daisy. When she asks for the restroom, take her to that toy store. Your Majesty, that woman's testimony is completely different from what she said the first time. An official pointed at the clerk and questioned her loudly. Silence. Tariq sat on his high throne. Beneath his silver hair, his gaze was like a blade. So, who instructed you? The clerk gave a violent jolt and let out a sharp cry. I'm just a messenger. I have no idea who the client was. I didn't know such an accident would happen. I'm sorry, she covered her face, tears streaming from her eyes. Count Snake. The people around scrutinized him. That woman had no reason to kill Daisy. Clearly, the person who wrote this note is the real culprit. The tide of opinion had shifted. Count Snake knit his brows tightly. I must do something. We need time to re-examine the evidence. The credibility of this witness is questionable. He slammed his hand onto the table. His fingertips turned white from the pressure. Your Majesty, this woman is clearly fabricating a culprit. In an attempt to clear her own name, she overturned her previous testimony. Who knows if this note is just another lie? Count Snake turned around, looking directly at the Emperor on high. The evidence provided by the princess is insufficient. Tariq leaned back against his chair, a scrutinizing look in his pupils. Then what do you think should be done? The corners of Count Snake's mouth curled up. His eyes were full of coldness. I believe the best way is to execute this woman and all the other suspects. The clerk cowered suddenly, her body trembling under the gaze of the crowd. The official's eyes widened in horror. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Tariq's expression hardened. His gaze fell upon us. Is this all the evidence you have, Princess of Blaze? Estella stood in the center of the hall, her purple eyes looking straight up. No, Your Majesty. I have even more evidence. Since the true culprit insists on hiding, a smirk touched her lips, and a chill flashed in her eyes. Then I must present the second piece of evidence. The second piece of evidence? Count Snake's brow furrowed slightly. Estella made a sharp, sweeping motion with her hand. A heavy bag of rubble was dumped onto the stone tiles. Wood chips and iron nails flew everywhere, kicking up clouds of dust. How dare you bring trash into the palace? The nobles covered their noses and mouths. He let out a series of violent coughs. Look closely, this isn't trash. This is debris from the scene of the fire. As everyone knows, someone intentionally caused an explosion to block the exit. She held up a cloth bag. A pungent odor wafted from the rubble inside. The smell of gunpowder lingers on these fragments, and the scent is very strong. Even if the culprit changed their clothes, that scent would still cling to their body. Estella scanned the room. Her gaze locked onto someone in the crowd. Count Snake let out a cold sneer. His eyes were full of disdain. And so, do you plan to go around sniffing everything like a dog? A burst of laughter erupted in the hall. The nobles whispered among themselves, their mocking voices rising one after another. Who does she think she is? Trying to catch a criminal with her nose. Exactly, Estella remained composed. Her voice carried over all the ridicule. Estella raised her index finger. Her purple eyes flashed with cunning. It is true that human noses find it difficult to distinguish this scent. So let's play a quiz game. She waved a pointer, indicating animal patterns in the air. Gorilla, dog, rat, elephant. Who has the keenest sense of smell? The nobles below murmured to each other. It must be the dog. I think it's the rat. The gorilla looks smarter. Estella rang a copper bell. The correct answer is number 4, the elephant, so what are you trying to say? Count Snake sat at the long table. His red eyes were full of impatience. Estella pressed her hand to her cheek. He should be here soon. Calculating the time. Right about now. Heavy footsteps approached from a distance. The ground began to vibrate violently. Ripples formed in the water glasses on the table. A dull rumbling sound echoed. Is it an earthquake? The nobles jumped to their feet. Their faces were deathly pale, as they gripped the tables tightly. What on earth is that? Count Snake's eyes widened. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. A massive elephant trunk smashed through the doors, letting out a deafening trumpet. Its massive body squeezed into the hall. Its tusks gleamed coldly under the lamplight. Detective George has arrived. Estella gently stroked the elephant's trunk. An elephant's sense of smell is far more developed than a human's. Scent we cannot perceive. It will surely find the residual smell of the explosives. She turned slightly, her eyes burning bright. The person this elephant points to is the true culprit. The corners of Estella's mouth curled up. Her eyes were as cold as ice, as she stared directly at the trembling figure ahead. Whispers broke out across the hall. The giant elephant took heavy steps, weaving through the crowd. Its long trunk twitched constantly in the air. All right, George. Detective, let's get to work. The giant elephant let out a long cry. Its trunk drew close to 2 officials, sniffing them carefully. Then it tossed its trunk aside in disgust. It's not these two. Its cry seemed to announce that it didn't even need to waste time on them. The two officials slumped to the floor, gasping for air, relieved to have escaped with their lives. The giant elephant continued moving forward. Its trunk traced an arc through the air, finally stopping in one spot. It inhaled sharply. Count Snake's Adam's apple bobbed. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. The trunk hovered above, making a dull sniffing sound. He remained in his seat,
his heart hammering against his ribs.
his hands gripping the armrest like a vice. His fingertips turn white from the strain. The elephant's trunk slowly moves away, brushing past his shoulder. Count Snake lets out a long sigh of relief, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. Thank goodness, it's moving on. Suddenly, the trunk whips back, slamming heavily against his face. Count Snake's pupils shrink instantly, and his mouth hangs open in terror. The giant elephant lets out a deafening trumpet, pressing its trunk firmly against his cheek, as if declaring to the entire room that this man is the culprit. What are you doing? Count Snake screams, losing his voice, as his body recoils, nearly falling off his seat. Oh, it seems that on Lord Snake's person, there lingers a very strong scent of gunpowder. Estella smiles behind her hand, her purple eyes full of mockery. Your Majesty, this is absolute nonsense. Count Snake slams the table and stands up abruptly, pointing at the elephant and roaring. Are you really going to believe a beast? What could a mere animal possibly know? Count Snake's face contorts with rage. Can't you all see? The Princess of Blaze is framing me. He speaks with rapid-fire speed, his voice sharp with fear, struggling against the scrutiny of the crowd. These are all lies she fabricated. Tariq tosses something casually. A heavy ledger hits the stone tiles, with a dull thud. The pages fan out as it tumbles. This is the ledger from the Blackstreet Private Detective Agency. Count Snake's pupils shrink, as he stares fixedly at the book on the ground. His face turns ashen in an instant, and his breath hitches completely. Your name is recorded in here. Tariq leans forward slightly, his commanding presence filling the entire hall. Did you hire them to murder Daisy, Lord Snake? He questions him, emphasizing every word. His voice echoes through the hall, like a death sentence. A wild wind sweeps across the land. Thunder shatters the silence of the height. Lightning tears through the firmament, striking heavily upon the stone bricks, kicking up a cloud of dust. Count Snake grips the table with both hands, his knuckles white from the pressure. His body won't stop shaking. Why? He suddenly slams the table and stands up, his eyes bloodshot, as he howls at those in front of him. Why would you help the person who destroyed your family? Vigiardo stands silently to the side, shadows masking his eyes, his expression unreadable. Vigiardo, Ramos, isn't he your enemy? Princess, why save your enemy's daughter? If nature had taken its course, that girl would be dead by now. Count Snake's mouth contorts, a flash of madness in his eyes, revealing a chilling smile. A flash of cold light erupts. The sound of a sword being unsheathed pierces the air. Vigiardo holds his blade against the other man's throat. The sword trembles violently, and a fire of rage ignites in his eyes. Say that again. Count Snake's lips curl in a mock.
He lets the cold edge of the blade press against his skin.
As you wish, Vigiardo. You come from a lowly commoner family, crawling to a high position by way of a filthy sword. No wealth, no background, only brute force. How is that any different from a butcher? Count Snake's gaze grows even more frenzied. To think such low-born blood would dare to play the noble here, it makes me sick. Shut up, Estella suddenly rushes forward, swinging her hand in a resounding slap. The force is so great that his head snaps to the side. To think you would do all this over such a pathetic inferiority complex. To go so far as to murder an innocent child? Estella stared at him, her brow furrowed with pure loathing. What kind of noble do you call yourself? Estella clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking audibly. Her chest heaved with heavy breaths. This is truly infuriating. She suddenly swung her arm, the sound of slaps exploding one sharp and loud. Count Snake's cheeks quickly swelled up from the blows. Please spare me, he let out a weak plea, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Under the continuous heavy strikes, he went limp. Lyra stood up in terror. Stop, you're going to kill him. Your Highness, please calm down. Lyra hugged her waist tightly, trying to stop the one-sided beating. Please, stop. Let go of me, Estella struggled fiercely, her eyes sharp and fierce. A guy like this deserves a few more hits. Tariq rested his chin on one hand, the corner of his mouth curving upward. A playful glint showed in his eyes. How very interesting. Estella issued a final warning. You bastard. If I ever see you again, you're dead. The nib of the pen raced across the paper, making a scratching sound. I acted purely for the sake of justice. I never expected any reward. But why? On what grounds? What did I even do? To have to stay here and pull an all-nighter for overtime. Tariq flipped through the documents in his hand, glancing sideways at her. His gaze was indifferent. Why the long face? Tariq closed the official file and pointed to the chaise long behind him. That is the finest bed in the empire. Is there something else you're dissatisfied with? No, of course not. Estella sat on her heels on the floor. The finest bed? Yeah, right. Hayes sitting at a comfortable desk. Of course he knows nothing. While I'm stuck crouching on the floor, and my legs are so numb I've lost all feeling in them. What's worse, that bastard Tariq actually sent Viduardo home on a day like this. Since he sent Viduardo away, he should be doing his own work himself, making me do his overtime instead. What kind of logic is that? Estella stretched her arms. Finally, I can go home. She rubbed her aching shoulders. Then her movements suddenly stopped. Why is it so quiet now? Don't tell me while I was working my heart out. He was slacking off? Estella walked stealthily toward the chaise longue, her leather shoes stepping on the thick carpet, with a faint shuffling sound. Your Majesty, she leaned over, calling out tentatively. Tariq's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing steady and deep. He really fell asleep. Tariq is a suspicious man. He never sleeps in front of anyone. Does this mean Hayes started to trust me? Estella gazed at his face. He must be exhausted from investigating the case. As expected of the male lead, his looks are truly flawless. Sleeping like that, he looks just like a statue. She crouched by the side, her gaze lingering on Tariq's face. Most of her original resentment had dissipated, leaving only the sound of quiet breathing, rising and falling in the empty room. Estella pressed her hand to her chest. Her heart was beating wildly. Heavens, calm down. If I keep looking, I'll be sucked in. I have to leave right now. She pushed off her knees to stand up, her movements slow. Wait, now might be the best time. Estella looked back, her eyes falling on Tariq's sleeping face. She pulled a hard object from her bosom. Her fingertips brushed against its cold edges. I need to put this back where it belongs. Tariq's eyes snapped open. His pupils contracted sharply. A piercing, icy glint flashed in his gaze.
He reached out and clamped down hard on her wrist.
His grip was incredibly forceful. The black object fell heavily to the floor. It made a sharp, clattering sound. So, you're no different from the others. Estella furrowed her brow. She struggled, trying to pull her arm back. Your Majesty, please let go. Tariq sat up. His gaze locked onto the shadow on the floor. Why, to kill me with that thing? What are you talking about? Estella's face turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. This is a misunderstanding. I can explain. Estella spoke urgently. A misunderstanding? Tariq let out a cold I did indeed misunderstand you. I was actually naive enough to think I could trust you. Tariq's fingers tightened suddenly. His knuckles turned white from the exertion. Estella let out a cry of pain. That's enough. See it clearly for yourself. Estella shook off his restraint. She pointed at the object on the floor. How could I possibly kill you with something like that? She leaned down and picked up the object. Her fingertips touched the cold metal frame. This is a brooch. To give you this gift, I nearly lost a wrist. Estella let out a long sigh. She rubbed her reddened skin. A gift, Tariq repeated in a low voice. His tone carried a hint of bewilderment. I notice you never wear any accessories. Despite having endless wealth, you even distributed your tributes to the soldiers. Where did you get the money to buy this? Tariq looked up. His gaze scrutinized the woman, standing before him. I'm not as poor as you think. I spent all the reward money your majesty gave me, just to buy this. Estella turned her head away. Her eyes were slightly rimmed with red. All the reward money. Tariq looked down, staring at the brooch in his hand. His fingertips traced the metal edges. He looked somewhat dazed. Fine, sell it or throw it away, whatever you want. Estella straightened her cuffs. Her movements carried a hint of pouting. Anyway, my work is done. I'm going home now. She pulled down her sleeves, hiding the swollen red bruise around her wrist. Her pulse throbbed violently under the skin. A sharp stinging sensation lingered. Oh, and one more thing. Estella stopped in her tracks. She looked back at the chaise longue. Sitting like that is very uncomfortable for people to watch. So please lie down and get some proper sleep. She turned and headed toward the door. Her skirt swayed with her steps. The sound of her shoes tapping on the floor grew distant, until the heavy wooden door closed completely. Tariq sat alone in the empty room. He gazed down at the blue brooch. An imperceptible flush rose to his cheeks. A gift, huh? The White Palace complex stood. Birds flew past the spires. Tariq sat at his desk. His fingertips tapped rhythmically on the surface. It made a dull thumping sound. Vigiardo stood before the desk, observing. That was a habit His Majesty had when he was flustered. He straightened his back, breaking the dead silence in the room. Is something troubling you, Your Majesty? Tariq didn't look up. His hand pressed down on the documents on the desk. His finger pointed to a specific spot. This, Vigiardo looked down. It was the report submitted by Estella Blaze. He flipped through the pages. His tone carried a hint of admiration. This is the princess's report. It's perfect, as always. The tapping of Tariq's fingertips stopped abruptly. His gaze became even colder. Vigiardo sensed the atmosphere was off. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Was this not the answer he wanted? I'm referring to this. Tariq bent his finger. He tapped the object resting on top of the report. A sapphire brooch shimmered under the light, reflecting a piercing brilliance. Vigiardo picked up the brooch. He brought it closer to examine it. This is a popular style lately. The craftsmanship is exquisite. It must have been very expensive. He set the brooch down.
His gaze landed on Tariq's face.
As far as I know, no one is aware that Your Majesty has a hobby of collecting sapphires. Is this a gift? Vigiardo leaned down to observe. Would you like me to investigate its origin? Tariq crossed his hands and rested his chin on them. His eyes were locked on the gem on the table. If someone spends their entire fortune just to buy a single stone, what does that represent? Their entire fortune? Vigiardo froze. If it were for an investment, that would be one thing. But if it's a gift for someone else, there is only one reason. Vigiardo's expression turned serious. He puffed out his chest. Your Majesty, I know exactly what this means. Tariq tilted his head slightly. There was a probing look in his eyes. And what does it mean? It means Vigiardo suddenly clutched his chest. A blush crept onto his cheeks. He announced loudly, a marriage proposal. What? Tariq's pupils constricted. His fingertips suddenly tightened.
His breath hitched for a moment.
Estella held up a test tube. The liquid boiled inside the glass bottle, emitting purple bubbles. Urgent shouts came from outside the door. Your Highness, please look over here. Estella whipped her head around. The test tube in her hand nearly slipped. Her breath caught. Your Majesty, Tariq looked around the room. His gaze swept over the messy lab bench. You're not a wizard. What are you doing hiding in here? Estella set down the test tube. She straightened her purple dress. It's just a personal hobby. A hobby? Tariq leaned down toward a withered plant. This thing looks truly bizarre. That's the product of a failed experiment. Estella walked up behind him. What brings your majesty to such a humble place? In person? Tariq straightened his body.
He raised a hand to his lips.
He gave a soft cough. Regarding what happened yesterday, he avoided her gaze. A blush touched his cheeks. His voice was low. I'm sorry. Estella froze in place. Her pupils trembled. What, did he just apologize? The great Tariq actually apologized. This is my gift of thanks. Tariq held out an envelope. His fingertips firmly gripped the edge of the envelope. Is he actually being considerate? Estella took the envelope. Her fingertips brushed the thick paper. What is this? Open it and see. Tariq stood with his hands behind his back. His tone was flat. Estella opened the envelope. As her eyes scanned the page, her breath instantly stalled. A deed of ownership transfer for a sapphire mine. She snapped her head up. Her voice trembled with disbelief. Are you really giving this to me? Yes, Tariq gave a firm confirmation. Is he insane? Estella clutched the document tightly. Is it because he already owns the entire mine? That he doesn't need that brooch anymore? Her brow furrowed, lost in a whirl of confused thoughts. Why the long face? Tariq noticed her silence. He suddenly leaned in close, whispering. He closed the distance between them. Were you actually expecting a marriage contract? What? Estella shrieked. The documents in her hand nearly hit the floor. I heard that spending one's entire fortune on jewels is a way to propose. I didn't realize you felt that way about me. Princess, that's... Estella stared down at the documents. Her cheeks flushed deep red. Her breathing quickened. It's absolutely nothing like that. Her scream echoed through the ceiling. In the courtyard, a maid hanging laundry jumped in surprise. Birds took flight in alarm. Croco, the boss of Black Street, bit down on his cigar. Smoke rose in the dim room. So that's how it turned out. Count Snake had been dragged into the interrogation room. A subordinate stood before the desk, reporting. I doubt he'll make it out alive. As for that female employee, we've already sent men to deal with her. Croco took out his cigar. His brow furrowed. I hope that Snake keeps his mouth shut in there. The Countess and her son have been sent to the country villa. The subordinate continued flipping through the records. She should have just stuck to men's business. Instead, she married a foolish noble. Now she's fending for herself. Croco's eyes turned cold. He stared into the void. And what about that bitch? We've already planted a mole near Estella. Croco crushed his cigar into the ashtray. The sparks died out. Well done, he said, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. The smoke blurred his stubbled face. We'll be meeting soon. Princess Estella Blaze. Estella, dressed in a dark blue off-the-shoulder gown. She walked through the purple flowers. Her cold gaze scanned the venue. Let's see where my next target is. I've been wanting to meet you. Rosalia approached, holding up her skirt. A fake smile played on her lips. Rosalia pressed her hands together, leaning them against her cheek. She gave a bright smile. Just call me Rose. The Landwich Kingdom was located on a peaceful island. It built its wealth on tourism and shipbuilding. That was my next target. In the original storyline, Rosalia was supposed to drink poison, but she narrowly survived. Afterward, she pursued Tariq obsessively. Rosalia giggled behind her hand as she mingled with the nobles. In the end, she was executed for offending the emperor. What a tragic fate. Estella sat at the table. She watched the woman humming a tune beside her. Her eyes were filled with indifference. Please, have some tea. I brewed it myself. Rosalia picked up her teacup. The rim clinked against the saucer, making a crisp sound. Being able to enjoy a tea party here is all thanks to the merciful His Majesty Tariq. Rosalia clasped her hands over her heart, looking completely entranced. Rose is just so moved. Estella observed her. She actually thinks Tariq is merciful. Rosalia clutched her heart. Her cheeks flushed. Whenever I see His Majesty, Rose's heart skips a beat. Oh my, a noble lady giggled behind her hand. His Majesty seems to pay special attention to you, Princess Rosalia. Why not take this chance to become lovers? I'd love to. Rosalia lowered her eyes. She acted coy. But I'm not worthy of His Majesty yet. Just thinking about it makes me blush. Estella sat to the side. Her expression showed her exhaustion. Good luck with that, Rosalia. Oh, right, another noblewoman leaned in to take a closer look. Those earrings you're wearing, are those the pearls found only in the Lanwich Kingdom? Rosalia raised her hand and lightly brushed her earlobe. The corners of her mouth curled upward. Indeed, this is a very rare color. My father knows how much I love them, so he sent someone specifically to deliver them. She took an exquisite wooden box from under the table. With a snap, she opened it. Inside lay several massive black pearls. My kingdom also sent some black pearls that I'd like to gift to all the ladies present here. The crowd let out gasps of admiration. Rosalia turned her head, her gaze locking onto the person beside her. Especially you, Princess of Blaze. I particularly want to give one to you. She pinched a pearl with her fingertips and held it out in front of Estella. The pearl was as black as ink, reflecting a cold luster. Rosalia narrowed her eyes, her smile deepening. Isn't the color of these pearls beautiful? In the original novel, Rosalia was already wary of her. After all, the Emperor had never looked at anyone differently before. She is always looking down on me from a height. The beloved princess and the despised princess. Estella stood with her back to her. The two of them stood side by side. A smirk played on Rosalia's lips. She only sees me as a tool to highlight her own radiance. The black color of these pearls. Rosalia pinched a black pearl between her fingers and held it up to her chest.
It reflected a murky light.
She tilted her head and smiled, her eyes locked on Estella's face. Doesn't it look just like Princess Blaze's eyes? Estella remained silent, her pupils trembling slightly. She's deliberately bringing up these black eyes. They are the symbol of the cursed princess. She is clearly trying to humiliate me. Oh my goodness, Rosalia suddenly grabbed Estella's hand. There's actually dirt under your fingernails. And your skin is so rough. She leaned in to inspect closer and let out a cry of surprise. Is it because His Majesty doesn't give you any food, that you're forced to farm the land yourself? The surrounding noblewomen covered their mouths and whispered. Their murmurs ebbed and flowed in the air. Estella allowed her hand to be held, her eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Rosalia lightly stroked her own cheek. My mother always said a woman's elegance stems from her hands. She put on a look of confusion. I'm not accusing you of being inelegant, Princess of Blaze, Estella responded with a smile. It seems the Lanwich Kingdom only teaches its daughters to focus on appearances. Rosalia froze in place. In the Blaze Kingdom, we are taught that the most important thing isn't one's face or hands. Estella turned her head, a smile playing on her lips, but rather a beautiful heart. Makeup can hide a face, and hands grow rough with the seasons. She looked the other woman straight in the eye. But tempering one's character requires much more effort. Rosalia's back stiffened, and her pupils quivered. Estella reached out to fiddle with the pearls in the box. These pearls from the Lanwich Kingdom, they can hardly be considered gemstones. They are merely a result of a mollusk trying to protect itself, secreting fluid to coat a foreign object. That is all a pearl is. She looked at the shimmering spheres in the box. Some oysters even die during the process of producing the pearl. Only by enduring decades of pain can this kind of luster be formed. Estella lowered her gaze, her fingertip lightly touching a pearl. And thus a shiny pearl is born. You just said dirt is filthy, didn't you, Rosalia? Rosalia turned her head, her earrings swaying with the movement and making a faint clinking sound. Since these pearls are made of secretions, Estella leaned in close, her breath brushing past the other's ear. Are they really clean? Rosalia froze in place, her fingertips pressed against her chest. Her pupils trembled with shock. A thorny sense of oppression completely enveloped her. Estella climbed into the carriage. She changed into a dark cloak. Should I have shown a bit more restraint? No. That man's smiling mockery was truly infuriating. There was simply no way. I could just let it go. Estella steadied her breathing. Her eyes regained their cold, sharp edge. Now, let's handle this next. She took a letter from her bosom. Her fingertips brushed across the envelope. A smile played on her lips. The carriage wheels turned, letting out a heavy creak. It slowly pulled away from the palace. Estella raised her hand to cover her nose and mouth. Her brow furrowed tightly. The air was filled with a rotting stench. It was nauseating. This was an abandoned street, the slums. The carriage stopped by a dilapidated stone road. You can head back first. Don't worry about me. Estella walked deeper into the slums alone. The cloak hid her figure. That sapphire mine Tyrant gave me. I need someone to help me double that wealth. To do that, I must see that person. Footsteps echoed in the empty alleyway. She stopped in front of a general store. A brown-haired man was standing with his back to her, organizing goods. Welcome. How can I help you today? Estella lifted a corner of her hood. A smile played on her lips. There is a white worm, eating an apple in a wavy trail. The man stopped what he was doing.
He turned his head, his pupils contracting slightly.
That was the code. He remained silent for a moment. Then he turned around to look at this mysterious visitor. What you are looking for is inside the shop. Please follow me. Those words were the signal for the transaction. Estella followed behind him, entering the dimly lit interior. The real business is only just beginning. The brown-haired man closed the door. He turned around, his eyes filled with alertness. What kind of intelligence do you need? Estella threw back her hood. She looked him straight in the eyes. Diller, I need you. Diller froze on the spot. His brow furrowed. I don't understand what you are asking for exactly. Estella's tone was calm. She repeated herself. I need you. A bead of cold sweat broke out on Diller's temple. He looked away. I only handle intelligence. I'm afraid I cannot provide what you want. Estella took a document from her bosom. She pressed it down onto the desk. How about this then? I will give you 20% of the profits from this mine. She unrolled the parchment, revealing the contents within. It was the deed for the sapphire mine. Tariq's official seal was clearly stamped upon it. Diller stared at the document. His pupils trembled violently. To entrust such a massive trust is the most important thing, isn't it? Why choose me? Estella's expression turned cold and sharp. Have you heard about the fire? That happened on the main street a few days ago. Diller nodded. I heard Count Snake was accused of arson. Estella pressed further. Besides that, what else do you know? Selena doesn't work for us. Diller's expression was tense.
His body trembled slightly.
I know that woman serves in the flight office. Estella's gaze was icy. You know perfectly well. That isn't what I'm asking. The man behind Count Snake and Selena. Who exactly is he? Diller remained silent. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. In the world of intelligence, Kroko, you are the only one who can rival Kroko. Estella pressed him further, step by step. If it were just for this small bit of news, wouldn't it be easier for me to just buy the information outright? Diller, I think you've misunderstood. She leaned in close to him, her eyes filled with a chilling frost. Do you think your name is all I know? I know one more thing. Estella lowered her voice. You are blood related to Kroko. Diller froze instantly, his pupils contracting violently with terror. Kroko had an older brother that no one knew about. Diller, you are the son of that older brother. To monopolize the trade market, Kroko murdered his own biological brother with his own hands. He even intended to pull up the roots and eliminate the family, getting rid of his brother's entire household. Diller narrowly escaped death in that pool of blood. He clutched the front of his shirt tightly, gasping for air. The desire for revenge was the only thing that kept him alive. In the original timeline, Diller would eventually rise and crush Kroko, becoming the leader of the Empire's most powerful merchant guild, like a giant shark devouring a crocodile. Although that won't happen for a long time, I intend to give him a hand, to speed up the process. I need to use his merchant guild to distribute the medicine Eve developed. Only by doing this can I shed my status as a hostage and win my total. Estella looked out the window. Night had shrouded the rooftops, and starlight flickered on the horizon. Estella returned to her bedchamber, her fingertips lightly tapping the red apples in the basket. What are these? The maid set down the fruit basket, her face full of curiosity. As you can see, just some delicious apples. Estella picked up a red fruit, the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. This was also the signal that a deal had been struck with Diller. Was there any news while I was away? The maid handed over a gold-stamped envelope. We received an invitation. It's for a banquet hosted by His Majesty. Estella took a bite. Of the apple, is attendance mandatory? The messenger also left a message. He said that if the sapphire mine was mentioned, you would naturally understand. So I have to do as much work as if been paid for? Estella's brow furrowed slightly. He really is a man who refuses to get the short end of a deal. Aside from the invitation, they also left these gifts. The full moon hung high. The palace was brightly lit. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked as nobles conversed in low voices. The air was filled with the scent of perfume, mixed with the aroma of fine wine. Princess, you are truly radiant tonight. This gown looks like it was tailor-made for you. Rosalia flashed a proud smile, her eyes scanning the room. No, you're all far too kind. You all look equally charming tonight. A sudden gasp broke out from the crowd. My God, look over there. Everyone's gaze instantly shifted to the entrance. She's absolutely stunning. Whispers of admiration spread through the crowd. Rosalia stopped in her tracks, her pupils trembling slightly. Staring at the entrance, she murmured softly, her tone laced with disbelief. The Blaze Princess. Music flowed through the banquet hall. Guests gathered in small groups. Has the Blaze Princess always been this beautiful? It seems clothes really do make the woman. Estella lowered her gaze and let out a sigh.
Tariq.
Why did he give me such an extravagant dress? Lyra got a little too excited as well. These accessories are exhausting. Rosalia hurried forward. Your Highness, this outfit suits you perfectly. Rose has been waiting for you. Rosalia took her hand and announced loudly to the crowd. Everyone, the Princess of Blaze has arrived. She pulled Estella through the crowd and stopped at a long table filled with wine glasses. Rosalia pointed to a young man beside them. Let me introduce you. This is the second son of Count Bruni's family. The man bowed, his expression respectful. It is an honor to meet you. Rosalia pointed to the other side. And this is Baron Gek from the Lepra family. Baron Gek raised his red wine glass, a smile playing on his lips. Good evening, Your Highness. Estella stared at the man before her. Gek, that's Kroko's right-hand man. What is he doing here? There should still be some time before the Kroko incident begins. Why has Gek already appeared at court? Estella fell into deep thought. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived, the attendant announced loudly. Tariq entered the banquet hall. His silver hair fell neatly, and he wore a dark blue suit with gold trim. The sapphire on his chest glinted with a cold light. Long live the light of the Empire. Glory to His Majesty. The nobles all bowed in unison. Orderly greetings echoed through the hall. Tariq remained expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Anyone who starts a drunken brawl will be hanged. Anyone who vomits will be beheaded. Anyone who behaves improperly will be burned at the stake. The guests froze instantly. The glasses in their hands trembled violently. The hall fell into a deathly silence.
Tariq's lips suddenly curled upward.
Into a chilling smile. Please enjoy yourselves. Is he serious? Estella stared at the red wine in her glass. Her stomach. She completely lost her appetite for drinking. Gek leaned in close, breaking the silence. Why doesn't your highness head to the center of the dance floor? Estella suddenly snapped out of it, her shoulders trembling from the startle. She turned her head to look at this uninvited guest. Estella lightly swirled her glass. I'm not good at dancing. Gek leaned close to the table. What a coincidence, neither am I. I want to be alone. Estella turned her head away. But Gek did not leave. One of my relatives runs a large merchant guild. I heard he's been very interested in the pharmaceutical business lately. Naturally, I thought of you. Is he referring to Kroko? Estella stared at the dark liquid in her glass. Gek tilted the bottle, pouring red wine into the glass. He can offer you the best rates in the entire empire. If you're interested, I can arrange a meeting with the head of the guild. Estella set down her glass. Are you talking about trading Lion's Bomb? Gek let out a soft chuckle. Just as I thought. You're a very straightforward person. Gek leaned in closer, his breath brushing against her ear. If you could spare some time to attend, I can explain the details to you in private. Estella looked displeased, leaning her body back slightly. What on earth are you whispering about? What secrets? Tariq suddenly appeared behind the two of them. His voice was ice cold. Do you really need to be that close? Your Majesty, Gek recoiled abruptly, his face turning pale. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Tariq stared at the man before him, his eyes chilling. What are you so surprised about? A stranger would think you're plotting a rebellion. Rebellion, never, Your Majesty. Gek squeezed out a stiff smile. He bowed deeply. Excuse me, I still have other guests to greet. Gek turned and fled. His footsteps were frantic. Estella watched his retreating back. She let out a soft sigh. I just want to drink my wine in peace. Tariq crossed his arms over his chest. He tilted his head toward the woman beside him. It seems no one wants to approach you. Princess Estella took a sip of her wine. Whose fault do you think that is? I'm not exactly an extroverted person to begin with. Tariq's brow furrowed slightly. What are you talking about? You're the most interesting person I've ever met. Estella froze. She turned to meet his gaze. A look of helpless resignation crossed her face. I'll take that as a compliment. Oh my, Tariq. Your Majesty, a startled cry came from the distance. Tariq looked down at the newcomer. Rosalia let out a gasp of admiration. Your Majesty, your brooch. This sapphire is a perfect match for your eyes. Tariq cleared his throat. His fingers brushed the jewel on his chest. Estella stared at the blue glint. I thought he would have thrown that away long ago. I didn't expect him to keep it. It really does suit him. Rosalia took a step forward. Your Majesty, that lookbook of dresses you sent me last time. I liked it very much. Did you prepare it as a special gift? Because my birthday is coming up? Rosalia twisted her fingers together. Her eyes were brimming with joy. Rose is just so happy. Tariq didn't say a word. He abruptly turned and walked away. Your Majesty, where are you going? Wait for Rose. Rosalia chased after him, clutching her skirts. Their figures disappeared at the end of the corridor. Estella stood where she was. If Tariq sent her a dress lookbook, it means he isn't completely uninterested. Could it be that something happened between them that I don't know about? She lowered her eyes. Her fingertips traced the cold rim of her wine glass. Well, it's none of my business anyway. Estella looked away. Skirts swayed on the dance floor. The musicians drew their bows across the cellos. A saxophone played a melodious tune. Golden notes seemed to dance in the air. Princess Blaze. A maid ran over, looking panicked. What's wrong? Estella turned her head. Her expression was calm. It seems Lady Rosalia has lost an ear. The maid pointed toward the gathering crowd. Was it the pair of pearl earrings she was wearing just now? Estella remembered the pink pearls. They were Rosalia's most prized treasures. Rosalia stood by the steps. She covered her empty earlobes with both hands. She looked frantic. She pushed through the crowd. She charged straight toward Estella. Princess Blaze, have you seen one of my earrings? Rosalia grabbed her arm. It's been missing. Ever since I spoke with you. Estella looked her straight in the eye. Her gaze was icy. I haven't seen it. It's too dark now. Wait until the sun comes up tomorrow to look for it. No, what if someone picks it up before then? Rosalia snapped back shrilly. Her eyes rimmed with red. You don't understand? Rose's earrings are extremely rare. They are priceless. What's all this noise? Tariq pushed through the crowd and entered. His brow was tightly knit. Your Majesty, Rosalia sobbed. I've lost one of the precious earrings my father gave me. Stop making such a fuss. Tariq snorted coldly. His eyes were full of impatience. Everyone, continue enjoying the banquet. Your Majesty, Rosalia cried out in protest. Wait, she suddenly reached out. She grabbed Tariq's sleeve with a death grip. Slap! Tariq swung his hand and shook her off. His movement was sharp and decisive. Don't touch me, he said, his eyes filled with icy coldness. That's so cruel. Rosalia clutched the hand he had brushed aside. Her shoulders trembled violently. If it was that important, you should have kept a better eye on it yourself, Tariq said, his voice devoid of emotion. Rosalia hung her head low. Her long pink hair shielded her face. She let out a soft, tiny sob. Rose only wanted to find her precious earring back. Your Majesty, Rosalia said, slowly looking up. Please, at least allow me to search one person. Search, Tariq stopped in his tracks. He turned slightly, his gaze full of scrutiny. Yes, Rosalia whipped her head around. Her gaze shot like a blade toward Estella in the distance. I have a premonition. The corners of Rosalia's mouth curved into a smirk. Her eyes were dark and malicious. I must search Estella. The prince's whispers rippled through the banquet hall. Estella stood in the center of the hall, surveying the gathered nobles around her. And why on earth do you need to search me? Rosalia puffed out her chest, pressing her finger against her collar. Because you've been coveting my earrings this whole time. Estella tilted her head slightly. Her expression was one of pure disbelief. Me, pink pearls are indeed quite rare. Estella cut her off. However, I personally find pink pearls utterly loathsome. She raised her hand, clad in a white glove, and lightly touched her chin. Her gaze swept over Rosalia's furious face. That is the simple truth. How dare you speak that way about my gift? It was a present from my father. Rosalia stepped forward, closing in on Estella. Her voice trembled with rage. Estella remained expressionless. I am only telling the truth. Rosalia suddenly let out a cold sneer. Her lips curled in mockery. I see now. You're just jealous of me, aren't you? Princess. She spread her hands wide. Her eyes were full of conceit. Jealous that I have everything you can never obtain. Estella knit her brows. What? That's absolutely nonsensical. Rosalia looked down on her. Her eyes were filled with a frantic intensity. Unlike you in this place, back in our kingdom, I am the one who is loved. Rosalia lunged forward. She grabbed Estella by the shoulders. That's why you stole my earring. Estella reached out and picked up a wine glass from the table. Red liquid poured out, splashing onto the floor tiles. A pink pearl shimmered amidst the wine stains. The surrounding nobles covered their faces and whispered, Oh my God, it really is the missing earring. Did the Princess of Blaze actually steal it? Estella stared at the pearl on the ground. Her pupils flickered. To think Shed set such a clumsy trap. Is this why she was so confident? Estella straightened her posture. She crossed her arms. I'm sorry, but I didn't put that in there. The evidence is right here. Rosalia shouted, pointing at the floor. Don't even try to deny it anymore. Estella let out a cold laugh. Logically speaking, why would I go through the trouble of stealing a precious earring, only to ruin it by throwing it into wine? She looked down at the empty wine glass. Even though this was my glass, anyone could have dropped an earring into it. More than 3 people came by my seat tonight. Princess Rosalia. Estella walked forward slowly. And Baron Jack. And she leaned in close to Rosalia, lowering her voice near her ear. Your Majesty, if you insist on a full investigation. Estella's lips curled in mockery. Then His Majesty would also become one of the suspects. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Rosalia froze in place. A muffled sound escaped her throat. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. If that is the outcome you truly desire. Estella turned to leave. Her high heels clicked against the floor, making a crisp, sharp sound. Then by all means, go ahead and start your investigation. Where do you think you're going? Rosalia suddenly snapped back to her senses. You can't just run away like this. She rushed forward. She grabbed Estella's skirt in a death grip. Her fingertips turned white from the strain. The silk fabric slipped through her fingers. Estella lost her balance. Her body tilted backward. Her hair fanned out in the air. Tariq reached out and caught her by the waist. He held her steady. His chest was pressed firmly against her back. Estella froze in place. Her pupils trembled slightly. Her breath hitched instantly. Your Majesty, are you all right? Rosalia ran over, lifting her skirt. Her expression was surprisingly frantic. Tariq closed his eyes. He let out a heavy sigh. Rosalia. Princess, did you not hear what I just said? He snapped his eyes open. They were filled with nothing but coldness. Anyone who causes a disturbance shall be executed. Rosalia's body flinched violently. Her face was, Your Majesty, the banquet is over. Tariq scanned the surroundings. His voice echoed through the hall. Everyone, go home immediately. Estella leaned against his chest. Her fingers clutched his collar tightly. She let out a soft sigh. It seems you've taken quite a liking to my chest since the last time. Princess, Tariq looked down at her. I'm sorry. Estella suddenly snapped out of it. She let go and scrambled backward. A flush rose to her cheeks. He looked down at his own formal attire. The chest area was soaked with wine. The fabric clung to his skin. He let out a low, frustrated groan. Estella bent down. Her fingertips touched her ankle. A sharp sting of pain shot through her. She must have sprained it when she almost fell just now. Tariq let out another sigh. He leaned down and swept her up in his arms.
His hold was as steady as iron.
Your Majesty, Estella cried out in surprise. Her hands pressed against his chest. You don't intend to wander around the palace looking like that, do you? Tariq scrutinized her. His gaze swept over her torn skirt. Estella lowered her gaze. It was indeed quite unseemly. And she couldn't walk on this foot at all. I know, but she hesitated. Am I too heavy? Tariq began to walk. His boots clicked against the floor tiles, creating a steady rhythm. Actually, you're worryingly light. The corridor fell into a dead silence. The sound of footsteps was amplified. Estella held her breath, but another rhythm reached her ears. It was the sound of a heartbeat, heavy and rapid. She couldn't tell if it was his or her own. Is it because I'm longing for a heartbeat? Estella blinked. Her vision gradually blurred. She let that rhythm take over. Her senses, was it because she drank too much? Estella leaned her head on Tariq's shoulder. Her consciousness began to fade. Princess, a low call reached her ears. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Before she knew it, she fell into a deep sleep. You snitch. Did you tell the two boys loomed over a desk? They looked down at a young Estella. What is this? Am I dreaming? Yes, I did. So what? She sat in the chair, tilting her small face upward defiantly. Her eyes showed no trace of fear. You messed up. You should take responsibility for your own mistakes. You little brat. The boy pointed angrily at the tip of her nose, brandishing the volleyball in his hand. Ever since I was a child, I could never stand injustice. And I never cried in front of anyone. Two boys wailed loudly in front of the teacher. Estella stood to the side, with bruises on her face and a cold expression. No matter how much it hurt, feeling sad was just foolish. My pride wouldn't allow me to shed tears in public. But even someone as strong-willed and proud as me had one person who could make me cry. That must hurt so much, doesn't it? My poor child. That was my grandmother. With my parents away, she was the only one I could rely on. Grandmother knelt down and cupped Estella's face in her hands, her fingertips radiating warmth. It's okay, sweetheart. Estella buried herself in her grandmother's embrace and sobbed uncontrollably, her shoulders shaking violently. It felt as if as long as she hid here, she could withstand anything in the world. Grandmother, Estella lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, soaking into the pillow. Tariq sat by the bed, reaching out a finger to gently wipe away the tear stains from her eyes. His movements were incredibly light. Grandmother, Estella murmured. She opened her eyes, her vision blurry and unfocused. Tariq let out a soft chuckle, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. I am certainly not your grandmother, princess. I'm not your grandmother, princess. Tariq leaned down, bracing his arms on either side of Estella, gazing into those dazed purple. Your Majesty, Estella sat up abruptly. What are you so afraid of? Tariq's expression was indifferent. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Estella looked down and covered her cheeks. She had actually cried and talked nonsense in front of him. It was the ultimate embarrassment. She took a deep breath, forcing down the shame in her heart. Regardless, why am I in your Majesty's bedroom? Tariq sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze sweeping over her disheveled hemline. Did you really want to wander around looking like that? I'm sorry. Estella clutched the lace at the corner of her skirt, her thumb rubbing against the delicate fabric. I ruined the clothes you lent me. Lent you, Tariq turned his head, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Is that not the case? Estella looked up, lingering tear stains still at the corners of her eyes. Those were a gift to you. Tariq stood up and straightened his cuffs. I see you wearing the same outfit every day. He turned around and looked down at her from his height. Where on earth are you spending all your salary? Estella twisted her fingers, her voice growing smaller and smaller. I use it for experiments, buying gifts, and many other things. Tariq let out a soft huff of reprimand, his brow furrowing slightly. You should learn to spend money on yourself. Is he suggesting I need to dress up more? How troublesome. Estella lowered her head and let out a helpless sigh. Since you're awake, go and change your clothes. Tariq stepped aside, his gaze shifting toward the door. But I don't have any clothes to change into. Estella clutched her damaged skirt, looking uncomfortable. A knock came from the door. Your Majesty, the items you requested have arrived. The attendant's voice rang out. Estella looked up, her pupils trembling slightly. What on earth is going on? Two maids pushed open the door, and behind them followed several clothing racks draped with long gowns. Satins of various colors shimmered under the light. What exactly is happening? Estella changed into a long blue dress, its hem layered like rolling waves. She cleared her throat softly and walked over to Tariq. Your Majesty, and finished changing. That looks much better. Sit down, Tariq gestured without even turning his head. Estella froze in place. For what? You need to report. Tariq turned around, his gaze returning to its usual cold severity. What a terrible boss. His head is filled with nothing but overtime. Estella sat back on the sofa, with a dull thud. What do you think of Rosalia? Tariq stared into her eyes, his tone low and deep. Are you asking if I believe Rosalia is a traitor? Estella tilted her head and let out a soft huff. It's impossible to be certain for now. Your Majesty, please allow me to ask one question. She raised her eyes, looking directly into Tariq's. Who do you think put the earring in my cup? Tariq remained silent for a moment,
his gaze still icy.
I don't care who did it. Estella's body stiffened, a wave of coldness rising in her heart. Just as I thought, he doesn't care at all whether I live or die. But I'm certain that it definitely wasn't you. Tariq added in a low voice, his tone steady. Estella froze on the spot, her pupils trembling slightly. This sentence shattered the defenses she had maintained all along. Whether it was the me from that former world, or the current Estella, I always seemed to be alone. I was used to being ridiculed and blamed by everyone, because I had long since grown accustomed to loneliness. But at this moment, something solid was collapsing. Looking back, Tariq had always stood on my side. I know perfectly well he might betray me at any time for his goals, but at this very second, the joy surging in my chest feels so real. Perhaps those days when I claimed to enjoy being alone were just a struggle I put up to fend off the pain of loneliness. Estella pulled back her thoughts and looked at the man beside. Princess Rosalia is not the type of person who would betray you. She is deeply in love with your majesty. She would never conspire to revolt. Tariq folded his hands and leaned forward. Then how do you explain today's disturbance? She just wanted to humiliate me. Estella lowered her eyes, her voice calm. Perhaps there is someone else pulling the strings in the shadows. That person is using Rosalia. They have their own agenda. Tariq turned his head, his gaze sharp. Yes, we need to find that person and launch an investigation. Estella looked grave. Night shrouded the streets, and the stone pavement was silent and empty. What exactly happened? Rosalia screamed in the hall, her hands clutching her skirt tightly. I told you, the plan was foolproof. Calm down and sit.
Keck frowned.
Letting out an impatient click of his tongue. Now you're telling me to calm down? Rosalia spun around abruptly, her chest heaving violently. I did exactly as you said, and all I got in return was His Majesty's contempt. The door was pushed open, with a heavy scraping sound. It's quite noisy in here, isn't it? A burly middle-aged man walked into the room.
His gaze was somber.
Throwing a tantrum won't solve anything. Rosalia. Kroko snorted and approached with heavy steps. He loomed over the princess. Ah, the very person I was looking for. Mr. Kroko. Gake stood up. He looked at the newcomer. Because of an employee in your little business, I suffered utter humiliation today. Rosalia pointed a finger at Kroko's nose and demanded an explanation. How do you plan to take responsibility for my little business? Kroko let out a cold laugh. His mustache twitched. Princess, it seems you have some misunderstandings. He took a step forward. His shadow enveloped Rosalia. I don't work for you. What? Rosalia froze in place. Her pupils contracted in shock. The reason I help you, Kroko spread his thick hands. He held them out. Is only because I have business dealings with the King of Lanwich. But that doesn't mean you've hired us. But everything my father owns will be mine in the future? Rosalia puffed out her chest, but her voice was trembling. What a shame. My noble princess. Kroko's eyes were filled with mockery. She seemed to know nothing at all. What? Rosalia held her breath. Her light green eyes shook violently. The fact is, the King of Lanwich has been falling behind on his payments lately. Kroko moved closer to her face. And the interest is snowballing as we speak. That's impossible. Rosalia staggered backward. Her back hit the cold wall. Our kingdom has always been wealthy. I suppose your father didn't tell you. Kroko stepped forward. His leather shoes made a dull thud on the stone floor. Probably to spare you some heartache. According to your logic just now, Kroko leaned in close. The King of Longwick's debt is also your debt. Right, nonsense. How could I possibly pay off the debt of an entire kingdom? Rosalia's face turned pale. Her voice shook with terror. I know it won't be easy. Kroko reached out. His fingertips coiled around a strand of her long pink hair. He toyed with it carelessly. Since all you have left is this body, princess. Kroko leaned into her ear. As long as you do what we say, there won't be any problems. The full moon hung high in the sky. Dim light shone from the windows of the manor. Estella pushed open the heavy doors. She stepped inside. Your Highness, you're back so late. The maid rushed forward to greet her. She looked frantic. What is this new dress? The maid stared at the gorgeous blue gown. She was full of confusion. There was a little accent. Estella lowered her eyes. Her tone was flat. Is everything all right here? We received another large basket of red apples. The maid pointed to the bamboo basket on the table. It was stuffed with plump fruit. An envelope was tucked into the gaps. Estella picked up an apple. She took a bite. It made a crisp sound. She opened the envelope to read. This should be the progress report on the sapphire mine. Excellent work. Thanks to him, my passive income is finally secured. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. A faint smile appeared. I don't need to worry about this for the time being. A heavy thud suddenly rang out. It shook the entire room. Who could it be at this hour? Estella put down the letter. Walking toward the door. The wooden door made a harsh scraping sound as it slowly opened. Who's there? Rosalia stood outside the door, her body trembling violently. She suddenly collapsed to her knees, bracing her hands against the cold floor. Princess Estella? She looked up, her eyes rimmed with red, her expression utterly shattered. I need to beg you. Help me. Rosalia knelt before the threshold, clutching the other woman's skirt in a death grip. Her shoulders twitched convulsively as she let out a broken sob. What on earth happened? Estella looked down at her. I'm sorry. Rosalia kept her head buried, her voice muffled by choking sobs. I know I don't deserve your mercy, but please help me. The teapot tilted, pouring a pale red liquid into the cup. A faint steam rose from it. All right, first try to steady your breathing. Estella set the teapot down and pushed the cup toward her. Rosalia held the teacup in both hands and took a small sip. The truth is, I framed you for stealing the earring. She set the cup down, her eyes darting away. Because Baron Jack told. At first, she approached me as a jeweler. Rosalia fell into her memories. She offered a high price for my pearls and brought the most fashionable jewelry. I thought we had become close, so I shared some personal matters with her. She stood on the terrace, with a man behind her fastening a necklace. It was then that I regretfully said some bad things. Rosalia lowered her eyes. About you, Princess Blaze. The Baron leaned close to Rosalia's ear and whispered his instructions, demanding she hand over an earring to frame Estella as a thief. I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. Rosalia covered her face, letting out broken sobs. What happened after the plan failed? Estella's expression was cold and sharp as she looked directly at the other woman. He said if I didn't return all the property. Rosalia's face turned deathly pale, her body shaking with sheer terror. They would sell me off. Human trafficking is their specialty. Estella's eyes were filled with ice. For Rosalia, who was already a hostage, they wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Princess Estella, you have to save me. Rosalia suddenly reached out, grabbing the other's sleeve tightly. I've already given away everything I received. I have nothing left now. Her voice was pleading, her eyes filled with despair. If it's a matter of money, Estella brushed the woman's hand away, her tone calm. Why don't you ask your father, the king of language, for help? Rosalia looked down to avoid her gaze, her shoulders twitching again, as she let out a hopeless whimper. Apparently, he is also burdened with massive debts in his own name. Estella sat up straight. If that's the case, why me of all people? You once said you were deeply loved? Her tone was flat. Why not ask someone else for help? Rosalia twisted her fingers together, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She stammered, unable to get a complete. If others knew I was in debt, they would be so disappointed in me. She bowed her head, sobbing, tears pooling in her eyes. Followers bought with gifts are meaningless in the face of a crisis. It turned out she didn't have a single friend she could trust. Estella stood up. Stop crying, you've heard enough. Rosalia's crying snapped to a halt. She let out a loud hiccup. She stared blankly ahead. Good, Estella looked down at her. There is only one way to solve this debt, and it is very simple. Rosalia let out a confused hum, tear stains still wet on her face. Every piece of jewelry and every dress you own. The corners of Estella's mouth curled slightly. Bring them all to me. Your Majesty, it seems some rats have snuck into the palace. Tariq raised his wine glass. his deep blue eyes. Remain calm, rats? Yes, your majesty. They likely came from the Black Street. Vigiardo stood before the desk, reporting.
He waited for further instructions.
People from the Black Street? Tariq swirled the red liquid in his glass. To be bold enough to crawl out of the sewers. It seems they found new prey. Vigiardo straightened his back. Their specific target is currently unclear. However, intelligence suggests that the Lanwich Kingdom has incurred massive debts, and the creditor is none other than the Black Street. Should we investigate further? Vigiardo waited for the order. Tariq let out a sigh. Those fellows are about to become a nuisance again. Investigate the situation regarding the Lanwich royals first. He turned to look out the window. I must find out what their true objective really is. Jewelry and ornaments piled up across the tabletop. Necklaces and red high heels were stacked in a mess, emitting a blinding shimmer. This is everything. Estella inspected the valuables with a cold tone. Yes, Rosalia replied in a low voice, her hands twisting anxiously together. Estella stared at the necklace around the other's neck, her gaze sharp. No. Rosalia suddenly clutched her neck. This is my most precious treasure. Estella let out a sigh. These things aren't enough to pay off the Lanwich Kingdom's debt, but they are enough to offset your personal arrears. Rosalia eventually unfastened the necklace and dropped it into the pile of valuables. Do you really think this will work? Provided we can sell them at full price. Estella turned away. Then what should we do? Rosalia looked panicked. Bargain. Estella gave a brief answer. But I've never done anything like that before. Rosalia's face was full of disbelief. To exchange them for cash, we must auction them off. Estella tilted her head. There is no other choice. Rosalia clasped her hands against her chest, her eyes pleading. Please come with me. She really is an open book. Estella looked away. Fine, I will go with you. Thank you, Princess Blaze. Rosalia cheered and jumped for joy. However, Estella stopped in her tracks. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Rosalia froze in place, letting out a confused hum. The Lanwich Kingdom's tariff exemption rights. Estella turned her head, her purple eyes glinting with a golden light. Hand them over to me. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the palace spires. The evening clouds burned like fire. Who should I choose? Estella walked past the ranks of the Imperial Guard, her gaze scanning their tense faces. Even though she saved Daisy's life, Vigiardo stood to the side, lost in thought. But without His Majesty's permission, lending out knights privately, is that really appropriate? Vigiardo. Tariq appeared behind him out of nowhere, his voice low and cold. Your Majesty, Vigiardo turned abruptly. He looked panicked. What is that princess doing now? Tariq stared at her receding figure in the distance. She said she was going to a dangerous place. Vigiardo lowered his head to report. So she requested to borrow a knight. A dangerous place? Tariq's brow furrowed slightly. His gaze became deep and inscrutable. I'll choose this guy. Estella stopped in her tracks. She pointed her finger at a knight in the lineup. Estella tapped the knight's breastplate. It made a dull metallic thud. He looks very strong. Tariq let out a short, cold snort. Displeasure was written all over his face. Your Majesty, Estella turned back. When did you get here? Tariq crossed his arms over his chest. His gaze was icy. It seems you are quite fond of that one. Yes, his shoulders are very broad. Estella sized up the soldier before her. His body looks very solid. The chosen knight puffed out his chest. He looked quite proud. Tariq's face darkened. An aura of irritation radiated from him. What on earth is wrong with him? Estella felt a surge of doubt. Granted, Tariq turned around. His tone was stiff. The princess may take him. Night fell. Stars dotted the pitch-black sky. The carriage wheels ground over the stone pavement, creating a rhythmic vibration. The door pushed open. The wooden axle made a piercing, grating sound. Estella, I'm so scared. Rosalia huddled in the corner of the carriage. Her body wouldn't stop trembling. What if we fail? In the worst-case scenario, you'll be homeless. Estella stepped down from the carriage. Rosalia, I can't be homeless. Rosalia wailed loudly. Trying out a minimalist lifestyle won't do any harm. Estella didn't look back. Her footsteps were steady. Wait, more importantly, she paused. She looked toward the edge of the carriage. Aren't you planning to come down? The knight sat silently inside the carriage. His helmet hid all his metal armor clattered loudly. It made a harsh, scraping noise. He clumsily jumped off the carriage. But he charged straight in the opposite direction. You're going the wrong way. Estella called out to remind him. Her hands instinctively clenched. I wanted a knight, not a pile of scrap metal. She let out a long sigh. Her eyes were full of helplessness. Rosalia pointed at the man ahead. You shouldn't be going over there. The knight suddenly froze. He turned his head mechanically. His heels clicked against the stone tiles, making a crisp sound. Beneath this seemingly ordinary shop building, Croco's massive illegal nest lay hidden. Estella handed over a pink mask. For the rest of the way, you must wear this. Rosalia froze in place. Her pupils trembled with surprise. Estella put on a feathered mask. She lifted her skirt and stepped forward. Nothing special so far. Rosalia followed closely behind. Her hands were folded over her chest. She looked very uneasy. Thank you all for coming from so far away. A man wearing a long trench coat stood guard at the door. He bowed slightly. That voice, it's Croco. Estella stopped in her tracks. Her gaze locked onto the man ahead. The man pushed open the heavy wooden door. A crisp clicking sound followed as the lock disengaged. Please, walk this way. The massive doors swung open. A deafening roar of noise rushed out to meet them. The place was ablaze with light. So this is the true face of the Black Street. Estella's pupils trembled slightly as she took in the sight before her. Welcome, one and all. Ladies and gentlemen. The auctioneer stood on a high platform, arms spread wide to welcome the boiling crowd. Welcome to the Black Street, secret auction. Chandeliers cast a dim, amber light, illuminating the magnificent underground hall. It's impossible all of this has been hidden underground this whole time. Estella scanned the surroundings. The crowd was a sea of people. A cacophony of voices filled her ear. Please follow me this way. A waiter wearing sunglasses stepped aside to lead the way. His pace hurried. Estella stepped down the stairs, descending with steady strides. As expected, everyone has their faces covered. Rosalia followed closely behind, using an umbrella to shield half of her face, her eyes darting around with unease. These masks exist to conceal the ugly side of the arrogant nobility. Estella moved through the crowd, her gaze icy. We have arrived. The waiter stopped in front of a private box. The reason a filthy place like this can exist to this day is that the person controlling it is the most despicable of all. He knows exactly how to exploit the secret desires of the nobles. Welcome. A man sat in an armchair shrouded in shadows, slowly turning around. Estella came to a halt and looked directly at him. I am Croco, the master of this establishment. A smile played on Croco's lips. We have reserved the best seats for our most distinguished guests. Please sit. Estella lifted her skirt and took a seat. This place is practically a prison built by Croco. For now, I have to play along. Since you've already come all this way, Croco leaned back into his chair. Then enjoy the show. And now we shall present the first item to you all. The heavy wooden doors slowly creaked open, with a dull grinding sound. The audience below erupted into whispers. The noise rose and fell in waves. Estella's eyes suddenly snapped wide, her pupils quivering with shock. What is that? These people are absolutely insane. She's a girl from the Sha tribe. The starting bid is 10 gold coins. The auctioneer waved his arms, and the crowd below instantly reached a boiling point. 30 gold coins, 50 gold coins. The masked nobles held their bidding paddles high, their shouts echoing one after another. 80 gold coins. Estella's throat tightened. These people are truly nauseating. It seems our honored guest is not pleased. Kroko sat in the shadows slightly behind her, his tone flippant. I didn't come here for entertainment. Stared straight ahead. Everyone here is mad. Then let us see what you have brought. Kroko leaned forward, his eyes falling on the table. Estella opened the wooden box, revealing a cache of glittering jewels. Metal and gemstones intertwined to cast a blinding radiance. Quite a charming box of jewelry. Kroko let out a low hum. Rosalia lowered her gaze, avoiding the man's eyes. I acknowledge this gesture of sincerity. Rosalia's throat moved slightly, as she swallowed hard, her expression becoming increasingly panicked. Kroko snapped the wooden box shut, with a dull thud. But these items have depreciated in value now. What should we do? Princess. Rosalia gripped Estella's arm tightly, asking in a hushed whisper. Estella's expression remained calm, as she looked Kroko straight in the eye. It's true that compared to when it was first purchased, the value might have dropped slightly. But just how much of a markup are you looking for? Kroko narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept across the other's face. Roughly estimated, it would be about this much. Thank you all for your patience. The auctioneer stood on the high platform. He spread his arms wide. His voice resonated throughout the hall. Behold today's main attraction. He is a survivor who defeated 90 other gladiators. A slave from the Khaden kingdom. The gladiators' chains rattled violently. They made a piercing, metallic clashing sound. A terrifying killing machine. Number 78, Rolly. Rolly walked onto the stage in handcuffs. The metal chains clinked with every step. He remained expressionless. He allowed the 2 guards to escort him. Heavens, it really is the notorious number 78. The nobles below whispered among themselves. A noisy wave of discussion broke out. Finally, I've been waiting for this. I really want to tame him myself. It'll make him submit completely. Rolly looked up slightly. His red pupils were filled with a chilling coldness. He scanned the crowd below. Look at those defiant eyes. No wonder he could defeat 99 people. His pupils are red as fresh blood. Estella held her breath. She watched the man on stage intently. Those eyes. In the entire novel, only one person possesses them. He is definitely more than just a swordsman. He is the second prince of the Khaden kingdom. Rolly, 10,000 gold coins. The auctioneer announced loudly. The price had already climbed to 10,000 gold coins. Wait, Estella asked in disbelief. Are you saying you want us to pay over 10,000 gold coins? What is this? Only a madman would charge this much interest. The corners of Kroko's mouth curled up. He let out a soft chuckle. If you're willing, there is another way. Kroko turned sideways. The exclusive distribution rights for Lion's Balm. How about we make a deal using that? Estella snapped her head toward him. Her eyes were full of disbelief. What? Use my medicine to pay off Rosalia's debt? That makes no sense at all. Didn't you come here specifically to help her? Kroko's tone was flat. It seems you take me for a fool. Estella stood up. Since I have no intention of agreeing to these terms, then I'll take my leave. She turned to go. Kroko remained firmly seated in his chair. He called her by name. Estella. The doors slammed shut. It made a heavy, crashing sound. Several guards instantly blocked the exit. You should be well aware that this is my territory. Kroko's gaze was icy. And you should also know that until the debt is paid in full, you aren't going anywhere. Estella stopped in her tracks. She let out a soft sigh. Guards are everywhere at the door. I can't force my way out now. What should I do next? If you really can't part with that medicine, Kroko spoke again. There is one last thing. I'm willing to accept it as a substitute. Why don't you 2 princesses stand on that stage yourselves? Kroko spread his arms wide. He pointed down below. Think about it. A princess of Blaze should fetch a very good price. After all, you are quite the rare prize. He isn't even hiding how he objectifies me anymore. Estella turned her head. She avoided his uncomfortable gaze. She let out a soft sigh. I do indeed need that number 78. Using Lion's Balm to settle this isn't a bad trade. With the asthma medication currently in development, I can still make Diller's trading company grow. Since you want it so badly. Estella turned her gaze back to Croco. Then let's trade for that number 78 over there. Oh, Croco raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect our distinguished guest to be interested in number 78 as well. Then let's settle it. As long as you sign this document, I'll give you exactly what you want. Croco handed over a sheet of paper covered in writing. He pressed his hand directly onto the edge. The heavy iron bolt was pulled back, letting out a piercing, metallic screech. The cell door slowly creaked open. A noble guest has booked your time. The guard stood outside the door, the keys at his waist jingling. Rolly lifted his head, his red hair falling over his forehead. His eyes were cold and filled with wariness. Have you heard of that cursed princess? The guard let out a low chuckle. Estella folded her hands, resting her chin on her fingertips. Her expression was grim. Revise it. She slammed the document onto the table. I will never sign such an absurd contract. Princess of Blaze? Croco leaned back, folding his hands over his stomach. As someone with more experience, I should warn you that a disobedient woman is utterly useless. Estella stared at him through her mask, her eyes filled with ice. She didn't waver in the slightest. Don't you know? If you want to be loved, your best chance is to play dumb. Estella met his gaze. At that very moment, I finally saw exactly what Croco really wanted. It was me from the very beginning.
He spread his fingers like he was manipulating a puppet,
Trying to trap me in the palm of his hand. Neither number 78 nor Rosalia mattered anymore. Estella leaned toward Rosalia's ear and lowered her voice. Wait for my signal. Then run for the exit as fast as you can. Absolutely do not look back. What? Rosalia's face was full of shock. Do as I say. Estella sat back up straight, facing Croco. I have a special medicine developed specifically for you, Mr. Croco. Oh, you have successfully piqued my interest. Croco leaned forward. And what medicine would that be? Go to hell, you scumbag. Estella suddenly brandished a vial, spraying a thick mist directly into Croco's face. How does it feel? It's my handmade pepper spray. Croco let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his eyes desperately. His body contorted violently from the intense pain. Rosalia! Run, Estella shouted sharply, her pupils dilating from the urgency. She pushed past the obstacles in front of her. A heavy thud sounded. She crashed into a wall of flesh, and her footsteps were forced to a halt. Your Highness! A man stood in her way, the scar on his face looking particularly hideous under the lights. He reached out with a broad palm and pressed down on Estella's shoulder. Sit down, the man said coldly. Behind him stood several expressionless Imperial guards, completely blocking all paths of retreat. Estella froze in place, her breathing becoming shallow and rapid. Just so you know, you have nowhere to run anyway. Her eyes flickered with icy defiance, and a suffocating aura of hostility radiated from her. That idiot! Why isn't the Tin Man doing anything? Rosalia grit her teeth, her eyes fixed on the armored guard in the distance. It seems your knight has no intention of helping you, Princess. The guard officer's lips curled into a smirk, and he let out a cold laugh. What, do you all plan on just standing here forever? He approached step by step. His shadow loomed over the two people in front of him. If that's the case, well, I'll just have to use force. The Imperial Guard officer and clamped his hand firmly onto Estella's shoulder.
His pupils contracted sharply.
Cold sweat slid down his cheek. A blurred silhouette streaked past. The sound of metal armor friction pierced the air. The armored guard instantly charged forward. An iron fist smashed heavily into the officer's face. The sound of bone shattering was clearly audible. The officer screamed as he was sent flying. Losing his balance, he slammed hard onto the ground. Blood splattered onto the cold floor tiles. What on earth is going on? Get that Tin Man. Two thugs roared and rushed forward, swinging their fists at the target. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the armored guard. He stepped aside to dodge the attack. Heavy punches fell in rapid succession, breaking the air with a series of explosive cracks. The guard swung his iron arm violently, slamming the enemy ruthlessly into the ground. Nice work. Iron Man Estella clasped her hands together. A look of pleasant surprise filled her eyes as she stared at the steel figure before her. Kroko clutched his chest, letting out a painful grunt. His body swayed unsteadily, and his face turned deathly pale. Boss, are you okay? The henchman wearing an eye patch rushed forward, supporting Kroko by the shoulder. His expression was frantic. Do I look like I'm okay? Kroko gritted his teeth. The veins on his temples bulged. His eyes were fixed forward, filled with pure rage. Get moving and chase those two bitches. This is our only chance to escape. Kroko roared at the top of his lungs, his right hand clutching his chest tightly. His body shook violently. A dull vibration suddenly came from the ground. What's happening? A noblewoman wearing a mask shrieked in terror. Losing her balance, she fell backward. My God, it's an earthquake. Run for your lives. Chandelier swung wildly. Glass shards flew in every direction. The crowd fell into chaos, screaming as they rushed toward the exit. Rosalia clutched her companion's sleeve tightly. Princess, aren't we also trying to escape? Don't worry, this place won't collapse. A faint smile played on Estella's lips. Her eyes remained calm as she watched the chaotic venue. How could you possibly know that? How did I know? Because I arranged all of this. Estella struck a match. The flame illuminated her profile. She had instructed Diller to only install low-yield explosives. What exactly happened? Kroko held onto the railing, looking down. Now's the time. Let's go, so it was you who did all this. A man wearing a purple mask turned his head sharply. His right hand drew a dagger in a reverse grip. The blade flashed in the air. How dare you interfere in someone else's business? Estella froze in place. Her pupils contracted with terror. Cold sweat slid down the edge of her mask. What should I do? A dull thud rang out. The man didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body collapsed forward like a puppet with its strings cut. He slammed heavily onto the cold floor tiles. Estella held her breath, staring at the unconscious body on the floor. Who was that just now? Rolly stood where light and shadow intertwined. His hands were folded in front of him. His eyes were sharp and cold as he watched the chaos before him. Number 78, a realization flashed in Estella's mind. Yes, now's the time. She leaned down and fumbled through the unconscious man's clothes. Her movements were swift and decisive. Hurry, I know he must have it on him. The corners of Estella's mouth curled up slightly. A triumphant smile appeared on her face. Found it. Estella held the hard object between her fingertips. A smile hung on her lips. All right, let's get out of here. Hurried footsteps echoed in the alleyway. The armored guard and Rolly followed closely behind. Estella turned back and shouted, Rosalia. Run faster, Rosalia bent over. She leaned her hands on her knees. She was gasping for air. I have absolutely no strength left. Stop right there. Rosalia whirled around. Her pupils constricted in shock. A large number of figures swarmed from the mouth of the alley. Did you really think you could escape? Kroko stood on high, looking down. Behind him followed more than 10 armed thugs. They completely blocked the narrow passage. Damn it, just how many of them are there? The dull sound of flesh hitting flesh rang out. Rolly dodged an attack with a sidestep. He delivered a heavy punch to an enemy's abdomen. The armored guard locked a hand around a thug's throat and slammed him violently against the wall. Estella watched the scene ahead. Rolly and the armored guard were efficiently clearing out the lackeys. Thuds of impact rose and fell. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Did you search over there? I'll take this path. You go that way. The thugs dashed through the alleys. Heavy footsteps shattered the silence, torches sent light, and shadows dancing wildly across the walls. Although we escaped for the moment, Croco's men are still swarming all over the streets. Estella hid behind a stone wall. Her chest heaved violently. Her eyes were fixed on the back of a patrolling figure in the distance. Rosalia. I'm only saying this once. Listen well. Estella's expression was cold and stern. She gripped the other's shoulders tightly. Her tone allowed for no argument. Okay, Rosalia shrank back. Her eyes were filled with dread. I will go out first to lead them away. In 10 seconds, run toward the Imperial Palace immediately. But what about you? Princess. Rosalia sniffled. Her eyes were rimmed with red. Her voice carried a sob. Listen to me, Rose. We don't have time to be moping here. Estella's gaze was like fire. She then turned to look at the red-haired man beside her. Number 78, I want you to escort her. Rolly stood silently in the shadows. The shackles on his wrists rattled slightly. His gaze was deep and cold as he watched the woman before him. I should have known she would fight back. Estella stared at those handcuffs. Metal chains tightly bound the man's wrists. They made a dull scraping sound. If you want to take these, you'd better behave and listen. Estella held up a golden key between her fingertips. It was the loot stolen from Croco's pocket. It swayed in the moonlight, making a crisp, tinkling sound. Estella let out a long breath. She steadied her erratic breathing. She turned to look at the silent, armored guard beside her. Are you ready? Estella's brow furrowed slightly as she watched her unresponsive companion. What is wrong with these guys? Not one of them will answer me. All right, then. Estella looked toward the mouth of the alley. 2 thugs were peeking around suspiciously. They were cursing under their breath as they searched for their target. A cold smirk played on her lips. It's time to start. Estella took a deep breath. She puffed out her chest and suddenly lunged out of the shadows. I'm right here. You bunch of idiots. The thug snapped his head back. His gaze locked onto the provocative figure. He growled through gritted teeth. That bitch. Quick, someone come here. They're over here. Don't let them get away. Chase them, the thugs roared at the end of the street. Their footsteps were chaotic and rapid. The flickering light of the torches danced wildly against the walls. Estella sprinted across the stone pavement. Her skirt billowed violently in the wind. The armored guard followed close behind. The metal plates of his armor clattered with a dull thud. Even though I volunteered to be the bait, this is way too hard. Estella gritted her teeth. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. Her legs felt heavy, as if filled with lead. Her breathing became burning and ragged. My legs are giving out. Suddenly, her toe caught on a protruding stone. She lost her balance. Her body pitched forward. Estella's pupils suddenly contracted. The ground rushed up to meet her eyes. If I fall here, I'll definitely be caught. A hand suddenly reached out from the side. It gripped her arm firmly. It halted her fall. Boss, something big has happened. Vigiardo spun around. His gaze was cold and sharp.
He stared at the subordinate who had burst in panic.
What nonsense are you talking about? Vigiardo's brow furrowed. His gaze pierced through the Imperial Guard like a blade. Since you weren't by the princess's side, then who exactly went with her? Cold sweat broke out on the guard's forehead.
He lowered his head, stammering.
It's His Majesty insisted on going himself. Rosalia stumbled into the hall. Her shoulders heaved violently. She couldn't stop hiccuping. Her eyes were filled with pure terror. Rosalia! Princess Vigiardo froze in place. Rosalia leaned into Vigiardo's ear. She whispered in broken, low tones. Tears welled up in her eyes. Vigiardo's pupils suddenly contracted. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. All knights, hear my command. Deploy immediately. Head to the Black Street. Vigiardo spun around. His right hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist.
he roared at the Imperial guards in the hall. His movements were urgent and frantic. His Majesty is in danger. The rooftops of the slums were crowded together. Moonlight spilled into the cracks between the gray tiles. The silence was torn apart by heavy panting. Estella clutched her skirt tightly. Her chest heaved. I finally escaped. Thank goodness I chose a strong night. Estella closed her eyes. The image of the armored guard carrying her over his shoulder while sprinting flashed through her mind. The lingering fear of that narrow escape hadn't faded. Thank you so much for earlier. Estella sat against the wall. She turned her head to look at the armored guard beside her. The man was breathing heavily. The armored guard lifted his gaunted knuckles. He pressed them against the edge of his helmet. A dull, metallic friction sound echoed. You truly are quite a character, Princess Blaze. Estella's pupils suddenly contracted. Her breath hitched instantly. This voice? Tariq took off the heavy helmet. His short silver hair was slightly disheveled. He stared at the woman with a cold, sharp, Your Majesty, Estella recoiled. Her pupils trembled violently with shock. What on earth is going on? Why are you here? Tariq sat on the ground. Silver locks fell over his forehead. He countered with a cold stare. What about you, Princess? Why would you set foot in such a dangerous place? Estella looked away. Her fingers fidgeted restlessly. I did say I needed a knight, but why is it you who came? Tariq tilted his head slightly. His expression remained indifferent. Because I am stronger than anyone else. I never said anything like that, Estella retorted in a low voice. In her mind, she flashed back to the nonsense shed spouted about liking broad-shouldered men. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. I know you're strong, Your Majesty, but... Tariq suddenly leaned in. He pressed his index finger against her lips. Where are they? Where did those bastards hide? Thugs were shouting outside the window. The sound of footsteps echoed heavily on the wooden floor. Maybe they fled back to the manor. Idiot, all the exits are sealed. How could they possibly escape? They're like rats in a trap now. Estella held her breath, her heart pounding wildly against her ribs. Tariq's fingers were cold and firm. The sensation of them pressing against her lips was unmistakable. Tariq reached out with his gaunted hand, firmly covering Estella's mouth. He pulled her entirely into his embrace. The two of them pressed tightly against the wall behind the curtain, listening as the thug's footsteps faded into the distance. Tariq let go and exhaled, letting out a soft sigh. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Estella froze in place, her heart still thumping violently in her chest. A flush deepened on her cheeks. What on earth is going on? Estella. Tariq called her name in a low voice. His tone carried a note of reprimand. Didn't I tell you to value your own life more? From now on, if you intend to throw your life away so recklessly again, Tariq wrapped his arm around, pulling her toward him. You must get my permission first. Estella lowered her gaze, the blush on her face becoming even more obvious. He's been so touchy lately, acting as if nothing happened. It seems they finally left. They're gone. Tariq rose slowly. Then I should take my leave as well. Just as Estella was about to walk away, her wrist was suddenly caught by his iron gauntlet. A surge of strength yanked her backward. Tariq wrapped both arms around her, locking her whole body in his embrace. He rested his chin on the top of her head, his movements forceful and brook no argument. I will never let you put yourself in danger alone again. Estella's body went stiff, her cheeks burning. Her heart hammered frantically against her chest. If this keeps up, I'll die of a heart attack. Before I even take down Croco, what are these keys for? Tariq loosened his embrace, his fingertips lifting the pendant around her neck. 2 iron keys dangled in the air. Estella looked down at the keys, her expression turning solemn. Since she intended to wipe out Croco completely, Tariq needed to know this too. One is to release number 78. The other is the key to Croco's secret vault. Estella gripped the pendant. Her gaze landed on the heavy wooden door nearby. That was the only entrance to the truth. A secret vault. Tariq furrowed his brows slightly, watching the woman before him. Estella ran her hands through her long hair, messing it up. She looked anxious. Yes, that's where Croco keeps his ledgers. Estella dropped her hands, her gaze becoming sharp. How do you know all this? Tariq pressed, his eyes filled with scrutiny. A greedy man like Croco never easily trusts others. Estella's expression was grim, so he records everything.
He documented every single detail of the Black Street.
If anything happens to him, the entire street will collapse. Estella was certain he would keep the key on his person. I was right. Estella chuckled, covering her mouth, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. The truth is, I read about it in the novel. Tariq remained silent for a moment, her reflection mirrored in his pupils. Fine, then where's the vault? I can take you there? Estella snapped her head toward the door. Estella froze in place, looking at the brown-haired man appearing outside the window. It was the owner of the shop she often frequented. Who is he? Tariq asked, his tone icy, eyes locked onto Diller. Oh, he's the owner of my favorite shop, Estella answered casually, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Favorite shop owner? Tariq repeated the words, radiating a chilling aura. Anyway, let's move. Imperial Knights are sweeping the streets for Croco's men. They are scattering in all directions. The slums have fallen into chaos. Gek watched the movements on the street. Now is our chance. Didn't I tell you not to come back if you didn't catch that little brat? Croco swung his heavy palm, slapping Gek hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the room. Gek's head whipped to the side, his cheeks swelling instantly. Gek lowered his head, his voice trembling. I'm sorry. The Imperial Knights have blocked all the streets. Croco roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. Have they all gone mad? How dare they occupy my territory? All of this is because of that damn Blaze princess. Croco spat through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Have you notified the Senate? Gek steadied himself and answered in a low voice. Yes, I've already sent someone to find Marquis Cecil. Croco clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. Those bastards escaped, and even number 78 is gone. Gek stood aside in silence, his expression gloomy, watching Croco pace the room frantically. What can you actually get? Croco turned abruptly, his beard trembling with rage. Gek stumbled backward, bumping into a display cabinet. His hands fumbled frantically in his pockets. He's in shackles anyway. He can't get far. I have the keys. Cold sweat broke out on Gek's forehead, his movements becoming increasingly messy. The keys, they were just here a moment ago. You useless waste. Croco roared and lunged forward, grabbing Gek by the collar. You even lost the keys? Right, wait. Croco froze mid-motion, his hand reaching for his own neck. His pupils contracted in extreme terror. Where's my key? Where is the key that was hanging around my neck? Boss, a henchman burst through the door, shouting in a panic. The secret vault ledger is gone. Croco collapsed to the floor, his face as pale as a sheet. Estella stood under the moonlight, slowly raising her hands. Her fingers were covered in dazzling gemstone rings, shimmering in the night, with a cold brilliance. Why are you fussing over such tacky gestures? Tariq, clad in heavy armor, walked beside Estella, his tone laced with confusion. As someone who has everything, you naturally wouldn't understand. Estella lifted her skirt, her expression indifferent. He let out a soft scoff, turning his head slightly to avoid her gaze. If Tariq hadn't been there, I would have cleared out the entire vault. Princess Estella. Rosalia came sprinting from the distance, her long pink hair disheveled in the night wind. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? As you can see, Estella spread her hands wide. I haven't even lost a drop of blood. I'm perfectly fine. Your Majesty, I must ask you to come with me. Viduardo stepped forward, the scar under his left eye clearly visible in the moonlight, staring at Tariq with a grim expression. Rosalia, I'm really okay. Estella comforted her softly. Go and get some rest first. Rosalia kept her head down in silence, clutching Estella's sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning white from the force. Rose, I was so worried about you. Rosalia's voice choked up, her eyes rimmed with red. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for everything I did before. Rosalia's eyes grew moist, tears welling at the corners. I really don't know how to thank you. Can I call you sister? Estella watched her quietly, her expression gentle. Rosalia, Princess, you should know that you're older than me, right? Estella reminded her helplessly, a trace of a smile on her lips. Who cares? The person who saved my life is my sister. From now on, just call me Rose. Don't call me Rosalia. Rosalia bounced around excitedly. Estella let out a soft chuckle. Heavens, I really want to just go home and rest. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Estella's pupils trembled slightly, and she abruptly turned her head to the side. All right. Rolly stood in the shadows of the courtyard, his hands bound by heavy iron handcuffs, his red hair particularly striking in the night. His gaze was cold and silent.
Hayes actually still here.
Estella stared at that figure, her heart wavering. Number 78, night shrouded the mansion. Estella stood inside the room, looking at the red-haired man before her. I'll get straight to the point. From now on, you will stay here with me. Rolly looked down at the iron shackles on his hands, his expression stern. Anyone outside will recognize you, Estella continued. In your current state, you won't be able to move freely at all. Rolly's lips moved slightly, letting out a low murmur. What was that? Estella frowned, and took a step forward, trying to hear his words clearly. I said unlock these. Estella's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively shrank. If you keep being this uncooperative, I won't give you your freedom. If you try to break them by force, you'll only cut your own wrists. Rolly let out a cold laugh and yanked hard on the chains, the metal clashing piercingly. You don't seem to understand the situation yet. Estella's pupils shook, cold sweat trickling down her cheek. Rolly suddenly stepped forward and grabbed her neck. If I wanted to, I could snap your neck right now. Estella's breath hitched, and she was forced to tilt her head back. This guy is impossible to communicate with. Was it a mistake to bring him back? Rolly pressed his thumb against her throat, his fingertip applying pressure. If I press here, and then give it a hard twist. Wait, Estella shouted. I need you. Rolly's movements froze. Confusion flickered in his crimson eyes. You need me just as much. Estella looked him straight in the eye. Her voice echoed through the room. Rolly slowly loosened his fingers, his expression remaining indifferent. Why would I need you? I need a guard. Estella looked directly at him. My life is currently under threat. I need someone with exceptional skills like yours. Rolly raised his shackled hands. The metal rings let out a sharp clink. They won't let a slave become a guard. A commoner can become a guard. Estella's tone was firm. And I happen to know the best way for you to obtain commoner status. Rolly's crimson pupils contracted. His expression betrayed doubt. Don't tell me, he whispered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do I have to go through that kind of crap again? Exactly, Estella nodded in confirmation. That is exactly what I mean. In the Aspen Empire, that is the only way to achieve upward social mobility. Two long swords crossed over an emblem, surrounded by a laurel wreath. It was the glory belonging to the strong, and the only ladder to power. The Gladiator Grand Tournament is set to open in 1 month. Slaves bet their lives there, for the honor of their masters. The victors are given 2 choices: become a knight for their master's family, or join the Imperial Guard. In Rolly's original destiny, he wouldn't participate in this tournament for another 2 years, at which point he would seize final victory. But I can't wait that long. Estella watched him, her expression solemn. The tournament opens in a month. What do you say? Do you want to try to run away in these shackles, only to be caught and executed? Or do you want to go win that tournament? Rolly looked down at his hands, remaining silent.
His red hair hid his eyes,
his fingertips rubbing the cold iron rings. Or would you prefer to stay here,
As my temporary guard? Estella spread her palms. If you win the tournament, I will no longer give you orders. You will have your freedom. Rolly watched her in silence, his crimson pupils wavering slightly. Undo these, Estella stepped forward and took hold of his iron-bound wrists. She took out a key and inserted it into the lock. The metal spring let out a crisp click. Wait. She pressed her fingertip firmly against the latch that was about to open. Even if this is just a temporary position, as your master, you should show me some basic respect. Rolly lowered his eyes, his gaze landing on the face so close to his. His Adam's apple bobbed. Please undo these, master. Estella let out a soft chuckle, her violet eyes filled with satisfaction. With a final click, the iron chains slid to the floor. The spired building stood tall in the night. The meeting hall was brilliantly lit. Several nobles sat around a long table. Are you serious? One noble stood up abruptly. For the sake of a little girl held as a hostage, we have to endure this chaos and humiliation. Has anyone confirmed it? Was it really that cursed woman who planted bombs around the auction house? Everyone. The man at the end of the long table spoke in a low, reprimanding tone. Heavy footsteps approached from a distance. A middle-aged man with blonde hair entered the hall, followed by a cloaked attendant. It was Marquis Cecil. Everyone turned to look as he walked straight toward the head of the table. The attendant pulled out a heavy wooden chair, and the Marquis sat firmly in it. Marquis Cecil folded his hands under his chin, a sharp light gleaming behind his lenses. We have more important matters to attend to now. We need to discuss this immediately. As the Minister of Justice of the Aspen Empire, he maintained a stern expression, his authority filling the silence. If we had caught them in time, we could have avoided this situation. Marquis Cecil stared at the noble across the long table,
his gaze icy.
Regarding this matter, I have already investigated. The Imperial Guard occupied the streets at the time. They were searching for that woman. Marquis Cecil pushed up his glasses, eyes flashing with disgust. Those warmongers haven't changed their habits, running around everywhere like mad dogs. More than those guards, it's Princess Blaze we should be worried about. I agree, another noble chimed in. That cursed princess has no sense of propriety. Shall stop at nothing to flatter his majesty. Marquis Cecil let out a sneer, his brow full of contempt.
His Majesty needs to wake up.
Allowing a woman like that to stay by his side? What do you intend to do? The noble opposite him lowered his voice. Do you have a plan? Marquis Cecil turned around, his back to the group. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing the weather. How hard can it be to get rid of one woman? Send a few of our men over. End this as quickly as possible. In the shadows behind him, a hooded attendant in black bowed slightly. Murderous intent spread through the silence. Good morning, my lady. He stood up, bowing to the approaching woman. Estella stopped in her tracks. Are you interested in plants? That's wonderful. From now on, this garden is in your care. I've never looked after plants before. Rollis' expression was hesitant, his eyes sweeping over the lush foliage. It's not difficult. Estella watched him. They just need to be watered regularly and pruned when necessary. Number 78, she took a step closer, her voice calm. You are the master of these plants now. Rolly froze in place, his pupils slightly contracted in surprise. A low murmur escaped his throat. You can call me Rolly. Don't call me number 78 anymore. Rolly gazed at the potted plant before him, sunlight spilling onto the emerald leaves. Very well, Rolly. Estella gave a small smile. Back in the Caden Kingdom, that must have been what they called him. Rolly bent down, immersing himself in the soil and branches. I am the master of these plants. After a prince turns gardener and then a slave, the only thing driving him to survive is revenge. Tariq's face surfaced in Rollis' mind, the man who destroyed his kingdom. Hatred surged violently in his chest, making it almost impossible to breathe. This resentment would only grow with time, becoming more twisted and heavy. When they finally face each other, it will be the moment everything ends. When I leave the Aspen Empire, Estella stood on the terrace, looking out at the towering white spires in the distance. I'm sorry, Rolly. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I am using you. The stone walls stood high, and the iron gates were locked tight. Night enveloped the silent palace. Heavy footsteps shattered the silence. 2 men in gray robes entered. One of them rubbed his chin. This is nerve-wracking. How can a princess's chambers have no guards at all? The other man, who was bald, threw up his hands. It seems the rumors about her being the emperor's favorite are just a front. Let's get this over with quickly. The red-haired man pulled his dark hood lower to hide his hair, staring ahead with icy eyes. 1, 2, 3, 3 people in total. Rolly stayed hidden in the shadows of the trees.
He gripped
His knuckles turning white from the exertion. Only one of them looks trained. The other 2 are novices. Rolly closed his eyes, his breathing steady and slow. Their target must be Princess Blaze. It seems we don't even need to go forward. The man in the robe had a mocking sneer on his face as he strode toward the building. Keep it down just in case. The bald man suddenly stopped in his tracks, his pupils shrinking abruptly. A short gasp escaped his throat. Well, look at this. The rumors are true. She's growing plants used for making poison. Look at the color and shape. They certainly look ominous. The brown-haired man sneered and suggested, hey, how about we pull them all out? Don't waste time. Hurry up, before the bald man could finish his sentence. The sound of a heavy impact suddenly exploded. Rolly appeared in an instant, landing a heavy punch on the robed man's face, sending him flipping onto the ground. The man rolled across the floor, letting out a scream of pain. What on earth is happening? The bald man stumbled back, his pupils trembling with terror. I didn't sense him at all. Rolly approached, his gaze as cold as a blade.
He gripped his sickle firmly. He swung his arms,
The sickle slicing through the air, trailing a silver arc of light. Blood instantly splattered midair, drawing a grim red line. The blade tore through flesh, and the robed man crashed heavily onto the stone floor, with a dull thud. Damn it. Rolly looked down at the intruders. These herbs are not poisonous. He held his sickle tight, blood still dripping from the tip. Who are you? The robed man struggled to lift his head, his pupils trembling with fear. Apple mint. Rolly's voice was calm. That's the name of the plant. Is that your code name? Blood trickled from the corner of the robed man's mouth. Which organization do you belong to? Rolly suddenly grabbed the man by his lifting him completely off the ground. The chili gang. Apple mint. The robed man looked dazed. You're strong, Rolly let go, letting the man slump down by the bush. I'm just a gardener. He turned around, his sickle hanging by his side, and vanished into the shadows of the stone wall. The sun was bright, and the flowers swayed in the breeze. Your Highness, the weather is wonderful today. I've come to have tea with you. Today is going to be my unlucky day. Estella gazed at the sky.
Indeed it is.
She pulled back her gaze, a shadow of gloom crossing her brow. I have a feeling, the better the weather, the more likely disaster will come knocking. Princess Estella? Rosalia arrived. Rosalia came running in her green gown, her pink curls bouncing in the wind, with a brilliant smile on her face. I knew it. My intuition never lies. Estella turned to leave, without a moment's hesitation. Princess, where are you going? Rosalia quickly caught up, her tone intimate. The weather is so lovely. I want to have tea with my sister. The 2 sat at a round table. Estella's expression was tense. I told you, you are older than me. Rosalia. Princess Rosalia stared at the flower pot. She had never seen this kind of weed before. Apple mint. Rolly corrected her in a low voice. It is not a weed. Rosalia whirled around, her pupils constricting from the shock. What are you holding in your hand? Estella set down her teacup, her expression indifferent. Let me introduce you. He is my gardener. Rosalia looked bewildered. What?
How did number 78 become your gardener? It was just a coincidence. Estella stared straight ahead. Rather than number 78, he prefers to be called L. Rolly bowed slightly in greeting, gripping the sickle tightly in his hand, remaining silent. Rosalia gave a dry laugh. Princess, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Estella looked off into the distance. The good news is about the tariff exemption you mentioned. Rosalia held up an envelope. A letter from my father. He says he is considering the matter very positively. That's wonderful. Estella took a light sip of her black tea. Her purple eyes lowered slightly. And what is the bad news? Rosalia's smile faded, and her expression became solemn. I heard that the high-ranking nobles have sent a joint petition, requesting His Majesty to convene an emergency state council meeting. Has the Senate already begun to move? Estella set down her teacup, her fingertips tightening slightly. Heavy footsteps approached from a distance. Vigiardo appeared outside the pavilion and bowed. I am sorry to interrupt your tea break. Your Highness, he looked up, the scar under his left eye clearly visible in the sunlight. But I must ask you to come with me. Vigiardo. Estella whispered under her breath, a hint of alertness flickering in her eyes. Inside the magnificent council hall, nobles sat on both sides of the long table, whispering among themselves. Who would have thought the elites sent by the Marquis would actually fail? I heard there's a master hiding in the princess's annex. A noble lowered his voice. Are you talking about the person from the Apple Mint group? Silence. The doors swung open with a bang. Everyone rose to their feet to bow. Welcome, Your Majesty. The sole ruler of the Aspen Empire. Tariq pushed open the heavy doors of the council chamber. What exactly are you all bickering about? This better be important. He walked to the end of the long table. What is the reason for convening this emergency meeting? Marquis Cecil, you tell me. Marquis Cecil bowed slightly. Your Majesty, have you heard about the riot that occurred in the Black Street a few days ago? Tariq sat in the high-back chair, resting his chin on his finger. Are you talking about that rat? I have no interest in knowing every single thing that happens in the sewers. Marquis Cecil cleared his throat, looking grave. A report written by the Blackstreet boss Croco was submitted to the Ministry of Justice this morning. A coldness flashed in Tariq's eyes, and his voice grew deeper. Did you really call a meeting of the entire cabinet for such a trivial matter? Of course not. Your Majesty. Marquis Cecil looked solemn. The content of the report demands your urgent attention. Your Majesty. Tariq leaned back against his chair, his eyes cold as he waited for an explanation. On the very day the Imperial Guard raided the Black Street, Princess Estella was meeting secretly with Croco. She offered a massive bounty. Your Majesty. A noble suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. She must be arrested. Throw her into the interrogation room. This kind of behavior is absolutely insane. Chaos erupted in the council chamber, with shouts rising from every direction. If it were just a common case of hiring an assassin, I could have handled this within my own jurisdiction. But this situation is exceptional. We must convene a council of state. He paused for a moment, looking Tariq straight in the eyes. Because the target the princess intended to assassinate is none other than Your Majesty. You. Tariq sat in silence, his pupils slightly contracting. A deathly silence filled the council chamber. Your Majesty, you have been deceived by the princess all along. Tariq kept his head down, silent, his bangs shadowing his eyes. He had been in danger countless times, but now to learn that woman actually wanted to trade his life. The corners of Tariq's mouth curled up. The prey had taken the bait. Tariq let out a soft chuckle, pressing his fingertip to his lips. Princess Blaze, can you face the Marquis' accusations? The heavy doors swung open, and Estella stepped into the grand hall. Dressed in a long yellow gown, Rosalia followed closely behind her. Their footsteps echoed through the vast hall. Look at these foolish old men. Estella remained composed, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. Marquis Cecil's expression shifted abruptly. How did this woman get in here? No one realized the man in iron armor who appeared at the Black Street, the guest who witnessed everything, Tariq lifted his visor. It was indeed himself. Princess Blaze. Tariq sat at the end of the long table, his voice low. Yes, Your Majesty. Estella offered a slight curtsy. According to Marquis Cecil's report, you attempted to hire Croco to kill me. Tariq crossed his hands beneath his chin, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is this true? A hint of a smile flickered in Estella's eyes. This is the perfect opportunity to wipe out Croco and the Black Street once and for all. Look at her smile. A noble suddenly stood up, pointing to the center of the hall. That is proof of her madness. Your Majesty must execute her immediately. Estella remained unfazed. I did indeed speak with Croco that night. She looked around the room, her tone calm. Did you hear that? A commotion broke out among the nobles. She confessed to the crime herself. However, Estella raised her head, looking straight ahead. I never mentioned a single word regarding Your Majesty. Tariq sat at the end of the long table, fingertip resting against his chin, a faint smile playing on his lips. He was there at the scene. He knew everything perfectly well. Estella noted that smile. He is waiting for me to provide an excuse, a reason sufficient to convince these nobles. Rosalia took a step forward and gave a slight bow. Regarding that matter, I can provide an explanation. She looked around at the nobles in the chamber, her voice clear and bright. When the princess spoke with Croco, I was also present. Rosalia took a deep breath, pressing her palm against her chest. Everything the princess did was to help me resolve my dispute with Croco. She raised her voice. The accusation that she plotted to assassinate His Majesty is entirely false. Marquis Cecil sat, his gaze cold and dark. Your Majesty, you should be well aware that these two princesses are merely hostages in the Aspen Empire. Marquis Cecil pushed up his glasses. It is highly likely they are colluding with one another. Your Majesty, Rosalia's eyes widened. What nonsense are you talking about? Estella placed a hand on her shoulder. It's all right, Rosalia. But they keep spouting such lies. Tariq toyed with his fingertips. Marquis Cecil. Yes, Your Majesty. The Marquis bowed slightly. What you say does indeed make some sense. A smile played on Tariq's lips. I happen to have something I'd like everyone to see. Marquis Cecil straightened his back. It seemed the Emperor also found them suspicious. Tariq tapped his fingers on the table. It made a dull thumping sound. I was just wondering why those assassins were trying to hunt down Princess Blaze. The heavy doors were pushed open. With a harsh grating sound, footsteps approached from the distance. 3 assassins were escorted into the grand hall. They were covered in blood. Their hands were locked in heavy wooden stocks. Their heads hung low. Dark red stains were left behind on the marble floor. Marquis Cecil's pupils contracted sharply.
He lurched forward.
How could they be here? Tariq leaned back in his chair. His expression was indifferent. I was very curious to know who they work for, so I interrogated them myself. Marquis Cecil bumped against the table. He propped himself up by the edge. Your Majesty, Tariq let out a soft chuckle. Perhaps I was too hasty. He turned his head. His gaze fell upon the Marquis. Minister of State, now it's your turn to explain. Who do you think hired these assassins? Marquis Cecil's throat tightened. His fists were clenched tightly. His knuckles turned white from the strain. Estella watched silently. The answer was obvious. To preserve his noble dignity, he had only one path left. He had to cut his losses. Marquis Cecil slammed his hand onto the long table. It was Croco. That fellow must have... Tariq rested his chin on one hand. His expression was casual. In that case, what do you plan to do next? Cold sweat broke out on Marquis Cecil's forehead. I will prosecute him for forging reports, and for the felony of bringing assassins into the imperial palace. He avoided the Emperor's gaze. I will immediately order the arrest of Croco. Estella giggled behind her hand. The Minister of State is truly shrewd and capable. The speed at which he judges the situation is quite astonishing. Marquis Cecil gritted his teeth. His facial muscles twitched violently.
A low, angry growl squeezed out from deep in his throat.
That bitch?
Tariq stood by the window.
Well done, princess.
He took the thick ledger. His fingertips brushed the purple cover. Estella pulled her hand back. I brought it just in case. It seems it's no longer needed for now. This is the ledger for the Black Street. It will be useful sooner or later. She bowed slightly. Then I shall take my leave. Princess Tariq suddenly spoke. His voice echoed through the empty corridor. Why don't you hate me? Estella stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and blinked in confusion. Why should I hate you? Marquis Cecil tried to kill you. Tariq lowered his eyes. His expression was grim. But I let him go. It's almost as if I used you as bait. Estella gazed out the window. I respect your Majesty's decision. Besides, I'm still alive. She turned around. She looked Tariq directly in the eyes. Skimming a layer of filth off the surface does not make the whole pool clean. Simply arresting Marquis Cecil would provoke the entire nobility. That risk is too high. Estella took a step forward. Protecting what you already have is always harder than acquiring something new. Tariq's shoulders trembled slightly. His pupils contracted. Protecting what I have is harder? Estella spread her hands. Anyway, I owe you one for what happened in the Black Street. If it weren't, I might be being auctioned off right now as slave number 101. Tariq looked down, avoiding her gaze. His expression was somber. If you want it, princess. He took a step forward. His leather boots thudded against the floor. I can cut off Marquis Cecil's head right now. Estella froze in place. What? Tariq's expression was solemn. Determination flickered deep within his pupils.
Hey, Sirius.
Princess of Blaze, Tariq called out in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty? Tariq reached out and firmly grasped the back of her hand. I swear to you in the name of the Emperor of the Aspen Empire. Swear what? Estella's heart hammered like a drum. Her breathing grew rapid. Since you have shown me unshakable loyalty, Tariq lowered his head. His warm breath brushed against her fingertips. I shall protect you as well, no matter what happens. He leaned down and placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Estella's body went rigid. The sound of her heartbeat was deafening. Tariq lowered his eyes. His fingertips lightly touched the back of her hand. His expression was solemn. Estella's pupils trembled slightly. An indescribable emotion welled up in her chest. Was it relief because someone was willing to protect her? Or was it because she felt guilty toward him? In the original ending of this story, I was destined to die by his hand. But now, she took a step forward. Her skirt brushed against the floor, making a faint rustling sound. Perhaps I can try to trust him now. Estella tilted her face up. Her eyes met Tariq's. Her hands were enveloped by his large palms. For the great Aspen Empire, Your Majesty, she slowly dropped to one knee. Her long hair spilled over her magnificent gown. I swear, my eternal loyalty to you. Estella sat at the round table. She let out a soft sigh. A trace of helplessness showed on her brow. Rosalia rested her chin in her hand. She watched her companion across the table. Princess, why the sighing so early in the morning? Estella picked up her teacup. It's all thanks to a certain bursting into my room at the crack of dawn. You must find it quite boring without me. Rosalia leaned close to her ear. She lowered her voice. I heard they've all been rounded up. Estella lowered her eyes. That's wonderful news. Since the dirty money from the Black Street ended up in His Majesty's pocket, he must be sitting on a mountain of wealth now. Rosalia clasped her hands together. Her eyes sparkled with light. It's enough to make one jealous. Estella took a small sip of her tea. He was already wealthy to begin with. He probably doesn't feel anything special about it. If it weren't for me, Rosalia began. He originally planned to burn down the entire street. Estella stood up abruptly. What? Why? Tariq leaned back in his armchair. I have no need to conquer an eyesore. Estella waved her arms. What are you saying? No eyesore could be as luxurious as the Black Street. It could serve as an emergency shelter,
or even be transformed into a tourist attraction to increase revenue. She pressed her hand to her chest. Her expression was anxious. This is a golden opportunity for me. I can launch my business plan and make a fortune. Tariq lowered his eyes. His fingertips tapped the armrest. Since you are someone who has sworn eternal loyalty to me, I truly cannot ignore your suggestion. Estella held her breath. Really, Tariq turned his head. I don't want to be bothered by details. So, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. Submit a report to me by the end of this week. Estella froze in place. Her pupils trembled in shock. Fairy lady. Estella was holding her teacup when her movements suddenly came to a halt. Daisy came running over, carrying a small bag. I'm here! I missed you so much. She suddenly stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening as she stared straight ahead. Who is that? Fairy lady actually has other friends. Rosalia placed a hand on her chest, a smirk playing on her lips. Oh dear, it seems you're far too young to understand such things. I am from a place surrounded by dazzling coastlines.
Daisy suddenly lunged forward
And wrapped her arms around Estella. Fairy lady is mine. Estella looked down at the little girl in her arms, Daisy. She is a princess too, just like me. Daisy stuck her tongue out. I don't want to see any other princesses. Rosalia's eyes went wide. You green-haired little brat. Estella was caught in a pincer attack between the two. Daisy clung tightly to her waist. Princess Estella is mine. Rosalia reached out to pull her back. No, she is mine. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead, her expression stiffening. Daisy patted her bag. I even brought a gift for Fairy Lady. Rosalia arched an eyebrow. What a coincidence, so did I. Daisy pulled out a hat adorned with feathers. I picked this out especially for you. Rosalia handed over a roll of parchment. This is the tariff exemption document you've been wanting. Daisy flipped open a thick, ancient book. This is a spell book I borrowed from my dad. Rosalia held up a pink vial. And this is a secret potion I prepared for you. Estella slammed her hand on the table. Enough, she grabbed the snacks from the table and stuffed them into both of their mouths, cutting off their incessant bickering. Thank you for the gifts. Now, both of you can go home. Daisy and Rosalia, mouths full of food, let out muffled protests. Are you chasing us away already? Rosalia mumbled through the biscuits. Daisy's eyes were wide with disbelief. But we just got here. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Estella's temple. Fine, you can stay, but only for a little while. Rosalia stood at the door, waving, see you tomorrow. Princess Estella. Estella kept her back turned. You don't need to come back. She took Daisy's hand. I'll see you home. Daisy beamed. Okay, fairy lady. Heavy footsteps approached from a distance. Daisy, Vigerardo called out as he stepped through the trees. So this is what Daisy stopped. Daddy, Estella looked at the newcomer. I was just about to take Daisy home. What brings you here? Vigerardo stopped in front of them. Work finished early, so I came to pick her up on my way. Daisy hung her head, muttering under her breath. This was supposed to be my alone time with Fairy Lady. Daddy, go away. Daisy let out a shrill cry. Vigerardo froze in his tracks, his pupils shrinking in shock. Daisy, the night shadows draped over the curtains. Estella leaned over the bedside table, her quill racing across the paper, with a scratching sound. Black Street reconstruction proposal. I've really gotten used to working in bed. At this rate, I'll be able to finish the report tonight. Tariq cleared his throat, breaking the silence of the room. I'm thirsty. Estella set down her pen and looked at the empty pitcher on the table. He drank it all already. Is he some kind of parched sponge? He straightened his posture. Then I'll call a servant to fetch some water. No need, Tariq interrupted Estella coldly, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth. For the sake of that salary, her smile was exceptionally bright. It just so happens I'm thirsty too. I'll go get the pitcher. Estella walked down the long corridor carrying the water pitcher, her heels clicking against the floor, making a crisp sound. I know he hates it when people intrude on his territory while he's working. But it's not like I am his servant. She stopped in her tracks and looked out the window. To think it has already grown this dark. Who would have thought I'd get used to staying alone with him late into the night? Estella pushed the door open and entered, thumping the pitcher down onto the table. Here you go, Your Majesty. Tariq looked up, his gaze falling upon the hem of her skirt. Your dress is glowing. Princess, Estella looked down to check. The dark fabric was emitting a faint luminescence. This is a potion someone gave me, it seems. It glows at night. She pulled the vial from her bodice and held it up to the light. Tariq stared at the bottle. What is that? A potion, Estella said, shaking. The pink vial. I'm not entirely sure. Probably vitamins. Rosalia called it a miracle potion. It's something like that anyway. Tariq held his water glass, his brow furrowed slightly. You intend to drink it without knowing the ingredients?
He reached out and snatched the vial,
pulling out the heart-shaped stopper with a sharp pop. I didn't say I wanted it, but I won't refuse it either. Estella clicked her tongue, displeasure evident in her eyes.
He ended up taking it after all.
Since it's come to this, he might as well just take everything I own. Tariq tilted his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, as he downed the pink liquid in one gulp. Estella leaned in to observe. How do you feel, Your Majesty? Do you feel a surge of energy pulsing through your veins? Tariq repeated the word. Pulsing. A flush rapidly climbed up his cheeks, and his breathing grew heavy. He stood up abruptly, slamming his hands onto the tabletop, with a loud bang. Estella was trapped between the table and her chair, leaning her body back. What is he doing? Tariq leaned down, his eyes hazy, his cheeks burning hot, as he stared intensely at the woman before him. Tariq's voice was hoarse. What did you just give me to drink? Estella's pupils quivered, her spine pressed tight against the back of the chair. What? I never thought Rosalia would give me poison. She tried to push away the shadow in front of her. I'll go call the royal physician right away. Tariq suddenly gripped her shoulders, locking her firmly in the small space between them. No need, that's right. I almost forgot one thing. Currently, Rosalia treats me like her savior and follows me everywhere. But originally, she was obsessed with and would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. That bottle she had planned to use, it must be an aphrodisiac meant to seduce him. Tariq tugged at his collar, his breathing becoming ragged and heavy. His body felt like it was on fire. He suddenly lunged forward and pressed down, pinning Estella beneath him. The sound of heavy panting rose and fell by her ear. Estella's body froze. Tariq's breath kept brushing against her cheek. What should I do? She stared at the face inches away from hers, recalling the typical tropes that happen in such situations. Your Majesty, Estella called out tentatively. Why don't you try singing the national anthem? I've heard that singing the anthem can help a person calm down. Tariq, buried against the side of her neck, froze in place. The imperial anthem? He whispered under his breath, repeating the absurd suggestion. A trace of a smile actually flickered on his lips. Proud citizens of the empire, pile the earth upon the decaying remains, and plant the flag on high. The song echoed through the empty palace, sweeping across the frozen lands of the north and scouring the southern barrens. Tariq released his hold, slowly straightening his body. He cast his gaze toward the night sky outside the window, his expression returning to its cold sternness. Estella straightened her collar and walked to his side. She reached out to gently touch his cheek. You look very sad. Your Majesty, Tariq turned his head, a flash of bewilderment crossing his eyes. What? Estella cupped his face, her fingertips touching his ice-cold skin. What is it that makes you so sorrowful? Tariq looked away. I have never felt sadness or grief. Expressing such trivial emotions would only bring shame to the ruler of the empire. Estella gazed into his eyes. Even an emperor is human after all. Her fingertips brushed against his temple. So it's all right. It is okay to feel sad once in a while. Tariq stiffened where he stood,
allowing her palm to rest against his cheek.
The frost in his eyes rippled slightly. A maid called out from outside the door.
Your Highness, the basket of apples has been placed in the... Estella sat at the long table, flipping through the documents in her hand.
It seemed the Shark Merchant Guild was finally successfully registered. Croco was also locked away.
If she sold the potions through Diller's Guild, she would make a fortune in no time. Everything was going suspiciously smoothly. Rosalia pushed the door open and burst in, lunging toward the woman at the table. Estella. Princess, did you miss me? Estella put down the documents. As expected, good luck never lasts for long. Rosalia stared at the fruit plate on the table.
These apples look delicious.
Estella spoke in a flat tone. Eat as many as you want. Suit yourself. Rosalia took a bite of an apple. By the way, I forgot to mention something about that potion from last time. Estella suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, bracing herself against the surface. Don't tell me you have already drunk it? Rosalia chewed her apple. Thanks to that potion. Tariq looked troubled. That matter has indeed put me in a difficult spot. Estella pressed her hand to her forehead, letting out a sigh. Forget it, what's done is done. She lowered her hand and turned her gaze to the side. So why did you come here today? Rosalia crunched loudly on her apple, making a crisp sound. I ran into Miss Charlotte recently. Estella picked up her teacup. Miss Charlotte? Rosalia tossed the apple core onto a plate. The daughter of Earl West. She still frequents the social circles, but I'm not interested in the rumors there. Rosalia picked up a glass. The tea produced in the West Territory has become very popular lately. Even Princess Joelle, who's locked in the tower, is drinking it. Estella paused, her gaze turning sharp. Princess Joelle? She was one of the royal twins. When Tariq ascended the throne as emperor, she was confined within the high tower. Estella rested her chin on her hand, a smile hanging on her lips. I'm becoming more and more interested in tea myself. Can you tell me more about it? My little Rose, Rosalia froze on the spot, a blush creeping over her cheeks. What did you just call? He then leaned toward the table.
He lowered his voice.
Lady Charlotte said that the messenger responsible for delivering tea to the Twin Towers fell ill immediately upon returning to the Vester Territory. He's been sick ever since. The messenger tottered along.
He clutched his chest as he walked through the long corridor.
He coughed violently.
He leaned against the stone wall for support.
Is it just exhaustion? It's more than that. More and more people are reporting similar symptoms. A farmer stood in the middle of a field.
His face was ashen.
His rough palms tightly gripped the front of his shirt over his chest. He struggled to breathe. Rosalia set down her teacup. Her expression turned serious. That's why I hurried here to tell you. Whatever you do, do not drink tea from the Vester Territory. Estella looked out the window. I'm afraid the problem isn't limited to the Vester Territory. Rosalia looked grave. The symptoms have already spread to all the surrounding areas. Estella's brow furrowed slightly. Cold sweat rolled down her cheek. This means a plague. A plague capable of destroying everything. Inside the tower, Princess Joelle collapsed onto the edge of her bed. Her hands gripped the nightgown at her chest. I can't breathe. The head maid knelt by the bed. She firmly held the princess's shoulders. Your Highness, please hang on. She suddenly turned her head. She roared toward the door. What is her personal maid doing? How could she let the princess get this sick? Another maid stood by the door with her head bowed. Her voice trembled. That maid also has a fever. She can't move at all right now. What, not just the maid? Several other staff members in the tower have also shown the same symptoms. Painful groans echoed from the infirmary. Attendants curled up on simple cots. Their bodies shook violently from the high fever. The head maid stood up. Inform His Majesty at once. Vigiardo stood before the office desk. He looked solemn. Your Majesty, how should we respond? Tariq flipped through the report and his eyes were cold. Are there any casualties? Vigiardo lowered his head slightly. There are no fatalities yet. But many patients are in critical condition. Tariq closed the file. And still no discovery of the cause or a cure. Vidrado looked troubled. A doctor in the Western Territory claims to have a cure, but he has monopolized the medicine and the treatment process. Moreover, the situation is more serious than expected. Symptoms have appeared within the Twin Towers as well. Princess Joelle has not been spared either. A knock sounded at the door. Tariq turned his head. His gaze swept toward the door. Estella pushed the door open and entered. She was in a hurry. Your Majesty, I have something extremely important to report. Tariq watched her. What is it? Estella stopped her pace. Her gaze was sharp. I've heard about the plague in the Western Territory. Vidrado looked grim. The treatment method is strictly under wraps. It's only a matter of time before people start dying. Estella stepped forward. Her gaze was determined. May I go and examine the patients myself? Tariq paused his movements. You'll go yourself? Vidrado turned toward her. The Western Territory is very far from here. Estella's expression remained unchanged. It doesn't matter, I must observe the symptoms firsthand, to find a way to cure it. Tariq crossed his arms over his chest.
His gaze was cold.
What if you contract the plague? Estella met his gaze. As long as I follow safety protocols, there won't be a problem. I have studied medicine. I know how to avoid getting infected. Vidrado looked toward the Emperor. Your Majesty, she's right. Princess Estella even cured Daisy's illness. Tariq remained silent for a moment. In that case, you only need to see the patient with your own eyes. Correct, the carriage suddenly jolted and came to a halt in the biting wind. Estella pushed the carriage door open. She leaned out to look ahead. Why have we stopped? Tariq sat opposite her, his tone flat. Estella's face was filled with shock. What? We only set off less than 10 minutes ago. It takes at least half a day to reach the Western Territories. How could we be here so soon? She stepped down from the carriage. Carrying her medical bag, she stood in the snow, looking up at the building before her. Two towering spires stood side by side, connected by a suspended bridge in the middle. In the dead of winter, the place exuded a chilling atmosphere. Where is this? Estella's leather shoes tapped against the floor as she walked through the corridor hung with chandeliers. Her footsteps echoed in the hollow hall. Three maids were huddled together, talking in low voices. She stopped in front of them, placing one hand over her chest in a bow. I am Estella. I've come to diagnose Princess Joelle's illness. The maids fell silent, exchanging glances. An older woman dressed in a dark gray gown stepped forward, her hands folded in front of her. I am Maya, Princess Joelle's nanny. Mia narrowed her eyes, scanning the visitor from head to toe. Where are the others? Estella gripped her clipboard. The two people sent by the court. They went to the prince's tower first. Maya responded coldly. I see. You two, back to your posts. The two young maids bowed and beat a hasty retreat. Estella watched Maya's retreating back. She felt that this woman was somewhat hostile toward outsiders. Please tell me the specific symptoms of the patient here. Maya led the way. The princess has a persistent high fever, accompanied by abdominal pain and vomiting. It's the same for the remaining maids. Everyone is burning up. Estella stopped in her tracks. So the princess's symptoms are the most severe? Maya, the nanny, gave a slight nod. Yes, I believe it's because she was born with a weak constitution. Estella looked down at her clipboard. There was only so much information she could gather from hearsay. I must see her in person. Who gave you permission to do that? The sound of leather shoes on stone tiles approached. A blond man walked through the corridor and stopped in front of them. Maya looked panicked and immediately bowed her head. Prince Heinrich's gaze was icy. Who exactly are you? To think you'd have the audacity to try and see Joelle. He took a step closer, looking down with a condescending air. I've heard of you.
The cursed princess.
Supposedly, you're also the subordinate that arrogant Tariq values the most. Prince Heinrich let out a cold sneer. Stay put. Don't get in the way, kill your time, and then get lost.
He suddenly leaned in close to Estella, his eyes full of threats.
If you even think about harming Joel, Prince Heinrich's gaze was sinister. I will kill you with my own hands. Estella remained silent. She watched the hostile youth before her.
This kind of reaction wasn't entirely incomprehensible.
Princess Joel had been frail and sickly since childhood. Prince Heinrich had always blamed himself for it, even obsessively believing that his own existence was the cause of his sister's weakness. Estella rested her chin in her hand, a hint of a smile on her lips. What a moody adolescent teenager. Prince Heinrich snapped his head around. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Estella remained composed. No matter how much he blustered, compared to Tariq, he was ultimately just a naive child. A cold wind swept through the twin towers. The investigation had been going on for 2 full days. Estella walked alone down the long gallery, her leather shoes clicking against the floor, with a crisp rhythm. Estella furrowed her brow slightly. She still couldn't identify the cause of the illness. She wanted to inspect the tea leaves, but the maids claimed they were out of stock. Most people in the tower drank that tea, yet only 5 had shown symptoms. Furthermore, this tea had been supplied for a long time. Everything about it was bizarre. Estella stopped at a corner, resting her finger against her chin. Her intuition told her that this was far from simple. From deep within the gallery came the sound of hushed conversation. Are you sure you threw it all away? A young maid's body gave a sudden jolt. Of course, I ground it into fine pieces and dumped it all in the backyard. Maya, the nanny, lowered her. And the other thing? The maid looked panicked. I poured all of that out too. Estella ducked behind a stone pillar, holding her breath as her eyes peered through a gap. Nanny Maya gripped the maid's arm tightly, her gaze fierce. Remember, if you make even the slightest mistake, we're all dead. The maid's face turned deathly pale, as she nodded in a trembling response. Nanny Maya let go of her arm and straightened her collar. The end is near. Keep it hidden until the very last moment. Estella covered her nose and mouth, watching Nanny Maya's receding figure. That was Princess Joel's nanny. What exactly did they throw away? Estella crossed the corridor and reached the backyard the maid had mentioned. Pushing aside the dense bush, her fingertips sifted through the soil. In the middle of the night, what are you doing here? Estella gave a violent start, her breath catching instantly. She looked back behind her. Prince Heinrich stood in the moonlight, hands in his pockets. Burying a body? Estella patted her chest, trying to calm her racing heart. Prince Heinrich, you scared me to death. Prince Heinrich let out a scoff. That's ironic coming from you. Clearly, you're the most suspicious person here. Estella stood up and brushed the dirt off her skirt. You don't seem to remember my name. It's Estella? Prince Heinrich snorted. Don't forget my status. It doesn't matter what I call a hostage. Estella grumbled to herself. Is arrogance a genetic trait in Tariq's family? The curtains were suddenly yanked open. Nanny Maya leaned halfway out, scanning the surroundings warily. I'm certain I heard a sound just now. From the distance came a maid's call. Madam Maya, I need you to look at this. Nanny Maya called back in acknowledgement, closed the window, and retreated inside. Estella held her breath, held down behind the bush by Prince Heinrich. The two of them pressed close to the ground, until the heavy sound of the window closing came from above. She pushed his hand away, and crouched back down to continue digging through the dirt. So, what you're saying is, Prince Heinrich folded his arms, looking down at the woman on the ground. Maya is the culprit? Estella didn't even look up. Exactly, that's exactly what I mean. Prince Heinrich's brow furrowed deeply. That's impossible. Maya would never do such a thing. His gaze became sharp. What exactly are you plotting? Estella stood up, brushing the dirt off her hands. Stop fixating on the wrong person. Observe the people around you more carefully. Prince Heinrich took a stride forward. What evidence do you have to dare say? Estella cut him off. Enough talk. Rather than arguing, It would be better to help me find evidence. Prince Heinrich clenched his fists. You dare order me around? Estella didn't back down an inch. Then don't stand here getting in my way. Hurry back to your room and go to sleep. She leaned down and pressed her hand against the ground, her fingertips touching a patch of damp soil. It was viscous and cold. Why is it wet only here? Estella grabbed a handful of dirt and brought it closer to inspect. Her pupils contracted slightly. The maid's voice echoed in her mind. I ground it into fine pieces and dumped it all in the backyard. Maya, the nanny, had pressed further. And what about the other thing? The maid replied. I poured all of that out too. Estella hid around the corner, watching the two of them conspire. She kept her breathing extremely light. She turned to look at Prince Heinrich. Your Highness, have you also been drinking the tea sent by the staff? Prince Heinrich turned his face away. I have, but it's been out of stock for a long time lately. Estella fell into deep thought. So many people drank the tea and were fine. The tea itself is definitely not the problem. The real key lies in those two things they threw away. The so-called ground-up material is most likely the tea leaves. They destroyed the leaves to cover up the fact that there was nothing unusual about the tea itself. Since they poured it out, it means it was a liquid. Besides tea leaves, making tea requires water. The water must have been poisoned. They said the tea leaves were out of stock. Estella whispered under her breath, her gaze locked onto the soil. Prince Heinrich crouched down and pinched a clump of wet mud with his fingertips. Did you find the tea leaves? Estella nodded in response. She suddenly clenched her fingers tight, and a murky liquid seeped through the gaps between them. This definitely smells like tea. Joel, Prince Heinrich's expression changed instantly. He stood up abruptly. The staff member sent the signal. Well, I'll be evacuating soon. Is this the final shipment? Maya, the nanny, drew into the shadows, her voice bone-chillingly cold. Maya took the reagent bottle, her fingers tracing the cold glass. How is the princess's condition? The figure in the black robe moved into the shadows. She has been taking it regularly for a while now. Her physical condition is naturally continuing to deteriorate. A smirk played on the nanny Maya's lips. That little brat is quite a survivor. If she were to die right now, it would be very troublesome for me. The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh. Regardless, she'll be losing her life soon. Maya's eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. Very well, make sure she takes the final dose. The black-robed figure nodded slightly. No problem. The Spire Palace stood under the scorching sun, its white stone walls reflecting a blinding light. A minister knelt on one knee, lowering his head to report to the throne. Your Majesty, as you commanded, we dispatched an investigative team to the Western Territories. The minister placed a hand over his chest and continued his statement. But they sent someone out 3 days in advance. That person has just arrived. A flicker of mockery crossed Tariq's eyes. You mean to say that amidst all that chaos, they already have the presence of mind to send someone over here? The minister lowered his eyes. The doctor himself did not show up. Instead, he sent his assistant. Tariq let out a soft huff. If I had known they would move so fast, I wouldn't have bothered sending anyone. The assistant hurried through the gallery, carrying his medicine chest. He stopped in his tracks. He bowed low. Glory to the son of the empire. Tariq scrutinized the assistant before him. I heard you've been quite busy lately. So what brings you all this way? The assistant kept his head down. His voice was steady. We heard that patients appeared here. We heard there were also sick people in the palace. So I rushed here to deliver medicine. Tariq stared down at the assistant at the base of the steps. Has the news already reached the Western Territories? You actually traveled for 3 days without rest? He stood up from his throne. His tone was flat. Such devotion is worthy of praise. You should be rewarded. The assistant looked up. An ingratiating smile hung on his face. The emperor is truly lucky. He thought to himself, it turns out even a tyrant softens when his family is suffering. Thank you for your immense grace, your majesty. Tariq looked down at the man kneeling before him. Extend your hand.
The assistant spread his palm. He waited for the expected reward. A cold light flashed. A long sword abruptly pierced through his palm. Blood instantly splattered onto the floor. The assistant's pupils constricted. He let out a shrill, agonizing scream. Earl Kaimon threw his hands out in horror. Your Majesty, he is merely a messenger delivering medicine. Tariq withdrew his sword. His eyes were filled with ice. I cannot tell if you are simply a fool, or if you are a co-conspirator with them, Earl Kaimon. Tariq looked the man straight in the eye. As the head of the investigation team, you should know very well that only members of the imperial family are allowed to enter the Twin Towers. Any outsiders are strictly forbidden from approaching. Earl Kaimon lowered his head. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. Yes, Your Majesty. Tariq turned around. His gaze fell on the trembling assistant. It takes at least 3 days to get here from the Western Territories. However, I only heard the news of the plague yesterday. This means this messenger received the information even earlier than I did. Unless he is some kind of prophet. Tariq rubbed his chin. Or he and the person behind him are the source of the plague, spreading the disease, then monopolizing the antidote to reap massive profits. I've seen such methods many times before. Tariq turned back. His expression was sinister. However, we are now facing a far more serious problem. If the disease has reached the Twin Towers, it means their people have already infiltrated them. That is a place only specific personnel can access. Tariq approached Earl Kaimon. As the head of the investigation team with access rights to the towers, do you not have something you'd like to explain? Earl Kaimon's face was deathly pale. Cold sweat poured from his forehead. I knew nothing about this. I will find out the truth immediately. No need, Tariq interrupted the interrogation coldly. That messenger will soon reveal exactly who the rat is. Earl Kaimon slumped to the floor. His fingertips wouldn't stop shaking. Viduardo? Tariq turned his head. He called the captain of the Imperial Guard. Viduardo bowed to accept the order. By your command, Your Majesty. The assistant's hands were pinned behind his back by guards. He struggled violently. I swear I am innocent. Your Majesty, it really wasn't me.
He was dragged toward the exit of the great hall.
His pleas for mercy echoed through the corridor. Please spare me. Your Majesty, Earl Kaimon gritted his teeth. A muffled growl escaped his throat. His fists were clenched tight. The Twin Towers stood silent in the snow. Their spires pierced straight into the clouds. Maya, the nanny, rushed toward the terrace, clutching her skirts. She looked panicked. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Heinrich stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the newcomer. What is it, Maya? Maya was gasping for air. She grabbed his arm firmly.
The princess.
She's gone. Heinrich's pupils contracted sharply.
His hand froze in midair.
Joel is missing. His body stiffened in the cold wind. What are you talking about? Estella covered her nose and mouth. She watched the chaos in the corridor. Why is it so noisy so early in the morning? Maya suddenly lunged forward. She grabbed Estella's shoulders with a death grip. What did you do to our princess? Estella's brow furrowed. She pushed the woman's arms away. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Maya's eyes were filled with rage. I heard you were wandering around the tower last night. You didn't even eat dinner. Where on earth did you take the princess? Prince Heinrich stepped forward. He placed a hand on Maya's shoulder. Princess Estella came here to investigate. Maya gritted her teeth. She turned to the prince. Your Highness, Prince Heinrich looked grave. Finding the princess is our top priority. Maya, go search the West Wing. Maya bowed to accept the order. As you wish, Your Highness. She turned and walked away quickly. Her shoes clicked against the floor, making a sharp creaking sound. Where is that bitch hiding? Estella watched her retreating back. Her pupils trembled slightly. Prince Heinrich. She spoke softly. If thought of a place. Estella's expression was heavy. Her immunity has always been weak. Prince Heinrich pressed her,
Where is it? Joelle lay collapsed among the flowers. Her body was curled up on the cold floor tiles. Her consciousness was fading. Heinrich. The door was kicked open. Prince Heinrich rushed into the room. Seeing the figure on the floor, Joelle, he let out a piercing cry. Joelle, the firewood in the fireplace crackled. The firelight reflected off her pale face. Prince Heinrich stared at the doctor. How is Joelle? The doctor put down the stethoscope. He shook his head gently. The situation is not optimistic. She was already physically frail. The doctor lowered his. She stayed in the cold for far too long. Maya burst through the door. She stumbled toward the bedside. Your Highness, her shoes tapped frantically on the floor. How could this happen? She knelt by the head of the bed, sobbing. Why were you all alone in the storage room? Did she hear our conversation? A sinister glint flashed in Maya's eyes. If this girl wakes up and turns me in, I'm completely finished. Prince Heinrich grabbed the doctor by the collar. Don't just tell me she's not doing well. Find a way to save her. To protect myself, I must use Estella. Maya stared at the unconscious Joelle. I have to escape before Joelle regains consciousness. She's so sick. It would actually be better for me if she just died. The doctor's face was ashen. His body was shaking. Please let go, Your Highness. Your Highness Maya knelt before the bed. Her body trembled violently. Unfortunately, I believe Princess Estella is the culprit. Estella suddenly clenched her fists. Her heart hammered against her ribs. What on earth are you talking about? Maya lowered her head, her voice trembling with a sob. Even though she is a princess, I wanted to keep silent. But I saw her coming out of the cellar with my own eyes yesterday. Why did you lock Princess Joelle in the cellar? Maya covered her face and wept bitterly. Your Highness, please arrest that woman. She is the one making Princess Joelle suffer. Estella countered loudly. What are you saying? I haven't even been to the cellar. Prince Heinrich remained silent, his profile lost in the shadows. Princess Blaze. He slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Have you been playing me for a fool this entire time? Estella's pupils trembled. What? Prince Heinrich turned his back. His voice was chilling to the bone. Seize that brazen woman. Lock her in the dungeon immediately. The guards lunged forward, roughly pinning her arms behind her. Estella's body went rigid. She looked at the prince's back in heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor as she was dragged toward the depths of the darkness. Tariq flipped through the documents in his hand. What did that assistant from the West say? Vigiardo reported with a bow. He fainted. He didn't utter a single word until the very end. Tariq stared into the void. Why is there still no news from the Twin Towers? Vigiardo stood by the desk. If there were any significant progress, he would surely have notified us immediately. Tariq closed the book in his hands. If we don't hear from him by tomorrow, we'll go and see for ourselves. Vigiardo showed a look of surprise. Your Majesty is going to confirm it in person? You haven't gone anywhere near the Twin Towers lately. Tariq crossed his arms. Since you've imprisoned those half-siblings of mine, I didn't want to intrude. But I feel like someone is watching them. Vigiardo looked troubled. Hayes actually still worried about them. Tariq turned his body. I'm also curious. What on earth are they up to? Vigiardo hesitated to speak. Is your Majesty referring to Princess Estella? The corner of Tariq's eye twitched slightly. My intuition says that Princess Estella, he gazed out the window, is causing trouble for everyone. Estella sat alone in the high tower, looking into the distance with a grim expression. Estella let out a soft sigh, exhaustion showing on her brow. The door hinges made a piercing screech. Her eyes widened suddenly, her pupils contracting with alertness. She turned around quickly toward the entrance. Prince Heinrich knelt by the bed, his hands tightly clutching the corner of the quilt. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Joelle, I promise I won't bother you ever again. I won't lose my temper with you anymore. Whatever it is you want, I'll do anything. Prince Heinrich's voice trembled. So please just wake up. Joelle lay quietly on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, her face as pale as paper. Footsteps approached from a distance. Maya stopped behind Prince Heinrich. Your Highness, you must eat something and get some rest. Maya held out a water cup. I will take good care of the princess. With Joelle in this state, how could I possibly eat? Maya lowered her eyes. If the princess knew you were damaging your health for her, she would be very sad. Please go and rest. Prince Heinrich stood up. All right, thank you. Maya Masha watched him leave. Yes, leave everything to me. Prince Heinrich took one last look at the sickbed, then turned and walked out of the room. The sound of his footsteps gradually faded away. The door latch clicked softly. Maya, having confirmed no one was around, slammed the tray onto the table. Water splashed out of the cup. I've had quite enough of this damn nursing job. Mia looked down at the unconscious Joelle, her gaze icy. Come to think of it, why did our dear princess have to run around everywhere back then? Mia glared down at the comatose Joelle. If this princess dies, Prince Heinrich will surely go mad. And then hell get rid of Estella for me. She poured a green liquid from a bottle. Drops fell into the cup. That way, no one will ever discover what I've done. I can finally leave this tower and live a life of luxury. A twisted smile hung on Maya's lips as she raised the water cup. Have a nice sleep, Princess Joelle. She suddenly grabbed Joelle's jaw, preparing to force the liquid down her throat. A hand suddenly shot out from under the bed, firmly latching onto Maya's ankle. Stop right there. Maya let out a shriek, losing her balance and crashing heavily onto the wooden floor. Maya slumped on the ground, her pupils trembling with terror. Who's there? Estella crawled out from under the bed, brushing the dust off her red gown. It's suffocating down there. Maya's face was deathly pale. Princess Blaze. The sound of a lock turning echoed. Maya whipped her head around. Damn it, Your Highness! Why was he back at a time like this? Prince Heinrich pushed the door open and entered, his expression solemn. Maya scrambled toward the door, on all fours, pointing toward the center of the room. Your Highness, Princess Blaze has escaped. She's been hiding here the whole time. Her voice was shrill, her fingertips shaking. Look, she's right there. She's come to harm Princess Joelle again. Prince Heinrich stopped in his tracks, looking down at Maya with cold eyes. Maya, he called out softly. Maya froze in place, looking up at the prince's face. Slumping on the floor, Maya gripped the hem of Prince Heinrich's clothes. You don't suspect me, do you? She is the cursed princess. Prince Heinrich shook off her hand, his gaze frigid. What were you planning to give Joelle just now? Why? Cold sweat broke out on Maya's forehead. I just wanted to give her her usual medicine. Prince Heinrich snatched the cup away, his knuckles turning white from his grip. In that case, drink it yourself. Maya stared at the liquid in the cup, her throat bobbing with difficulty. Fine, I'll drink it. But you should suspect Princess Blaze, not me. She took the cup with trembling hands, her fingertips touching the rim. Estella stepped forward, a mocking smile on her face. Oh, when you take your medicine, remember to wash it down with that water. Mia froze, her grip tightening on the cup. I never need water when I take my medicine. Estella pressed closer, her gaze as sharp as a blade. If you're truly innocent, then drink it. Maya remained paralyzed, her fingertips digging into the side of the cup. Cold sweat slid down from her temple. Why did that bitch have to crawl out from under the bed? Prince Heinrich suddenly snatched the cup back, with a rough motion. Maya let out a startled cry. Your Highness, he looked down, scrutinizing the liquid. What exactly is wrong with this water? That's worth making such a fuss over. Maya turned her head, avoiding his gaze.
It's nothing.
That cursed princess is just playing tricks to deceive you. Prince Heinrich looked at Joelle on the sickbed. His eyes were filled with grim determination. It has come to this. Joelle's life is hanging by a thread. I don't care what happens to me anymore.
He raised the water glass. He tilted his head back to uncover the truth.
I'll drink it myself. A pale hand suddenly reached out. It death-gripped Prince Heinrich's wrist.
She snatched the glass away. You don't need to drink that, brother. Prince Heinrich froze in place. The water in the cup sloshed. Joelle Maya slumped to the floor. Her body was trembling violently. No, this is impossible. Joelle stood up. She looked down at the woman on the floor. Her gaze was ice-cold. I heard everything. Maya's face turned deathly pale. Her lips quivered. But she couldn't make a sound. The truth is, I've been awake the whole time. Let me ask you about this. Diriel Laurent, did you really have Sophia? Laurent lure the monster to Elmas? Did you really collude with the Empress to attempt an assassination on the Stark heir? Cold sweat trickled down Diriel's forehead. He stammered.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The blond man in the lavish clothes watched him. Sophia confessed everything. She passed away shortly after. Diriel lowered his gaze. Your Highness, listen to me. I don't know what she said, but that really wasn't Sophia. You know it too. My daughter died a long time ago. The man stepped closer.
Diriel.
I found a letter written by Sophia's own hand. Diriel looked panicked. A wife writing to her husband on the battlefield. Is that a crime now? The man gave a cold sneer. If Sophia had died long ago as you claimed, she couldn't have known Devon was heading to Almas. That letter is proof enough. When Sophia was still alive. The man looked down at the man before him. Diriel, you should know very well. Marietta Rubery escaped from prison during the chaos. Diriel's pupils dilated. His shoulders shook violently. The man's eyes were cold. The Laurent family has deep roots. You didn't need to go this far. Unless, as the head of the family, you had a reason why you had to do this. The man stopped walking. Perhaps you were afraid that, if you didn't obey, Marietta would take your life. Diriel's body jolted. He's giving me a way out. As long as I betray the Empress, he will let me off to some extent. The man continued. If you can prove that, perhaps your duchy can be pardoned. Diriel remained silent. Shadows cast over his face. I will talk. Your Highness, I think I know where she is hiding. Marietta had been lurking in the temple until she was arrested and thrown into the dungeon. Not only did she commit treason, she also escaped from her cell. Rumors of an execution spread everywhere. The Empress confessed everything. She admitted she had conspired with Kariz to assassinate the Crown Prince of Tuvalan. Laurent. A second peace treaty was reached with Tuvalan. Cheers echoed through the palace. 1 month later, in the imperial capital, night shrouded the complex. Anne stepped in her black high heels. The heels clicked against the floor, making a crisp sound. She walked through the long corridor and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Emperor Stark sat at the round table. His fingertips tapped lightly on the tabletop. The Stark heir. Anne stopped in her tracks. She placed her palm gently over her heart. Anne lifted her skirt. She bowed to the ruler before her. Anne Stark, greetings to your majesty. Emperor Stark raised his hand.
He signaled that there was no need for such formality.
Sit. Anne took her seat accordingly. She thanked his and picked up her teacup. Her gaze swept over the exquisite pastries. Were these prepared to welcome me? They look like snacks for a child. Emperor Stark set down his teacup. The bottom of the cup clinked softly against the saucer. A meeting has already been scheduled for tomorrow. Why have you come now? Anne put down her cup. Her expression became serious. Your Majesty, there is something I wish to ask you. Anne looked him straight in the eye. I know you care deeply for Valen, but he doesn't seem to believe that. Anne set down her teacup. Why not just tell Valen directly? Emperor Stark fell silent for a moment. His lips were drawn tight. Do you know how the former Empress was deposed? Anne nodded. My grandfather once mentioned it to me. He was accused of causing Marietta's miscarriage. He was framed because of it. Emperor Stark stood up.
He pushed back the chair behind him.
That wasn't all of it.
After that incident, he and I were forced apart for a long time.
He took a wooden box from his robes. His fingertip brushed over the lid.
A soft click sounded. Until one day, I received a letter. She invited me to afternoon tea. The letter paper was spread out. The handwriting was neat. Memories flooded back into his mind.
The Empress held a teacup. She stood by the window.
She smiled. Welcome.
Your Majesty, I have been waiting for you.
Emperor Stark stepped forward quickly.
He gripped her shoulders firmly with both hands.
How have you been lately? Have you been eating well?
The Empress's eyes crinkled.
I am fine, please. Drink it while it's hot. Emperor Stark picked up the teacup and watched her.
He tilted his head back and drank the black tea. My dear, actually,
The sound of shattering porcelain pierced the silence. The teacup exploded into fragments on the floor.
The Empress's body collapsed.
She fell heavily onto the red carpet. Emperor Stark dropped the cup.
He lunged forward.
My dear, he knelt on the ground. He pulled her limp body into his arms. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. It stained her pale fingers red. Is anyone there? Someone, come quickly. The Empress struggled to raise her hand. Her fingertips brushed against his cheek. They left a startling red mark. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Only a faint gasp remained in her throat. I'm sorry. The weak apology dissipated into the air and froze in place. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her. Her fingertips turned white from the force. Can you guess what happened next? Emperor Stark turned his back. Deposition was not the end. They claimed Valen had to be punished too, because he carried the blood of that woman, the blood of the one who tried to assassinate the Emperor. The most I could do was to announce to the world that he had died of illness, and to strike Valen's name from the list of heirs. How was I supposed to tell my child? I couldn't even protect my own family. Emperor Stark looked down at the broken frame of their family photo. A crack in the glass ran through the smiling faces of the whole family.
He suddenly clenched his fist.
His knuckles trembled with rage. This time, I will never let this happen again. He turned around. His eyes were cold as iron. I will deal with this personally. Marietta. Anna's eyes snapped wide open. She stared at the resolute back of the figure in front of her. Emperor Stark stood with his back to her. His red robe looked dark and somber under the dim light. He stood by the window, with his hands clasped behind his back. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? Tariq sat on the bed with his upper body bare. He pulled up the white sheets to cover himself. So, Estella gripped the corner of the quilt tightly. A layer of fine sweat broke out on her forehead. Yes, yesterday. Come on, think. You idiot, yesterday. Estella raised her wine glass. She clinked it gently against Tariq's. Your Majesty, shall we play a drinking game? She rested her chin on one hand. Her eyes were dazed as she swirled the red liquid. Let's have a snowman building contest. The memory shattered at this point. Estella suddenly grabbed her head. Her fingertips dug deep into her hair. I can't remember at all. What on earth happened after? She turned her head. Her gaze fell upon the man beside her. Tariq was bare-chested. He was running his hand through his messy silver-gray hair. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Estella's pupils contracted sharply. Broken fragments of images flashed again. She excitedly held up her index finger. She announced the rules loudly. We have to pretend to be snowmen. No moving and no blinking. She stood up unsteadily. She spread her arms wide by the dining table. Wait for me to shout go. Then the game officially starts. Tariq rested his chin on one hand. He let out a soft snort. His gaze swept across the table full of exquisite desserts. Estella suddenly stood up. She loudly announced the start of the game. Go. A smile played on her lips. But her body was swaying uncontrollably. Strange. Why is the world shaking? Estella's eyes were filled with confusion. Her vision gradually blurred. She lost her center of gravity. She started to fall backward. Tariq's pupils contracted sharply. He lunged forward from his seat. He reached out his arms. Princess, he shouted. He caught her falling body securely.
He locked her tightly in his embrace. Estella took the opportunity to grab his collar. Her cheeks were flushed red.
You moved.
I win. Tariq held her body steady. He let out a helpless sigh.
Fine, you win.
I think you've had too much to drink. So, Estella suddenly gripped his collar tight. Her stomach churned violently. A multicolored liquid erupted. It splashed directly onto Tariq's magnificent formal attire. I must be out of my mind. Estella's pupils trembled violently. She clamped her hands over her mouth. Cold sweat rolled down her cheeks. I'm leaving. She lifted her red gown. She stumbled blindly toward the door. She vanished at the end of the corridor. Tariq sat on the edge of the bed, bare-chested. He looked at the empty doorway.
He let out a short, cold laugh.
The door was slammed shut. A maid shrieked and rushed forward to me. Heavens, my lady! Where on earth did you sleep last night? Estella walked quickly with her head down. She kept pressing her finger against her lower lip, rubbing it repeatedly. I need to brew a potion that can wipe out memories. Then I'll feed it to Tariq, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. She suddenly threw her head back and wailed loudly. Her hands messed up her long hair. How am I ever going to face him again? My lady, what is wrong with you? Estella walked slowly toward the garden. Rolly, how is the progress? Rolly stopped his pruning work. He turned around and gave a slight nod. Good morning, my lady. The pepper flowers have bloomed. Estella stood there, stunned. That's not what I'm asking about. Rolly tilted his head in confusion. Then what do you wish to ask? Estella's tone became urgent. The Gladiator Grand Tournament. The only reason you're staying here is for that. Do you remember Rolly stopped what he was doing? He looked a bit slow on the uptake.
Oh, is that today?
Estella pressed a hand to her forehead. She let out a long sigh. I asked him to look after the garden, and he actually turned into a full-time gardener. She lowered her hand and gave him a serious warning. There will be a physical exam this morning. You'll also get to choose your weapon then. Rolly, holding a small hoe, had a look of confusion in his eyes. May I ask, is a hoe among the weapon options? A vein popped on Estella's temple. A stiff smile hung on her lips. A hoe is not a weapon. Rolly lowered his eyes, his tone laced with regret. That's a pity. Estella stared at his back, a chill creeping up her spine. What did he mean by that's a pity? With that kind of mindset, can he really win? The massive circular arena was buzzing with the roar of the crowd. Colorful flags snapped loudly in the wind. Estella placed both hands on Rolla's shoulders. Her eyes were solemn. Try your best not to get hurt. Rolla's tone was calm. As you wish, my lady. He turned and walked toward the arena floor. Estella watched his retreating figure, a drop of cold sweat forming on her temple. To be honest, instead of him, I'm more worried about his opponents. Rosalia approached quickly, holding a parasol, with a skipping Daisy following behind her. Princess Estella? Estella turned around, a look of confusion on her face. What are you two doing here? Rosalia tilted her chin up matter-of-factly. To watch the match, of course? Estella's tone was worried. Daisy, these matches can be terrifying. Did you get permission? Daisy held the brim of her hat, smiling brightly. Yes, of course. Vigiardo sat at his desk, staring at the note in his hand. His brow was furrowed tight. I'm going out to witness the passion of a real man. Daisy pointed at a roadside stall. Fairy lady. There are so many foods here I've never seen before. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand, a look of disdain in her eyes. Such a country bumpkin. The Gladiator Grand Tournament was essentially a festival. A bookie stood on a high platform, waving his arms, and shouting at the top of his lungs. Listen up, pick the winner and make a fortune. Anyone who wants to get rich, come on over. Rosalia stopped in her tracks, looking at the figure beside her. Princess Estella, where are you going? Estella walked straight to the betting table and slammed down a heavy bag of coins. I'm betting on Rolly of House Blaze. The bookie's eyes widened. his voice trembling. All of it. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a flurry of whispers. House Blaze. Isn't she that cursed princess? The bookie clutched the money bag tightly, looking nervous. No refunds. Rosalia rushed forward to stop her. Princess Estella, you shouldn't bet this much money. Estella remained expressionless. I know, just take the money. A crude roar came from the distance. Out of the way, pet! Don't block the path of Lord Casanova. An attendant swung a long staff, clearing out the commoners. Get lost. Estella turned her head away, her gaze cold and indifferent. Casanova. Lord Casanova Volf picked his ear with his pinky, letting out a look of disgust and a clicking sound. Look at these paupers swarming in like ants. He scanned the surroundings nonchalantly, until his gaze suddenly froze. Well, who would have thought that in this filthy wasteland, such a precious flower could actually bloom? Estella crossed her arms over her chest, staring coldly ahead. Lord Casanova Volf reached out and grabbed her wrist firmly, leaning down toward her. My lady, if I may? He held her hand tightly, a frivolous light flickering in his eyes. Might I ask for your name? Casanova Volf, holding a red rose. He was the youngest son of Baron Volf, and a rumored highly popular playboy. Rosalia lowered her voice. I heard Hayes a real heartthrob. Estella's eyes were filled with nothing but coldness. With that face? Rosalia held up a finger. I think he looks decent enough. Hayes tall and wealthy. Even if he is nouveau rich, he definitely isn't bad-looking. Daisy stuck her tongue out and made a disgusted face. I don't like that guy. Estella tried hard to recall, but there was only a blurred outline in her mind. A decent face? I can't remember it at all. Casanova let out a soft huff, his gaze falling on the money bag on the gambling table. That's quite a large bet you've placed. It seems this lady values her slave very much.
He gripped Estella's wrist tight.
A mocking sneer on his lips. That is quite unfortunate for you. Estella lowered her eyelids, the man's greedy reflection mirrored in her pupils. Because my dog is a complete maniac. Casanova revealed a sinister smile, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. Once he bites, he never lets go. Estella stared, her expression grim. What a revolting freak. I'm glad I didn't tell him my name. Rosalia quickly covered Daisy's ears and scolded in a low voice. You shouldn't say such things in front of a child. Princess, don't you think your standards are a bit too high? Estella stopped in her tracks, falling into deep thought. Not just that. It's because Viduardo's face flashed through her mind. His eyes were brimming with tears, his expression sorrowful. Then there was Rolly, with his sharp gaze full of hatred. And finally, Tariq, with eyes cold and profound. Have these men raised my aesthetic standards? Daisy pointed at a nearby stall and waved excitedly. Fairy lady, it smells delicious over here. Estella pulled herself from her thoughts, a slight smile touching her lips. You're right. Let's get something to eat before the match. Rosalia held her snacks and chased after them. Wait for me, Daisy ran ahead cheerfully, calling back loudly. Okay, the gladiator tournament entered its second day. Sunlight spilled into the arena, and banners snapped in the wind. Rolly swung his long sword, the blade slicing through the air. His eyes were sharp. He was hiding his true strength to fulfill his promise. His opponent crashed heavily onto the sand, letting out a scream of pain. Rolly flipped his sword into a reverse grip, pressing the tip against the man's throat. The opponent's pupils trembled with terror. As he pleaded loudly, I surrender. Estella clenched her fist, a smile playing on her lips. Well done, Gardner. The audience in the stands whispered among themselves. That new face is performing quite well. Hayes only dodging, though. He never attacks. I don't think Hayes all that impressive. Another spectator shook their head. No, usually. This kind of person is a true professional expert. Estella listened quietly. Her eyes shone with confidence. That's right, Rolly hasn't even shown a quarter of his true strength. The reason he is showing such is simply to keep his promise to me. Estella raised her index finger. Her expression was serious. No matter what happens, you are absolutely forbidden from killing. Rolly nodded solemnly. He committed this restriction to heart. A roar erupted within the arena. The spectators in the stands waved their arms frantically. Kill him, kill him! A burly man pinned his opponent to the sand. His fists rained down heavily. Get lost, get away from me! The dull thuds of striking flesh sounded repeatedly. A cruel smile hung on the burly man's lips. That's the mad dog of the Wolf family. Estella's brow furrowed. She let out a groan of disgust. My mad dog is indeed very aggressive. Lord Casanova bowed elegantly. He appeared by her side. I believe we met yesterday. Estella turned her head. Her eyes were full of strangeness. Who are you? Lord Casanova coughed awkwardly. He rested his hand against his chin. I am Casanova of the Wolf family. Estella suddenly realized. She pointed at the arena below. Oh, so you're that mad dog's owner. Lord Casanova's smile stiffened. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. My lady, your tongue is quite poisonous. Estella spun around abruptly, avoiding the shadow behind her. What can I do for you? Lord Casanova spread his hands. A frivolous smile played on his lips. You really are quite rude. Your sudden departure yesterday left me very disappointed. He smoothed his necktie. His eyes were full of self-satisfaction. Is this not a fated reunion? Estella's eyes were icy cold. I think you don't mean fate. You mean stalking. She turned away. Her features showed her disgust. You are making me very uncomfortable. Please leave immediately. Lord Casanova gave a light chuckle. He pressed his hand to his chest. It is precisely this personality of yours that has deeply struck my heart. Estella's pupils, her voice carried a threat. Do you want to get lost before I strike you back? Lord Casanova showed no fear. He took a sudden step forward. Do you think a threat like that can scare me? He reached out and grabbed Estella's wrist. He lowered his head close to her face. With these slender arms of yours, you think you can hit me? A hand suddenly clamped onto Casanova's wrist. The knuckles turned white from the force. Let go of her hand. Lord Casanova turned his head in anger, staring at the man before him draped in a dark cloak. What? A commoner dares to speak to me like this? Estella held her breath. Her pupils trembled with shock. Tariq, why is he here? Tariq reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. This lady already has an appointment. Lord Casanova staggered back a step. His face was full of disbelief. What? You have a husband? Tariq turned his head slightly.
His gaze fell on Estella's face.
You could say that it's more or less that kind of relationship. Estella's cheeks flushed red. Her pupils vibrated violently. More or less that kind of relationship. What on earth is he talking about? Absurd images from last night flashed through her mind. Tariq was holding her tightly while she was dead drunk. Rainbow-colored vomit erupted from her mouth, splattering all over his magnificent formal attire. Estella pressed her lips together firmly, rendered speechless by shame. The market streets were bustling with people. The noisy chatter rose and fell from every direction. Estella puffed out her chest and pressed her hands against her heart. Your Majesty, please look forward to today. I will bring you some real fun. Tariq stood with his hands folded in front of him, his tone flat. Only for today. Estella froze in place, her eyes starting to dart around. She fidgeted with her fingers, her expression becoming restless and uneasy. If you have a good time today, could you perhaps be a little bit more lenient regarding my previous rudeness? Tariq turned away, his cloak swaying in the wind. I'll consider it. Estella hurried to letting out a dejected sigh. Great, why did I have to drink that glass of wine, damn it? Wooden chairs were arranged neatly on the lawn. The audience took their seats one after another. Noisy chatter echoed throughout the area. Hurry up and start. I bet this will be interesting. The white curtains pulled back to the sides. The performance was about to begin. Estella took a bite of corn, staring intently at the front. The show is starting. A cold light flashed in the darkness. The sound of metal friction was ear-piercing. On the puppet stage, a dagger was suddenly thrust into the king's back, making a dull thud. Why did you betray your own father? The prince puppet let out a wild laugh. I've waited my whole life for this moment. Rest in peace, father. Tariq was hidden in the shadow of his winter hat, his lips pressed thin. A shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. The puppet king collapsed to the ground, with a heavy thud. Now this palace belongs to me. Estella's pupils constricted suddenly. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek. What, is this play actually depicting Tariq's life? Tariq sat quietly on the wooden bench, gripping a bucket of popcorn. His knuckles were slightly white from the force. The sword in the puppet's hand glinted coldly, pointing straight at the fallen throne. Tariq stared ahead expressionlessly, his gaze as cold as iron. Estella leaned forward and grabbed his shoulder. Your Majesty, let's go. Tariq remained seated firmly on the wooden chair, picking up a piece of popcorn with his fingertips. Why? Estella's pupils trembled slightly, her expression full of bewilderment. He actually thinks this is interesting. Tariq pulled down his black hood, his gaze locked onto the stage. Keep watching. I want to see what happens next. The puppet prince held his sword, looking down at the fallen king. Why did you do this? You ungrateful commoner. How dare you forget the grace of being taken in? He let out a cold laugh. Taking us in? You exiled me to the freezing borders, leaving me to fend for my... The puppet prince's eyes were full of ice. Even when I returned in triumph, all I received was another order, telling me to get back to another battlefield immediately. Tariq stared at the puppets on the stage, his breathing becoming heavy. Those were the countless freezing nights he had actually lived through. The puppet queen's fingertips trembled, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. That's because you coveted your brother's throne. The puppet queen's fingertips trembled, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. It was precisely because of your lowly father that everyone went mad. The puppet prince gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The ones who first handed this sword to me were none other than you. He slowly raised his arm. The tip of the sword was aimed right at the queen's throat. Now I decide who the sword points at. The long sword lunged forward suddenly. It pierced through the puppet's chest. Tariq was hidden beneath a black hood. He lowered his eyes. His expression was cold and grim. Estella's pupils trembled slightly. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. In reality, he didn't actually kill them. I can't watch this anymore. Let's go. She reached out and grabbed Tariq's sleeve, trying to pull him away from his seat. The two walked side by side down the market street. Their steps were heavy. The plan was a total failure. I must execute the next scheme immediately. Cheer him up with delicious food. Estella wove through the stalls. Your Majesty, would you like to try these snacks? This looks delicious too. And that one. Tariq's arms were piled high with food. Roasted corn and candied hawthorns, stuffed tightly in his grasp. He had a bamboo skewer in his mouth. His eyes showed a look of helplessness. Princess, Estella stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at him. What? Tariq looked down at the food in his arms. Are you trying to make me eat until I explode? Estella gave a forced laugh. She looked awkward. I didn't know which one you liked. The second plan failed as well. She hung her tears glimmered in the corners of her eyes. Mister, I'm so hungry. Tariq pulled some food from his arms.
He handed it to the hungry children on the roadside.
Here, take this and eat. A stall owner waved them over. Travelers, come take a look. For just 1 copper coin, you can take the water bagging challenge. Estella slapped down a copper coin. She leaned on the table, panting heavily. Let me try once. This is the highlight of the festival. The minigame segment. Estella waved him over. Come and play with me. She had a bright smile. A man led his daughter into the stall. Daddy, I want that giant bunny plushie. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing firm, muscular arms. This will be a piece of cake. Back in my day, your daddy was... The stall owner pointed behind him. There are people waiting in line. Please hurry up. A dart grazed the edge of a balloon. It fell to the ground. The daughter looked up. Daddy, can't you do better? The dart bounced off again. It traced a weak arc in the air. This must be a scam. The water balloons are too tough. They won't pop at all. The owner had a mocking look. A scam? Didn't you see that guest walk away with a prize just now? A purple balloon burst instantly. Water splashed everywhere. Immediately after, 2 darts flew out at once. They pierced the targets with precision. 2 at once. Tariq pulled down his black hood. 3 silver darts were held between his fingertips.
His gaze was icy.
The metal tips glinted with a cold light. Balloons burst one after another. Giant splashes of water exploded. The crowd erupted in a chorus of amazement. Thunderous applause followed. Estella clapped enthusiastically. Her eyes were full of excitement. The daughter ran away with a pout. Daddy is such a loser. The man chased after her in embarrassment. Trying to save, the stall owner wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. I've been in business for 10 years, and I've never seen a customer like you. He handed over a massive pink rabbit plushie. This is your prize. Take it. Tariq pulled down his hood, his tone indifferent. We don't need this. Estella snatched the plushie away. I should thank you. She hugged the rabbit tightly, burying her cheeks in the soft fur. Tariq looked at her from the side. Do you think you're still at an age where playing with that is appropriate? Estella turned a deaf ear to him. Carrying the plushie, she strode forward, her skirt swaying with her steps. Tariq followed behind her. The setting sun elongated their shadows. The sun is going down. It's time to end the day. Estella stopped in her tracks. She turned back with a mysterious smile. Of course not. The highlight of the day hasn't even started yet. The river water slapped against the side of the boat, kicking up fine droplets of spray. A small boat rocked on the surface of the water. This is the highlight you mentioned. Tariq held the oars, rowing toward the center of the lake in the dead of night. How much longer is this pointless wandering going to last? Estella leaned over the side of the boat, pointing at the night sky. No matter how you look at it, the moon is very bright tonight. It's beautiful. Tariq looked up at her with a fleeting glance. It's there every night. There's nothing special about it. Estella immediately countered. How is that possible? Don't you know this is the most popular dating spot? Tariq stopped his movements. Are you trying to seduce me? A playful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Estella froze on the spot. Her heart skipped a beat. Her pupils dilated with shock. What kind of nonsense are you talking? She explained incoherently. I just thought, if you have a partner in the future, you might want to come here for a date. Tariq's expression turned cold. His profile vanished into the shadow of his winter hat. So you want me to bring another woman here? He let go with both hands. The oars sinking into the lake with a splash. Bubbles rose to the surface. Estella jumped to her feet, still clutching the pink rabbit tightly. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Why did you throw away the oars? Tariq looked somber. I'm in a terrible mood. Estella hugged the plushie tight. Even so, how are we supposed to get back now? Help, Daddy. A massive splash erupted on the water in the distance. A child was struggling in the middle of the lake, hands thrashing wildly at the surface. Daddy, the crowd on the shore fell into chaos. The current is too strong. Let me go. Wendy is going to drown. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's temple. Her pupils trembled with terror. What should we do if this continues? That child is going to die. Tariq glanced at her. His eyes were cold and sharp. Princess, you aren't thinking of jumping in to save them, are you? Estella blinked for a moment. Then she turned and stared at Tariq. Your Majesty, your courage must be quite great, right? Tariq tilted his chin up slightly. Naturally. Estella suddenly reached out and gave him a forceful shove. A loud splash rang out.
Water sprayed everywhere. Tariq surfaced in the icy lake water,
He wiped the water from his face.
his wet hair plastered to his forehead. What the hell are you doing? Estella leaned over the boat's railing. Your Majesty, please save that poor child. Tariq looked up from the water. What? Estella closed her eyes and shouted. I'm sorry, if I could swim, I'd go myself. But I can't swim at all. Tariq let out a sigh. His soaked hair clung to his cheeks.
Tariq suddenly swam forward.
He lifted Wendy from behind under her armpits, dragging her away from the deep water. The crowd on the shore erupted into cheers. He's a hero, thank you. Thank you so much. Estella watched from the boat in the distance. I knew Tariq could do it. Tariq stood in the shallows, his lips moving slightly, as he whispered something. What? Estella tilted her head in confusion. Tariq's figure suddenly vanished beneath the surface, leaving nothing but a ring of ripples. Estella gripped the gunwale and scanned the area. Wait, he's gone. A white flash darted through the depths. Tariq dived deep like a squid, his legs powerful as he kicked through the current. He suddenly reached out, grabbing Estella's hand in a death grip. Estella tumbled into the lake, water splashing everywhere. Her long gown billowed out in the icy water. Tariq, you bastard! She squeezed her eyes shut, bubbles escaping from her lips, as her body continued to sink. Tariq opened his eyes underwater, his silver hair swaying with the waves. With a powerful thrust, he swam forward, wrapping his arm around her waist, to bring her toward the surface. The two broke through the water. Estella gasped for air, her hands clinging desperately to his shoulders. Your Majesty, I told you? I can't swim. Tariq wiped the water droplets from his face, his gaze cold. In that case, you'd better hold on tight. Estella grit her teeth, anger flashing in her eyes. Since you put it that way, then I won't hold back. She tightened her arms around him, her nails digging into his clothes. The corner of Tariq's mouth curled up slightly. Good, I feel much better now. He swam with her toward the shore, his voice suddenly dropping to a low tone. By the way, look ahead. Estella looked up, her pupils trembling slightly, as she gazed at the distant night sky. Fireworks exploded across the darkness. Great booms echoed one after another, casting vibrant colors onto the shimmering lake. Clinging to Tariq's shoulder, Estella stared up at the sky full of light and shadow. It's beautiful. Tariq steadied himself in the water, the firelight illuminating his profile. The coldness had vanished from his eyes. The empty little boat drifted in the distance, a pink bunny plushie lying lonely in the cabin. The original plan was to walk, but this doesn't seem so bad either. The fireworks were reflected in Estella's eyes, sparkling with light. It really is beautiful.
Tariq gazed at her profile
And whispered back, yes, truly beautiful. The arena was buzzing with noise. The commentators shouted from above, finally. The top gladiators who survived to the end are taking the stage. A burly man glanced at the person beside him. When do you plan to stop defending and start attacking? Rolly remained silent, his eyes cold, as he stared at the sand ahead. The commentator waved his arms. This is a special match. The 3 finalists will fight in an all-out melee. Estella sat in the stands, her hands folded over her lap. Her purple gown cascaded around her. Beside her, Tariq remained detached. The first contestant, the mad dog of the Vol family. The mad dog of the Vol family gripped his nunchucks, a frantic, arrogant grin on his face. The nobles in the stands whispered among themselves. I heard the Baron sold 20 slaves, just to buy that guy. He's definitely going to take the championship again. The second contestant, the monkey of the Largus family. The monkey of the Largus family raised his spear high. He saluted the audience in the stands. The spectators shouted frantically, "Kill that mad dog!" The monkey must win this time. The announcer took a deep breath. And the final contestant, Rolly clutching his long sword. Standing in the center of the arena. Rolly of the Blaze family. The nobles in the stands whispered among themselves. I've never seen that guy make it this far before. He's just lucky.
The mad dog will definitely win. Estella pulled down the brim of her hat. A mocking smile hung on her lips. A bunch of fools. This couldn't be better for me. I'll be leaving this place with a massive amount of cash. The announcer's voice rang out again. Now, let us meet the masters of these gladiators. Estella froze in her tracks. Her pupils trembled slightly. What? The announcer waved his arm. Will the masters please come up and give a speech? Estella walked down from the stands. Standing at the edge of the arena floor, she let out a sigh. Why did no one notify me in advance? Casanova leaned toward her. A smile played in his eyes. We meet again, beautiful lady. Estella turned her head away. Her expression was cold. Indeed, Casanova stared at her profile. His gaze was deep. How much longer do you think? You can stay perched on that high horse of yours? Just imagine it. The sight of your precious slave being torn apart by my mad dog, watching the blood drain out of him. Isn't it perfectly clear to see? Estella's tone was flat. Perhaps, but my warrior will never back down. Not even if you brought 100 mad dogs. The announcer declared loudly. The next speaker owner of the mad dog, Casanova. Casanova's lips curled upward. He strode onto the sand, opening his arms wide to the stands. It is all thanks to His Majesty's sacred virtue that the people can enjoy such a feast. One dedicate all the glory to His Majesty the Emperor. Tariq sat on the high balcony, propping his chin on one hand. His eyes were completely icy. He looked down at the sycophant below with utter boredom. The announcer pointed to the other side of the arena. All right, let us welcome our next guest. A gasp erupted from the audience. What? It's a woman? Her hat is covering her face. I can't see clearly. Could the rumors be true? That woman is the cursed princess of the Blaze Kingdom. Estella lifted the brim of her hat. Her gaze was sharp. In a gladiator match, what is the point of empty words? We will prove ourselves through action. She stood in the center of the arena. Her purple gown swayed in the wind, showing her poise to the stands. The crowd let out a thunderous roar. Rolly sidestepped the heavy hammer. His movements were swift, creating a gust of wind as he moved. The Vol family's mad dog missed his mark. He looked shocked. What? Stop dodging. Fight me already. The monkey of the Largus family leveled his spear. He lunged forward suddenly from behind, aiming straight for the center of Rolly's back. Rolly turned his head slightly, tracking the enemy's position with his peripheral vision. His expression remained cold. A club swung past the tip of his nose, whipping up a gale. Rolly tilted his head to avoid the attack. His gaze darkened further. This isn't a three-way brawl. It's a two-on ambush. Estella stood in the stands. Her brow was furrowed, watching the despicable situation unfolding below. Casanova slammed his hand onto the armrest. Leaning forward, he roared toward the arena. Pull yourself together. Is it that hard to catch one person? If you lose today, I'll throw you away, you piece of trash. The copper bell rang urgently, signaling the end of the first round. Rolly's chest heaved violently, sweat trickling down his cheeks, as he exited under the gaze of his opponent. The waiting room corridor was dimly lit. Estella walked in quickly, her expression full of concern. Rolly, are you all right? Rolly sat on the bench with his head lowered, allowing her to dress his wounds. I am fine, my lady. Estella's movements were gentle. Her fingertips touched the bandages, her eyes focused. How touching. Casanova hung a mocking smile on his lips. Hey, red-haired guy. Are you really a gladiator? Are you sure you aren't serving your master in another way every night? Rolly lunged forward suddenly, flipping the other man onto the ground. A heavy thud echoed through the corridor. Estella cried out in surprise. Rolly pinned the Baron down, his knuckles turning white from the force. Take back those words. Casanova's face turned pale. He struggled desperately. Let go of me. The attendants were frantic, shouting at the top of their lungs. Guards, call security over here. Fury burned in Rolly. his entire body radiating a chill. I said take back those words. Estella rushed forward. Rolly, stop it right now. Casanova collapsed to the floor, his expression full of terror. You lowly slave, how dare you touch me? Estella stepped between the two, looking down at Rolly. Why were you so impulsive? Rolly knelt on the ground, his fists clenched. He insulted you, my lady. Estella turned around, her tone ice cold. Ignore him, he's nothing but a bug. Casanova's eyes widened, his facial muscles twitching. What did you say, a bug? You arrogant bitch. Estella wore a mocking look. That's right, you're a bug. You must be some ignorant parvenu, who has no idea who I am, to dare speak so boldly here. Casanova was beside himself with rage, pointing at her and roaring. What nonsense are you talking about? You useless noblewoman. Estella gave a cold laugh. Noble, why don't you go ask the owner of that monkey you're working with about the princess with black hair and black eyes? Are you the cursed princess? Casanova's face turned ashen, his body instinctively recoiling. Oh, you're the emperor's pet. The announcer's voice boomed from outside the door. The match is about to resume. Everyone, please get ready. Estella turned her head, calling out softly. Rolly bowed his head slightly. Yes, my lady. Estella looked into his eyes. You just need to perform well in the arena. Don't take these people to heart. And if changed my mind. Estella reached out to stroke his cheek. I don't care if the opponent gets hurt. You don't have to dodge anymore. You can fight back. Just as long as you don't get hurt yourself. Understand, Mother will protect you. Run, Rolly. In his memory, the woman embraced the red-haired boy tightly, her palm resting on the back. That was salvation. That was the person who protected him and showed him a new world. Estella stood in the corridor, watching his departing back. Come back with a victory. Rolly stopped in his tracks. His back was straight and firm. From this moment on, you are the reason I live. He stepped toward the arena. His gaze was cold and sharp. I will return with victory. Rolly gripped the hilt of his sword. His knuckles turned white from the intensity of his grip. Master, thunderous cheers erupted within the arena. The announcer roared as he declared the result. The winner is Rolly of House Blaze. Rolly stood on the sandy ground, panting heavily. Sweat soaked through his white shirt. His opponents lay scattered at his feet, completely unconscious. Estella sat in the stands, watching the red-haired youth in the center of the ring. Well done, Rolly.
He's about to join the guard.
To seek his revenge against Tariq. Am I really doing the right thing? Rolly moved through the crowd and walked toward the stands. He stopped under the watchful eyes of everyone. I have decided to swear fealty to only one master. Estella froze where she sat. Her pupils trembled slightly. What? Rolly looked her straight in the eye. His expression was resolute. I wish to remain by your side forever. As the loyal knight of Princess Blaze. Estella was bewildered. Why, when the enemy of his family is right there, did he choose to give up? Tariq narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was cold and sharp. Interesting, I'll be keeping an eye on you. Tariq and Rolly stood in a standoff. Their gazes clashed intensely in the air. Sparks seemed to fly. The air felt as if it had frozen solid. Estella stood to the side. What on earth are these two up to? Rolly went back to being a gardener. Carrying flower pots, he arranged them on the windowsill. The plan has completely fallen through. Estella sat at the round table, staring at the parchment stamped with a failure seal. Tariq versus the Great Hourglass Theft Operation is declared a failure. Estella rested her chin on her hand. Her fingertips tapped the tabletop. So this is it, Daisy. This is the book she took from Viduardo's study. An ancient book of spells? Rolly suddenly appeared behind her. The sickle in his hand flashed with a cold light. Who is threatening the princess this time? Estella snapped her head around. Her shoulders shook. You scared the life out of me. Rolly, you are the most dangerous person here. Didn't I tell you to stop following me around? Rolly lowered his eyes. He looked dejected.
I saw that you were troubled. I only wanted to help. Estella pressed her hand to her forehead. She let out a heavy sigh. Good grief, why did I make him my private guard? Daisy ran out from behind a tree, waving her arms. Fairy lady. It's me. Estella looked toward the girl running toward her. Daisy, you're here. Is that pink-haired fellow not around today? Daisy threw herself into her arms, wrapping them tightly around her neck. Fairy lady, today belongs to me. Daisy stared at the heavy book on the table. Her pupils dilated. Isn't this the one I stole? Isn't this the book I borrowed for you last time? Estella flipped through the pages. It certainly is. Shall we read it together?
Daisy nodded vigorously.
Okay, Estella's fingertips traced the paper. It really is written in ancient language. Can you read it, fairy lady? A faint smile played on Estella's lips. A little bit, I suppose. Thanks to the blessing of reincarnation. I can actually understand all of it. A long, long time ago, ancient sorcerers lived in the west, elves lived in the southern forests, and the north was the territory of humans. Daisy tilted her head. What are elves? Estella turned the page. Elves were very tall and had pointed just like the different races we have. Daisy rested her chin on her hand. Why aren't there any sorcerers or elves now? Estella's finger stopped on an illustration. Maybe the next page has the answer. Deep in the forest where the elves once lived, there stood an ancient temple. Hidden in the center of the temple was a passage to another world. One day, monsters swarmed out from that gate. One by one, they devoured all the elves. After a long period of suffering, the elves finally turned to humans and sorcerers for help. The battered elves knelt on the ground, bowing their heads to human generals clad in armor. The sorcerers gripped their staves, watching this desperate alliance. A maid walked in quickly carrying a fruit platter, interrupting the reading. Your Highness, Estella looked up suddenly. What is it? Lord Vigerardo has arrived. Daisy clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction, her eyes full of disappointment. It was just getting to the good part. Estella closed the book and took the girl's hand. I'll read more to you next time. Let's go home. A breeze blew across the table, and the pages turned on their own. Sorcerers, elves, and humans joined forces to fight the monsters. The number of monsters grew extremely fast, far exceeding the limits of the allied forces. Hideous beasts opened their bloody maws, and shadows blanketed the land. After heavy losses, the humans retreated to the north, leaving behind a field of corpses. The elves could only plead with the sorcerers. Hands gripped a wooden staff tightly, knuckles turning white. The forest is our mother, and the origin of all things. Please help us find peace by our mother's side. The sorcerer held the staff high, the crystal at the tip bursting with intense light, lulling the elves into an eternal sleep. Then, the sorcerer faced the beasts alone. A monster opened its scaly maw and swallowed the last of the resistance. The sorcerer fought until death, until they were completely torn apart. Spires stood tall under the blue sky, and white pigeons circled the bell tower. The tranquility of the court masked the ancient bloodshed. Long tables were covered in white linen, and silver utensils glinted under the candlelight. An official bowed slightly. It is reported that the south has been continuously expanding. Tariq skewered a piece of red meat and put it in his mouth. No one is supposed to be near that forest. He chewed his food, his gaze cold. Didn't I already allocate funds to relocate all the residents in that area? Marquis Cecil spread his hands, looking troubled. Your Majesty, not everyone can leave their home so easily. Perhaps you could consider a personal inspection. Tariq put down his fork, tapping his finger on the table, with a crisp sound. I will go tomorrow. Marquis Cecil bowed his head. Thank you very much. Your Majesty, he turned and walked down the steps, passing through the empty corridor. His footsteps echoed on the stone tiles. It is wonderful to hear that Your Majesty is willing to visit the people in the forest. A mere inspection might not be enough. The official stopped. He turned his head. What did you say? Marquis Cecil lowered his voice. They will bring up the issue of food shortages. I will suggest developing the southern forest as a countermeasure. The official frowned slightly. But there are too many monsters in that area. Marquis Cecil wore a mocking smile. That is precisely the point. Precisely because of that, I am making this proposal. If luck is on our side, we can make full use of that forest. The official stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with suspicion and alarm. Don't tell me you intend to. Marquis Cecil turned his face, his eyes devoid of anything but coldness. Coming out of there alive is not that easy. A skirt brushed through the grass, making a soft rustling sound. Estella stopped walking. We're here. Tariq stood by her side, gazing ahead. Estella looked around at the surroundings. Flowers clustered around the archway. It's beautiful. Tariq turned his head toward her. Is this your first time here? Estella replied softly. Yes, I have always stayed. Most of my time has been spent by your bedside, day and night. I haven't had a single chance to come out. Tariq turned his face, his gaze stern. Are you complaining? Estella met his eyes. How could I not complain? The fountain rose and fell in the center of the courtyard, the water droplets refracting the dim light. This is my favorite place. Tariq stopped walking and gazed at the surface of the water. That is why I don't come here often. Estella looked puzzled. Why not? Tariq looked toward the distant flower beds. Because whenever I stay here, I feel relaxed. Estella blinked. Is that a bad thing? Tariq withdrew his gaze, his tone flat. Yes, I am the ruler of countless subjects in this empire. In other words, the more at ease I am, the harder life becomes for my people. As a young boy, he had knelt on cold stone steps, letting the heavy crown press down upon his head. He had never felt the love of his parents. Having narrowly escaped death in countless trials, he finally ascended the throne, becoming a cold and cruel tyrant in the eyes of the world. Perhaps the truth is that he is an emperor who cares for his subjects more than anyone else. Tariq sat on a bench, watching the fountain. So, what did you want to talk to me about? He turned his head, speaking in a flat tone. For the time being, you don't need to come to my bedroom anymore. Estella froze in place, her pupils trembling slightly. What, am I fired? Tariq stood up and straightened his cuffs. I am going to inspect the southern forest. The southern forest? Estella's heart tightened. Do you mean you intend to go deep inside the forest? Tariq sat back down, resting his folded hands on his lap. I am strong, but I am not reckless. Estella breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful to hear. I wish you a safe trip. Please make sure to return safely. Tariq stared silently ahead, his profile sharp and cold. Estella took something out from her person and held it out to him. And this? It's a small gift. I hope it brings you safety on your trip. 2 red fruits landed in his palm. Tariq looked down at the tomatoes. Estella puffed out her chest, her expression full of pride. These are carefully cultivated organic vegetables. Tariq pinched a fruit and held it up to the street lamp to examine it. This gift truly fits your style.
He lowered his hand,
His tone becoming solemn. Princess, wait for me to return from the forest. Rustling sounds come from the bush. Tariq abruptly falls silent. His sharp gaze sweeps toward the rear. Estella looks around her. Someone is nearby. I heard a sound. She turns back. She looks at the silent emperor. Forgive me, your majesty. What were you about to say? Tariq pulls back his gaze. It's nothing. Estella presses further. Please, tell me. Tariq stands up. I said it's nothing. Rosalia hides behind a stone pillar. She covers her mouth tightly with both hands. Her pupils tremble violently. What on earth, Estella? The princess has actually been going in and out of His Majesty's bedroom this whole time? The white twin towers pierce the clouds. A corridor spans across Midder. Flowers bloom in abundance outside the window. Joelle rests her folded hands on her knees. A smile hangs on the corners of her mouth. This is all thanks to you. My brother is now allowed to go outside. Once I recover,
It'll be able to move about freely, too. Joel looks out the window. It seems my brother went out today as well. Estella takes a light sip of black tea. This is all due to His Majesty's magnanimity. After all, Tariq only confined the two of them to protect them from unpredictable dangers. Joelle leans forward. She lowers her.
His Majesty is going to the forest today.
Right. Estella sets down her teacup. Her expression is calm. Yes, I heard it is a very dangerous place. Joelle leans back against her chair. Her gaze is firm.
His Majesty will surely be fine.
He is so powerful. Don't you know that better than anyone? Estella nods, signaling that she is right. She turns slightly. She gazes at Joelle across from her. By the way, Princess Joelle. Princess Joelle tilts her head slightly. Yes, Estella's expression is focused. Is there a place like a secret treasury in the palace? Princess Joelle freezes in place. Her pupils quiver slightly. A treasury. She seems to suddenly remember something. Her eyes snap wide open. There is indeed a place called Almaz. Countless heavy wooden chests are stacked high. Gold coins spill from the cracks. Jewels are scattered on the floor, shimmering with a cold luster. Estella repeats in a low voice. Almaz. Her gaze becomes solemn. That is where the time traveler's hourglass is located. A wooden frame supports the transparent container. Fine sand sits motionless within. It is a forbidden object that can subvert cause and effect. Princess Joelle lowers her eyes. I only went there once when I was a child. I no longer have the authority to enter that place. Estella straightens her back. As members of the Aspen family, don't you all have access? Princess Joelle folds her hands on her knees. My brother and I have renounced our rights as members of the Aspen family. Now I'm afraid only His Majesty has the authority. She turns her face. She looks out the window. Unless it's the Empress. Estella's eyes snap wide open. The Empress, how did I not consider that? The carriage wheels grind over the gravel, making a dull vibrating sound. It jolts forward through the greenery. Estella rests her chin on her hand, staring into the void. Once Tariq takes an Empress, her gaze becomes determined. She presses her fingertip to her. I will become that person. Estella clenches her fist. Her knuckles turn white from the force. I will become the Empress's best friend, and then we will enter Almaz together. Take out the time traveler's hourglass. Rolly stood by the carriage. He watched the woman, who had a strange look on her face. Could someone have poisoned the princess? She doesn't look quite right. The carriage let out a sharp screeching sound. It came to a steady halt. Rolly extended his hand. Please take my hand. Princess Estella lifted her skirts, just as she was about to step down. A sharp cry came from the distance. The princess snapped her head around. Her pupils contracted. That voice. Rosalia walked over quickly. Her skirts fluttered among the flowers. Where did you go so early this morning? Memories of last night flashed through her mind. Rosalia clasped her hands over her heart. A flush crept up her cheeks. Her heartbeat echoed in the silence. Is this love? Rosalia took a walk after reading a romance novel. Her heart was still racing. Her footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Her body froze in place. Oh my God! A secret tryst in the shadows at this hour! Tariq's voice drifted from the terrace. From now on, you don't need to come to my bedchamber anymore. Rosalia peeked from behind a stone pillar. Why not? Do you not need me anymore? Are they breaking up right now? Estella's voice sounded urgent. I promise that even at night, I will do a good job. I definitely won't doze off. Your Majesty, Rosalia covered her mouth. Her cheeks turned bright red. I never realized His Majesty was that type at night. He's actually been seeing this woman every night. Wait, this woman's voice sounds familiar. Rosalia parted the bush to peer through. Her eyes trembled violently. It's Princess Estella. She rushed forward. She grabbed the other's wrist. Princess, there's somewhere I need you to go with me. Rosalia tugged on her arm. She pulled her back without taking no for an answer. Estella stumbled and looked back. Where to? Rosalia's eyes flickered. Just trust me. The princess's shoulder peak. The palace stood tall under the blue sky. Sunlight pierced through the clouds. It spilled over the intricate stone-carved exterior walls. Estella sat before the dressing mirror. She looked confused. Rosalia? Princess Rosalia stood behind her. She pressed her hands onto her shoulders. A smile played on the corners of her mouth. What exactly are we doing right now? Don't move. Rosalia leaned down. Her fingers ran through the other's hair. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead. Did I do something wrong? You're not the one who did something wrong. It's His Majesty, it's that guy. Estella froze. That guy? Rosalia straightened up. She looked at the reflection in the mirror. Princess, everything is ready. The door was suddenly pushed open. A dull thud echoed in the room. Maids filed in, pushing racks filled with gowns. A heavy thud echoed in the room. Estella stood up in shock. What is all this? Maids surrounded her from both sides. They pulled the laces of her corset tight. Hold your breath. A powder puff was on her cheek. It tapped rapidly. Fine powder fluttered in the air. Estella squeezed her eyes shut. She let out a light cough. Rosalia stepped aside. She pointed toward the full-length mirror ahead. Princess, look. In the mirror, Estella stared at herself. The long gown was encrusted with tiny gemstones. It shimmered under the light. Rosalia leaned in close to her ear. Isn't it beautiful? It's enough to make your ex-boyfriend regret everything. Ex-boyfriend, Estella looked confused. Looking at myself in the mirror, I just look a bit more radiant than usual. Rosalia smoothed out the pleats of the dress. This is a brand new design that just hit the market. Estella turned around, preparing to leave. Since we're finished, I really have to go now. Rosalia suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Her grip was firm. Wait, Rosalia's eyes widened. Don't tell me you plan on going straight home. After getting all dressed up like this. Estella's shoulders slumped. I'm really exhausted. Rosalia crossed her arms over her chest. I understand completely. The pain of a princess's broken heart is always the deepest. The only cure is to find someone new. I've prepared something special just for you. Estella let out a heavy sigh. Fine, it'll go with you. She followed reluctantly. She figured she'd just indulge her for a while, and get this over with as quickly as possible. A full moon hung high in the night sky, surrounded by a sea of stars. The entire palace was brightly lit, its reflection shimmering on the quiet water. Rosalia lifted her skirt and hurried up the stairs. This is the most famous ballroom of the social season. Tickets are incredibly hard to come by. Estella walked into the hall with a blank expression, ignoring the gazes directed at her from all sides. I really don't have any interest in ballrooms and the like. The banquet hall was teeming with people. Golden chandeliers cast dancing light and shadows. Estella looked around. It certainly was grand in scale. Rosalia led her through the crowd, her high heels clicking sharply against the parquet floor. Bernard approached with a wine glass in hand, a polite smile on his face. Thank you for coming today, Princess Rosalia. Rosalia gave a slight nod. Thank you for the invitation. This is Princess Estella. Bernard raised his glass in greeting, a flash of admiration in his eyes. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bernard Blanc. Estella responded politely. I am Estella. The surrounding nobles began to whisper among themselves. A low hum of gossip spread through the air. The Princess of Blaze is actually here? The rumors were true. Rosalia leaned into her ear, her tone laced with pride. See, everyone is marveling at your beauty. Can you feel everyone looking this? Estella's eye twitched. I don't think that's the reason why. Vicious whispers drifted in from all directions, slithering into her ears like snakes. Is she the Emperor's pet? The witch who provides poison for the royal torture chambers? A demon who leaves a sea of blood wherever she goes? The corners of Estella's mouth curled upward. There was a hint of amusement in her eyes. Those nicknames don't sound half bad. Steady footsteps stopped behind her.
May I have the honor of a dance with this beautiful lady?
Estella turned her head, her gaze falling upon the man. She looked surprised, her pupils trembling slightly. Are you asking me? The man nodded. Yes.
I am indeed asking the lady standing before me.
Khalid toyed with the lace on his chest, a smile playing on his lips.
I am the head of the House of Romeo.
Khalid Romeo. This was the opportunity he needed to avenge his parents. Estella paused, a look of confusion in her eyes. Hello. Khalid emphasized his name again. Khalid, Estella replied politely. Oh, right. Khalid.
I feel like you've heard that name somewhere before.
Sunlight shone down on the magnificent estate. The stone exterior felt cold. The exterior decor here is certainly impressive. Estella pushes open the heavy wooden doors. She walks into the spacious living room. Diller springs up from the sofa. He bows deeply to her. His face is filled with gratitude.
Princess, I truly don't know how to thank you.
Because of your help, I was able to acquire this building and the chance to avenge my parents. Estella offers a smile. That's because you helped me first. Whatever you request,
my lady, no matter the cost, I will see it done.
He stands up. His expression becomes serious.
By the way, not long ago,
a nobleman appeared at the Chamber of Commerce opening ceremony,
asking if there were any investment opportunities.
Estella tilts her head. But he didn't even know what business we were starting. Diller rests his chin in his hand, lost in my thoughts exactly. That man's name is Count Khalid. Estella gazes at the man before her. This is indeed the man Diller mentioned.
What exactly is he planning by approaching me?
He couldn't possibly know I'm involved with the shark trading company. So, what is he after?
Khalid suddenly leans closer to Estella.
She lifts her skirts and offers a slight curtsy.
I haven't officially introduced myself yet, have I? I am Princess Estella.
Khalid gasps sharply, his body stiffening. You are Her Royal Highness?
He reaches up to scratch the back of his head.
Looking awkward. It seems.
I've invited a lady whose status far exceeds my expectations.
If you wish to refuse, I completely understand. Rosalia suddenly rushes between the two of them, clasping her hands to her chest. She accepts. Estella turns her head, her eyes wide with shock. Rosalia. Rosalia puts an arm around her shoulder, beaming brightly. She'll definitely accept. Hurry, this song is almost over. She gives them both a firm shove from behind, pushing them toward the center of the dance floor.
Go on, you two, have a dance.
Estella stumbles forward. Wait, the musicians draw their bows, and a melodious tune echoes through the ballroom. Several pairs of dancers are already twirling to the rhythm. Khalid extends his right hand, palm facing upward. Princess, would you do me the honor of a dance? Estella stares at his hand, looking troubled. To be honest, I don't really know how to dance. Khalid curls his fingers slightly. Don't worry. Truth be told, I'm a terrible dancer myself. Estella chuckles, covering her mouth. Well then, let's go make fools of ourselves together. Khalid stands frozen for a moment, a flush creeping into his cheeks, as he gazes at the white-gloved hand resting in his palm. Who cares if we're any good? Everyone is too busy dancing to notice us. Estella nods. That's true. Khalid turns his head slightly toward her. I think we're starting to get the hang of it. Estella gives an awkward smile. I'm pretty sure I've stepped on your feet at least 10 times. The music ends. Khalid bows low. Estella returns the gesture with a curtsy. Khalid looks restless, pressing a hand to his chest. Princess, if it wouldn't be too impolite, might we have a private word? Estella turns to him. Of course. I actually have a few things I want to ask him as well. The two walk side by side out onto the terrace. Khalid grips the stone railing. Princess, in this vast empire, do you never feel lonely? Estella gazes at him. He seems like a man without prejudice. If he had heard those rumors, he would know that I truly have no friends.
He looks away.
I have too many matters to attend to. I don't have the luxury of feeling lonely. Khalid lets out a soft chuckle. It seems two very busy people have come together. Estella turns her head. Are you also very busy, Count? Khalid lowers his eyes. As you can see, I am currently occupied with my trading business. Khalid gives a gentle smile. I frequently travel between various regions, so I am always kept busy. Estella lightly strokes the railing. But I heard that since the empire's unification, profits in trade are no longer what they used to be. A flash of admiration glints in Khalid's eyes. You are not only beautiful, but your insight is equally sharp. That is why I have been looking for other investment projects lately. So that's why he went to the shark trading company. Estella lowers her head pensively. Khalid leans closer to her ear. But I am glad I attended this banquet tonight. Because I met you, Princess. Princess, please be my dance partner. A group of noblemen suddenly rush onto the terrace, their expressions frenzied. I never realized you were so charming before. Please grant me the honor of a dance. Estella freezes in place, weariness showing between her brows. What is going on now? I really want to go home right now. Estella sits alone on a bench, rubbing her aching ankles. It's too noisy here. Balls really aren't for me. How is Tariq doing now? Is he all right in the forest? He will definitely return safely. After all, he is the protagonist of this story. That's how the original plot develops. Estella suddenly covers her cheeks, a blush showing through her fingers. Am I crazy? Why did I suddenly think of him? The Neferfi forest will continue to expand. Humanity will eventually have nowhere left to go, heading toward extinction. If everything stays the same, Estella will die too. When I finally close my eyes for the last time, who will be the last person by my side? Estella collapses into Tariq's arms, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. That person would be Tariq. Nothing is set in stone yet. There's no need to lose sleep over this. Estella sits on the bench, sighing softly. Rolly walks in quickly, his brow furrowed. My lady, good heavens! What are you doing here? Estella looks up. Didn't I tell you to wait in the carriage? Rolly stands before her. Seeing that you hadn't returned for so long, I got a little worried. You should have slept inside for a while. After running around all day, you must be exhausted. Estella gazes at him. I'm fine, but what about you? Rolly avoids her gaze, lowering his eyes. I've been sleeping too much lately. When I lived in the Black Street, I could only sleep 2 hours a night. Estella is stunned. What? How much work did they make you do? Rolly answers. As gladiator slaves, we were injected with stimulants every day. So we could almost never truly. Estella's pupils tremble, her expression one of shock. What? Stimulants. Estella grabs his shoulders, forcing him back down onto the bench. Sit down first. Sit for a while before we go. The white spires pierce the clouds. Red banners flutter in the wind. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Tariq rides a white horse through the courtyard. Viduardo follows closely behind. The sound of hooves is urgent. Seeing you in such a rush. Is the situation in the forest that bad? Tariq dismounts with a swift motion. He tosses the reins to an attendant. We must convene a meeting immediately. Viduardo leads his horse, walking slightly behind. You have only just arrived. Why not take a rest first?
Tariq's gaze is cold and sharp.
No, I need to wrap these matters up quickly. And then go see someone. He looks down at the red fruit in his palm. A faint smile plays at the corner of his mouth. We must find a solution. An elderly counselor slams his hand on the table. The wooden surface lets out a loud bang. We have to find a countermeasure. The counselors sit around the long wooden table. Half the population relies on the harvest from the southern lands. If the Neferfi forest continues to expand, the empire will fall into a famine. Tariq leans back into his chair. His eyes are icy. You seem very concerned about the people. The elderly counselor straightens his back. Of course, Your Majesty. Tariq taps his fingertips lightly on the table. Then perhaps we could start by reducing taxes.
Since you're so worried. The counselor is at a loss for words.
Well, Tariq tilts his head.
What, if you just opened up the grain stores in your barn?
It would be enough to last through the winter.
Cold sweat breaks out on the counselor's forehead.
But that doesn't solve the problem at its root.
Tariq interrupts.
I called this meeting to hear proposals.
Yet all you do is talk in circles.
He lets out a contemptuous click of his tongue.
To think the people's blood and sweat are wasted on fools like you. A young counselor raises his hand. What if we kill all the monsters in the forest? Tariq stares at the young counselor.
And who exactly would do that?
Are you planning to volunteer to hunt monsters? The young counselor hunches his shoulders. No, that's not what I meant. Tariq's eyes are filled with absolute coldness.
Then are you suggesting that I go to my death?
To let the monsters eat me? The young counselor turns pale. I meant no such thing. Your Majesty, Tariq points toward the door. Send this man to the Nifrafi forest at once, since he wants to be a hero who slays monsters. The young counselor collapses into his chair. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Tariq closes his eyes. He lets out a heavy sigh. Marquis Cecil speaks up slowly. Your Majesty, the southern lands are indeed more fertile than the north. But humans can adapt to their environment. And so can plants. Tariq opens his eyes. He looks toward Marquis Cecil. The Marquis pushes up his glasses. What if we modify the southern crops so they can grow in the north? Tariq gives a slight nod.
Marquis, you've finally said something decent.
Tariq's expression becomes serious. I heard that the annex houses a vast collection of herbs and plants. A smile hangs on the Marquis's lips. The annex, the counselors whisper among themselves, murmuring, Isn't that where Estella lives? The Marquis pushes up his glasses. Why not let Estella take the lead on this? Tariq stares at the red fruit on the table. Where is Estella now? Viduardo stands by the table. She is out at the moment. Tariq asks, Is she busy with work? Viduardo scratches his cheek, looking awkward. Not exactly. She is at a cafe with a certain count. Tariq snaps his head around. What? A hint of a smile flashes in Viduardo's eyes. I think she has finally found someone she likes. I heard they shared a dance at the ball recently. That count is a top-tier bachelor. Tariq grabbed a red fruit from the table. He crushed it with his fingertips. Juice splattered everywhere. It made a sharp, cracking sound. He scoffed inwardly. While someone was escaping with their life from a monster-infested forest, she was out here dancing and having tea with another. Viduardo sensed something was wrong. His Majesty Tariq was radiating fury. He remained dead silent. Khalid sat at the round table. He asked softly, Did you receive my letter yesterday? Estella picked up her teacup. She took a sip. Yes, the content was quite extensive. Khalid rubbed the back of his head. He looked embarrassed. Estella set her teacup down. The bottom of the cup hit the saucer. It made a sharp clink. I have something else I want to discuss. I'd like to make you a proposal. Khalid leaned forward. Rosalia sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. What is it? Why don't you consider him? Estella looked indifferent. She kept quiet. Rosalia counted on her fingers. He's very famous in social circles. He's handsome. And he's the heir to an old business family. His family is incredibly wealthy. Estella let out a soft huff. She remained unmoved. Rosalia's eyes sparkled. There's more. He's more interested in work than attending parties. You wouldn't have to worry about him cheating at all. He rarely appears at social events. The last ball was the first time I saw him in person. Estella looked thoughtful. Sounds good. Rosalia clapped her hands excitedly. Oh my God, Princess, you've finally come to your senses. It'll help you prepare for the wedding. Estella rested her chin on her hand. Her gaze was deep. She was thinking about something completely different. He would be a perfect business partner. Estella sat at the round table in the cafe.
She looked directly at the man opposite her. I heard you're looking for investment projects.
Khalid looked surprised. How did you know?
That's true. But it's difficult to make large-scale investments, relying solely on my personal funds. Khalid lowered his eyes. I once had my eye on a trading company, and I expressed my interest in investing. But they rejected me without hesitation. Estella set her teacup. Let me guess. The product that company launched. Was it called Lion's Bone? Khalid looked up abruptly. He was stunned.
How did you know that?
Estella remained calm. It's the most popular item among young women lately.
Khalid sighed.
Exactly. I was really disappointed back then. Estella looked him straight in the eyes. Khalid, would you like to join forces with me? Khalid's cheeks flushed. His breathing quickened. Are you serious? Am I truly worthy of taking your hand? He reached out. His fingertips brushed the tablecloth. He seemed restless. A tall, dark shadow loomed over the table. A cold aura instantly filled the air. Khalid didn't notice. His eyes were full of anticipation. If you permit it, I would be honored to take your hand. Estella's pupils suddenly constricted. She stared intently at the shadow behind the man. Tariq threw back his cloak hood. He grabbed the teapot from Khalid's hand. He held it high. Estella gasped. Your Majesty, no!
He shouted.
Baby Estella's face instantly turned bright red. Baby Estella's cheeks instantly flushed red. Khalid froze in his seat.
His teacup stopped at his lips.
The diners inside the baby cafe turned their heads. Whispers filled the room. The Princess of Blaise has a lover? Is she dating some kind of rogue? Estella lifted her skirt. She hurried out of the cafe. Her steps were frantic. Tariq followed close behind. His stride was steady. Estella stopped under the shade of a tree. She was panting heavily. Your Majesty, what on earth are you doing? Tariq stopped in his tracks. He put his hands on his hips. I turned my back for 1 second. And you've already clung to another man. Estella frowned deeply. What do you mean clung to another man? Why are you jumping to conclusions? As for that, it just slipped out. Tariq looked away. He muttered under his breath. Actually, it didn't feel too bad. Estella stood there, stunned. What? Tariq called her by her name. Estella, you told me not to jump to conclusions. But when I see you out here, dancing and having tea with that flirty socialite, what exactly do you think I should feel? Estella's mind was in a whirl. What is wrong with him today? I don't have any feelings for the Count. I'm telling the truth. This feeling, it's like being a cheating girlfriend caught in an excuse. Tariq crossed his arms. His voice was cold. How am I supposed to believe you? Estella stepped forward urgently. Your Majesty, I have sworn an oath of loyalty to you. Tariq stopped. He turned around, staring at her with burning eyes. So, what you're saying is, you have feelings for me? Estella's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She waved her hands frantically. She shook her head desperately. What, yes. But that's feelings of loyalty. Estella took several steps back. How could I ever have such impure thoughts about you? Absolutely not. Tariq lowered his gaze. His pupils trembled slightly. Estella continued to defend herself. You are destined to find an empress, with eyes like a does. Then, Tariq suddenly grabbed the back of her head. He leaned down and kissed her. He silenced her unfinished words. Estella's eyes widened. Her mind went completely blank. A breeze brushed through the treetops. The leaves rustled. Tariq pulled away. A faint, lingering smile played on his lips. Could you stop mentioning that damn fictional empress? Estella covered her lips. Her heart was racing uncontrollably. I know he wanted to shut me up, but this is way too far. He just kissed me. Estella's gaze grew vacant. Her body felt up. Tariq reached out his hand. Princess, Estella shook her head violently. She tried to shake off the confusion in her head. Get it together. Estella. She looked up. Her voice trembled. Your Majesty, why did you do that? What if someone saw us? Tariq watched her. Does that matter to you? Estella looked anxious. Of course it matters. If word gets out that you acted like this with a cursed princess, your reputation will. Tariq cut her off. Forget about that. Let's finish what we started. He reached out to hold the back of her head. His fingers disappeared into her hair. He suddenly pulled her toward him. Estella's pupils quivered in shock. No, wait, Tariq pressed his fingertip against her lips. He leaned down and pressed against her again. Their lips met. Their breaths intertwined. Estella clutched his sleeves tightly with both hands. Her knuckles turned white from the strain. Her mind went completely blank. Tariq pulled her waist in close. He held her as if trying to pull her into his very soul. The kiss grew deeper and more intense. Your Majesty, Estella suddenly snapped back to her senses. She mustered all her strength. She violently pushed against his chest to break away. Viduardo appeared at the end of the corridor. He was walking toward them at a brisk pace. Estella gasped. Viduardo, I have to go now. She lifted her skirt. She turned and bolted toward the end of the street. Her figure quickly disappeared around the corner. Viduardo stopped in his tracks. He stared at the empty street. It seems the princess has urgent matters to attend to. Tariq stood in the shadows. A cold aura emanated from his entire being. Viduardo. Viduardo shuddered violently. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. I am terribly sorry. Next time, I will never let her slip out of the palace again. Tariq crossed his arms. He looked down at the kneeling captain of the guard. There was a hint of irritation in his.
He shifted his gaze.
He looked toward the direction where Estella had fled. His expression gradually softened. Tariq raised his hand. He gently brushed his lips with his fingertips. The corner of his mouth curled into a slight smirk. Fine, I'll let her slide this once. The maid pushed open the wooden door. She ran quickly into the courtyard. Miss Estella, an invitation has arrived from the palace. Estella stopped walking. The palace, her pupils contracted slightly. Fragments of memory suddenly exploded in her mind. Tariq grabbing her chin, his warm lips pressing down, her breath being stolen away in an instant. Estella's face flushed bright red. Steam practically rose from her head. She let out a flustered cough. The maid looked panicked. She leaned in close to check her face. Oh my goodness, you aren't coming down with a fever, are you? Estella turned her head away. She raised a hand to cover her mouth. No, I'm fine. More importantly, what kind of invitation is it? She took the letter. Her fingertips traced the light pink patterns. Miss Estella, you'll definitely attend my coming-of-age ceremony, right? Please make sure to dress your best. It was signed by Rosalia. Estella stared at the letter. A look of helplessness crossed her brow. Even on paper, she is so loud. A coming-of-age ceremony, huh? In that case, I suppose I'll go and play along. Sunlight spilled onto the street. Light reflected off the exterior walls of the boutique. Various gowns were displayed in the shop window. Estella pushed the door open and entered. Rolly followed closely behind her. Please show me all of your latest dresses. The shopkeeper pressed his hands together. He looked delighted. You are certainly well informed. We just received a new shipment. The shopkeeper displayed a pink gown. This is our newest design. It's called a kiss in the rain. This color is just... Estella's eye twitched. Next one, the shopkeeper brought out a... Then how about a gorgeous kiss? This is the crown jewel of our shop. Cold sweat broke out on Estella's forehead. No, show me another one. Why? Why does the name of every dress include that word? The word kiss is literally haunting me. Estella's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her hands tightly clenched the hem of her skirt. Please show me some clothes that don't have that word in the name. The shopkeeper gives an understanding smile. Oh, so you're just shy. Not a problem. I'll get those ready for you right away. Estella lets out a long sigh. She stands still as the shopkeeper holds a yellow gown up against her. Why did Tariq suddenly do something like that? It's not like he actually likes me or anything. Every single one looks perfect on you.
It's so hard to choose. Estella snaps out of her thoughts.
I'll take them all, wrap them up. The shopkeeper gasps, covering her mouth in delight.
Thank you so much, my lady. Rolly stands off to the side. He watches Estella closely.
A look of doubt lingers in his eyes. The carriage wheels roll over the cobblestone road. They make a heavy, dull thudding sound. The setting sun dyes the streets in shades of orange and red.
Rolly turns his head toward her.
Master, is something on your mind?
Estella jumps in surprise.
Not at all.
Rolly furrows his brows.
Your face has been bright red all day.
Could you have caught a cold?
Estella turns her face away. She lets out a series of awkward coughs. I told you, it's nothing. Estella glares at the farming tool hanging from Rolly's waist. If you show up with that thing, Rosalia will definitely make things difficult for you.
Rolly looks down at the hoe at his waist.
Today is Princess Rosalia's coming-of-age ceremony, right? Estella nods in response. Exactly, since so many high-ranking nobles will be attending.
We need to get rid of that hoe first.
We're going to buy you a proper weapon right now. Rolly rubs the rough wooden handle.
He mutters under his breath.
But I actually like this one.
The rhythmic sound of hammers hitting anvils fills the air.
It echoes through the twilight streets. Sparks fly inside the blacksmith shops. Signs depicting giant axes and longswords hang over,
run by a master with 40 years of experience.
A true third-generation successor. Estella weaves through the crowd. There are so-called masters everywhere. Even in a novel, market competition is brutal. She stops in front of a shop. But the one I really want is… here it is. This is the place. A heavy hammer strikes. Sparks fly from the metal.
Get out, the blacksmith's back is turned to the door. He continues to swing his hammer.
Estella takes a few steps closer.
I'm here to buy a sword.
I'm not selling, get out.
The blacksmith wheels around. His white hair and beard quiver in the firelight. His gaze is fierce.
What a cranky old man. Estella squares her shoulders. I have plenty of money.
The blacksmith sets down his hammer.
You nobles always say that.
I won't sell to your kind.
What a stubborn fellow.
Rolly steps forward. He draws a heavy sword from the rack.
The blade slices through the air. It gives off a clear, sharp ring.
The blacksmith freezes in place. His pupils suddenly contract.
How did you do that? Rolly holds the sword with one hand. The tip points diagonally toward the ground.
Show my master
some respect when you speak. The blacksmith stares at the pitch-black heavy sword. His breathing quickens. I'm amazed you can hold that so easily.
Isn't that sword heavy?
Rolly hefts the heavy sword in his hand. It has some weight to it.
But it's not bad.
Cold sweat
beads on the blacksmith's forehead.
That is a long sword forged from adamantite. It's harder than steel. Until now, no one has been able to lift it so effortlessly. Estella giggles, covering her mouth. A glint of pride flashed in her eyes. I'm glad you finally recognized his talent. The blacksmith cleared his throat. His expression wavered slightly. If it's for that man to use, I might consider selling it to you. Estella leaned in close. Then, do you have any smaller daggers? The blacksmith swung his hammer violently. Sparks flew between the two of them.
Not selling to you,
Estella retorted, unwilling to back down. I need to protect myself too. The blacksmith gave a cold snort. He continued to strike the glowing red iron. With a guard who can handle that long sword by your side, you don't need a weapon at all. Estella looked around the room. Her eyes swept over the defective items on the display racks. According to the original novel,
Giles is a master blacksmith hiding his true skill.
Among the swords he owns, a true relic is hidden. That is my real target. Estella turned toward the door. Rolly, go ahead and pay the bill. Rolly bowed his head slightly.
Understood, master.
Estella wandered through the room. Her fingertips brushed against the old wooden shelves. It must be around here somewhere. She stopped in her tracks. She stared at the collection on the shelf. Just as the original novel said, his craftsmanship is simply incredible. Estella turned around. Her gaze fell upon a wooden table in the corner. A coarse cloth bundle lay there quietly. She reached out and unwrapped the cloth bag. Her movements were gentle. This is it? A light flickered in Estella's eyes. She gripped the bundle tightly. The short sword revealed its true form. The blade reflected a cold luster. This was clearly no ordinary blade. This must be that relic. Estella held her breath. Her fingertips touched the hilt. Let me see. The moment her palm closed around it, purple lightning suddenly erupted. It climbed wildly up her arm. Rolly rushed into the room. He looked panicked. Master, are you all right? Estella gripped the short sword tightly. She let out a soft chuckle. I just happened to find this dagger while browsing. It's quite nice. The hammer crashed heavily to the floor. It made a dull thud. The blacksmith turned pale. This is a disaster. He stood in front of Rolly. You've touched something you absolutely should not have. Rolly furrowed his brows. He turned his head to look at the blacksmith. What are you talking about? The short sword vibrated in Estella's hand. It burst with purple light. The blade hummed incessantly. The blacksmith took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with terror. Prepare yourself. He looked at Rolly. His voice trembled. I am sorry, but your master has been marked by the Grim Reaper. Estella froze in place. Purple light swirled around her arm. Her pupils contracted slightly.